driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Welcome in. It's the GBAG Nation here as, Rangers fall 1-0 to the Yankees. They were swept. They only scored 5 runs. They almost got shut out twice. 51 games in. That offense was bad. And the only good news is they're going to play the Chicago White Sox this weekend. I guess that'll be an opportunity to get going a little bit.
Get them going, boys.
At 877-881-1053, Sandler is going to call in a few minutes from the Bronx. They're trying to get out of there before the storm hits. But let's get some of your feedback coming in on the text before we get there at 877-881-1053. Love to go around the room, get your guys' thoughts on this. What do you make? I mean, we're coming up on a third of the way through the season. The 469 says, Rangers baseball is so boring without any bats. It actually put me to sleep while I was at work. I think that happened to you as well, Chief, didn't it?
Wow, dude. Did you text that in? That's incredible. Yeah, I thought he was actually making a mockery of what I just did. But, I had a headache situation going on.
Yeah.
And then I'm listening to the Rangers and, the dulcet tones of Nadell and Hicks when they're painting a 1-0 picture for 9 innings. All of a sudden, you start hearing the lullaby of your own snoring.
You do, and we can hope that Corey Seager is back. I know CY is not going to rest, and he's probably going to be working on cooking something up here as we get later on into May. We're probably still 6 weeks or so from the trade deadline maturing. But I think the good news is, as Jared Sandler joins you, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Jared, the good news is this is probably about a 500 team. Just got to get Seager back and get some other guys hitting a little bit better, right?
Yeah, I guess easier said than done. But, Boch earlier today said maybe a week to 10 days for Corey, and that can't come soon enough with the way things are going. And, the other thing, too, though, is you can't just put it on one player, right? If you're relying on one player, that's probably not a good sign. I know last year a lot of people were positing that maybe, the absence of Josh Young was such an X factor, and that was causing everyone else to perform at a slightly lower level. And I think, maybe we look now and Josh Young's performing well, and it's not really changing anything overall. And as a matter of fact, you could, say obviously this lineup's taking a step back in terms of just overall production. So, getting Corey back would be great. But I think that the other part of what you said is just you need multiple guys to improve their production. And, if you just didn't look at the names, you just looked at the numbers, you probably wouldn't. You wouldn't pass a test in assigning names to those numbers based on their career track records versus what they're producing here in 2025.
What would you be sniffing around for right now if you're CY and you're starting to lay some groundwork? Maybe I'm thinking like a platoon outfielder that could crush lefties, like a right-handed David Murphy.
Yeah, that's the reality is if we're going to answer this question, obviously it's a hypothetical, but with some level of reality. They probably do need to find a platoon-type player because the platoon-type player is not going to cost a lot. And it just doesn't seem like financially they've got a lot of wiggle room if they are going to, in fact, stay under that luxury tax threshold. So, I hate to keep bringing that up, but if that is going to be the reality of what they have to deal with, then, we can't really talk about guys that have bigger price tags attached to them because while we don't know exactly where they are, because things like incentive clauses and then benefits and stuff like that all count towards the finances that are considered with the luxury tax. We are, of the opinion and with the data we do have led to believe that they don't have a lot of wiggle room. And so unless they're going to, take away salary and, they're the guys who have the contracts that would maybe give you some wiggle room. You've already moved on from one of them in Leody Taveras. The Mariners took that money off your hands, but realistically, unless you made a big shakeup, kind of surprising move involving one of your big contract guys, there's not a lot of opportunity for them. It doesn't seem like to create wiggle room.
Jared, one of the names that I've seen floated out on the trade market, and I don't know if it's too early to talk about, but we're about to get to see him over the next few days, and that's Luis Robert Jr. He's having a down year. Maybe that's a product of obviously the team that he plays for. How intriguing of a name would that be, and do you see that fit at all?
Well, in terms of positionally, yeah, I guess my question would be is what what are the White Sox going to ask for? And my guess is the White Sox are not going to ask for the type of return that is commensurate with a guy who can leave in free agency after this season. They're going to ask for the type of return with the idea that the team that acquires him is going to try and lock him up long term. Even if they don't, they're not just going to want to give him up for the cost of a rental, I don't think. Now, if he continues to struggle, maybe that equation changes. So I guess if the Rangers, and this year, we're talking about the money, that's just for this year. So the Rangers could lock up Luis Robert, and, it still work financially. Is that what they want to do? And I think with the Luis Robert, Zach, the biggest question is one of the things, like if you ask a Luis Robert stan, they're going to say, hey, this guy is in a crummy environment. The White Sox stink. He's not in a situation that lends to him playing well, and a change of scenery will help him because he's one of the most talented players in baseball. People on the other side would say, why do I want to roll the dice on a guy who his overall performance is very much dictated by the environment he's in? Like, is he going to be that volatile? What if we get off to a bad start one year? We're going to. I mean, Luis Robert can get a contract where he's a dude. That's the type of guy you want to help you turn things around, not the guy that's going to crawl under the bed when things go poorly, right? So that's both ends of the spectrum. But there's no doubt he is uniquely talented as a five-tool type player. I guess maybe not the batting average side, but in terms of the power, the speed, the defense. But he's not going to be cheap. The Rangers definitely have the resources to acquire him, but I guess it's more of a read on what type of a player do they think he is, because the White Sox are going to try sell him as the guy who's one of the best players in baseball, or has the potential to be, but teams are probably going to be on the other end and saying, why are we going to pay this price for a guy who's got the numbers that he's got and has the questions he has? So he's definitely a fascinating case, and I'm really curious to see what the market says about him.
Jared, here's my hot take for the day. Do they have a problem at third base coach?
That's that's a tough one. I know they've
and I know you might be sitting on a bus right now and you can't talk about it, but
no, I'm not on a bus. I mean, there have been some there have been some sends this year or whatever that I know.
The Durant, I think about the Durant play in Detroit that ended up getting him getting picked off third. That ended an inning that they missed on the review where the runner was safe. And I was thinking about today with Wyatt Langford and the situation, and maybe
trying on the wild pitch.
On the wild pitch, do you just you gamble there, and like you're not doing anything at the plate? You hold the guy thinking you might get a hit. You haven't got a hit since Reagan was president, I guess.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Do you gamble there and try and steal a run and maybe get something going?
Yeah, It's Broadus. It's one of those things, and you've been around staffs before, where maybe you come under fire a little bit and then you're gun shy.
Yeah, I got you.
And there's no doubt that there were a few times I think where it was a part of the story. Evan Grant's lead story. It was about a decision, and so it's a lot easier to hold the guy and give another guy a chance to drive him in than take the opportunity away. It's tough for me to say that they've got a problem there just simply based on the fact that I think their offensive problems are unfortunately a laundry list deep. But yeah, I mean, listen, there's no denying there have been a few calls this year. There's one I forget earlier in the year where bases loaded, a guy was sent home. I forget maybe it was Kyle Higashioka. I don't remember what it was, but it's one that I think Tony Beasley said, hey, I'd like to have back, but these guys aren't perfect. And the other thing I'd say too, Broadus, is in 2023, this is the same third base coach the Rangers had when they won the World Series. But what's the biggest difference is they were scoring 5, 6, 7, 12 runs, and all of a sudden those moments don't get magnified as much. And I think there's so many factors that come into play: the situation, the arms in the outfit, whatever it might be. It's when you have to factor in the fact that, gosh, we're just not scoring, that makes that job, even more difficult than it already is.
Jared, what do you imagine they start to try and do? I mean, what type of options do they have when it comes to the closer role? Obviously, you saw what happened with Luke Jackson last night. Is it just keep riding him for now, or what type of options do they really have?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure You got Chris Martin down. Maybe if Emiliano Teodo had been healthy all year and dominating, maybe, he'd be up by now, but he was hurt and he's just kind of working his way back. Maybe you can change it up, but the guy you would go to next is Robert Garcia, but he's had a tough time, and he's obviously overall been really good this year. But would you rather make a move when he's surging? Like typically when you're making a change at the closing role, the guy you replace the closer with is a guy who's just been on fire, right? And that's not been Robert Garcia yet. Hobie Milner, Sean Armstrong, Jacob Webb, and they've all been really good. But you putting those guys in that spot, it's a great question, Eric, and it was one that I went home last night thinking about. I just don't know who that guy is right now. And maybe it would be Chris Martin if Chris Martin wasn't hurt. And maybe when Chris Martin comes back, if he gets a few good outings, under his belt, maybe he's the guy. But, you're 10 plus days away from that. And you hope to be in some safe situations between now and then. So, yeah, I mean, I know I'm talking in circles here, which I do a lot. I'm really good at that. But it's a great question, and I wish I had a better answer for you. I just don't know, what the options are at this point.
Love it, Jared. Good luck getting to Chicago here, and we'll catch up with you tomorrow before the game.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate it.
There he goes, at Jared Sandler on Twitter. A must follow. The White Sox are 15-35. I know they have won 4 of their last 10. Just to set expectations a little bit, I guess they've been playing a little bit better. But Jared Sandler, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Every Rangers game day here in the GBAG Nation on 105 through the Fan. They lost 1-0. And the frustrations are high. Getting some good texts in here. Kamar Rocker closer, says the 817. I think Rocker, Leiter, when you get Gray Bradford, I think they should explore that, Wolchuk. But you're still talking about guys that are going to probably have ERAs that you're uncomfortable with, but at least there's a shot that they're young and they're going to develop and lock in.
Yeah, the thing that, when you guys talk about Leiter and stuff, though, yesterday we went through that whole thing about pitch location, where the sliders were, where the cutters were, where the forcing fastballs were.
Yeah.
Do you trust a guy that maybe has control problems at times or locating pitches?
It's usually where guys that can't control their fastball go, into the bullpen. I think he might profile more as a middle long-term reliever.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were thinking about a closer role here.
Yeah, even that, the fact that he's been so effective one time through an order, that could be pretty damn good for him there. I think John Gray was another guy that we had mentioned in spring training.
We've seen John Gray do it in the playoffs.
Yeah,
right?
in big moments. And I know John doesn't want to do that. John wants to be a starter, but that might be also somebody that you would consider if you had to.
The college football playoff framework is shifting. We'll get that and your other big stories of the day and get into hour number 2 of the GBAG Nation coming up next here on The Fan.
Okay, freak.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for enjoying Rangers baseball. Hopefully they get some runs rocking against the White Sox. It is frustrating, and these texts are coming in. You can see the sports passion. You can see how pent up the excitement is about this baseball team. And, we want to get back to being crotch first. Can we get rid of Simeon? Asked the 817. Traded Dolly, says the 940. I don't think you can. I don't think there's much of a market.
No, not for Simeon. Not for that
Definitely
contract.
not for that contract. Maybe for Adolis, because of his age and his contract situation, there might be something in there, but you're not getting a lot. I think the much bigger opportunity is just, hope that they get back to performing better. And, 30 or 40 batting points would go a long way. But I think you're probably just going to end up playing out the string with Simeon and hoping to find some better options. But, that's fine. You don't need every single position to hit well. And it has been an absolute disaster. I think the probabilities that they would be this bad with runners in scoring position over the last 2 weeks, you would get incredible odds on that. They can't hit with anybody on.
It's disgusting.
Their homers are only solo shots.
Horrible.
So, yes, we'll continue to digest that with you and be excited about these stars. But I wanted to get in this college football story real quick. The 12 team will move to a straight seeding model this fall, rewarding the selection committee. Top 4 teams with the top 4 seeds in a first-round bye. The 10 FBS commissioners and Notre Dame athletic director who comprise the management committee reached the unanimous agreement necessary to make the change during a call on Thursday afternoon. So we're getting some changes here for your college football format. That's the most recent breaking story, but obviously the biggest one is the Dallas Stars' unbelievable run continues, and Wolchuk was in the building last night. How did it go for you, brother?
It's unbelievable. The first couple periods, it was a little bit like, oh my gosh, let's find our bearings here, boys. Definitely different styles, and I know the Stars talked about that in their postgame to Winnipeg. The speed, it's like, oh my gosh, when you get to see Draisaitl and McDavid work in person, it is so much pressure. I mean, look, Miro Heiskanen had a play in the third period where he's able to pin Draisaitl up against the boards. That is one of those unsung tremendous plays that ends up saving a tremendous goal scoring opportunity. But even him being one of the best defensive skaters, period, in the NHL, the speed in which they play with and the execution. I mean, their stars were on display last night. Nugent Hopkins was really good for them as well. He had a couple of goals. But what happened in the third period, I mean, the Stars to be able to get 3 power play goals, and I moved. So we're probably about 3 rows down from the roof, and second intermission, I look over at the boys. I'm like, I'm going to go down, try and see if we can get a spot over by Shippy. So I go down there, 30 seconds in, boom, power play goal. Like, I'm not moving. Shippy looks at me and goes, you stand right the hell there. Yeah. We're both superstitious. And I texted my brother-in-law and his friend that came with us, was like, hey, if you want to come down here, come on down. He said, nope, we're staying up here too. Next thing you know, 5 unanswered. It was unbelievable. The crowd was brilliant. It was beautiful to see Matt Duchesne. Hey, Bully Melrose was in the bag. He ends up getting credited for the game-winning goal. Him to get off the schneid. Sagan, vintage with that breakaway goal. Otter, I thought, let in a couple of goals that he probably wants back and should have saved. There was one I thought, like the glove, maybe he could have been able to snag that. I think it was the first Nugent Hopkins goal. But otherwise, I mean, the crowd just chanting Skinner the whole time, trying to rattle him. He was leaky as advertised. He was not on his game. And the Stars just proved like the depth was on display, which we had called for. But also Miro, getting him back. I mean, the snipe that he had, that first power play goal.
Nasty.
No, I mean, he's back now, boys. I mean, there's no need. Like, the rust is off. What he was able to do defensively, but also on the offensive side, that was vintage Dallas Stars hockey. They were in their game in the third period. Maybe there was a little bit of an adjustment. Hey, we got to pick back up to the speed in which Edmonton plays with versus what you were playing with against Winnipeg. But it was gorgeous. I mean, if they can carry over that third period, look, Edmonton's a great team. They're not going anywhere. I still think this is going to be a war, and we're looking at maybe 7 games. But that was electric, and kudos to the AAC.
Yeah, I think that's maybe the biggest takeaway is Edmonton has to feel good, and I know their coach Knobloch talked about that last night. Like, hey, we played 2 great periods of hockey. What does that third period mean for the next 6?
Well, it means is if you continue to be careless with your sticks, the Kulak, the hooking penalty right before at the end of the second, that turned the game around.
It did.
Dallas gets the opportunity to go on the power play, in the start the third, and that was the avalanche. But all of a sudden, if Edmonton is going to be careful, and this team is not good on defending power plays.
No, they've been the worst team in the NHL.
They're one of the
that
worst.
was on full display.
Yeah, and that is a problem for them. And if they're going to continue to take high sticking penalties, get called for hooking, cross-checking, those minor penalties, the difference between so far this series through game one and what last year, Dallas didn't have a power play goal.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden Edmonton's coming in here and not being able to kill penalties, and now they're careless with sticks. Like I say, that's going to play right into Dallas's hands if that continues to happen.
Yeah, they have to be like, guys, we got to be much more disciplined next time around. That was surprising. They gave 3 power plays in the course of 5 minutes.
It changed the game.
Yeah.
It completely changed the momentum of the game. For 40 minutes, Edmonton had you playing on your heels. And then all of a sudden, it's like, okay, you get the power play goal. You mentioned about Miro's goal and how that all, then the breakaway was a big part of getting them back in the game. But those penalties, like I say, if Edmonton, and Edmonton looks like they really struggle trying to kill these things. And they don't have a goalie that looks like that when they play man down.
Just not comfortable.
He's not. He just doesn't. And he got screened on some shots. He doesn't find the puck particularly well. If they're going to play man down, Edmonton will lose this series. There's no question.
Okay, so the Stars become the first team to earn multiple wins in regulation after being down 2+ goals in the third period during a postseason. Like, we've never seen in the NHL what they did here in these last 2 rounds in these third periods. I mean, what
have all these been at home?
Yeah, it was Game 7 with Colorado. They were down 2-0. Then you had the Rantanen Hattie.
Yeah.
What allows you to do that after never coming back in the regular season from down 2 to win 1? Crazy?
I think that comes back to this. This is a battle-tested squad. 3rd straight year in the Western Conference Final. You got a lot of guys that have been through a lot of battles together, man.
It might be also the health of your squad. You didn't have Miro for a lot of the season.
Yeah, and fresh legs.
And you didn't.
Yeah, and you're trying to reincorporate a bunch of new guys.
Yeah.
I mean, with Rantanen and Granlund
your injuries throughout. It wasn't like you were losing guys for just 1 or 2 games. You lost guys for months.
And I'll say Mason Marchment drives me crazy sometimes. He was in the box and gave up one of those early penalties, but he also drew 2. You talk about that hooking call. He was able to draw that one, the high stick, and then they're able to score off of both those power plays. So Mason Marchment, I'm still looking at you, man. You need to pick up your play a little bit and stay out of the damn penalty box. But he made some pretty crafty moves there to draw some pennoties.
I'll tell you what's amazing is, and you get a guy like Steele. I mean, it's just,
he's been phenomenal.
It's incredible how they could just kind of, you notice when he's out there. Everybody else you're kind of watching in it, but when 18's out there, whether it's back check, forecheck, whatever, he is always involved in something around that. He's shown some actual skill. But early in that game, though, Dallas's inability to bring the puck up, like Edmonton was picking them up high, and it's kind of like in basketball where you don't let them drive on, picking you up high and don't let you initiate your offense. Some of the first power play, and I know they picked things up with the goal. But, man, the way they start the power play when they send it back and then try and rush it, man, just get in the zone and fire at this guy. Don't circle the thing back and start from your end and try and skate it in and then have everybody standing at the blue line and then trying to charge from there.
There were some Edmonton fans.
Get in and set up and fire shots.
And
Skinner will give it up.
They didn't have many shots in the first couple of periods, and there was, Skinny Jeans Edmonton fan that was sitting behind me that was talking about that. He's like, man, the Stars aren't shooting. They really need to pepper this guy. That's how you get onto Skinner. And then finally, the third period, the floodgates erupted.
Well, salute to them for getting it done. I was a little bit surprised by the Sam Steele duck and cover move there at the end. I thought as a hockey player, if you're getting in a fight, but I guess he's had concussions. Is that what he was doing right there with the duck and cover? You see Sam Steele at the end? Or I think it was Perry.
that was
Bischel.
That was Bischel.
Bischel and Corey Perry went at it. And Perry, he's the oldest guy on the ice versus the youngest guy on the ice.
So that was Bischel ducking a cover?
Yeah, Bischel.
Well, he had his shirt kind of pulled over his head. He got turtle shelled.
They kind of went after it. I don't know if the Stars were really expecting that, but hey,
if there's another post-game fight, I just want to see him be more ready.
Agree. Agree.
They were getting tumped over right and left.
Bischel's supposed to be your young, cocksure enforcer, ready to go tear somebody up, and then here comes Perry. It was a caught off by surprise kind of deal.
Yeah.
But that wasn't a great look.
Knicks fans were chanting Knicks in 4 last night, and then the biggest choke in NBA history happened. I guess the only good news for them is they have time to refocus, and they feel like, hey, we were the better team for 46 minutes.
Simultaneous, like, essing of the bed with the Oilers and the Knicks in real time.
Yeah.
Just botching these huge high-stakes games. It was amazing.
Unbelievable. Brunson and Cat missing the threes that could have tied it. The Pacers should have got an and one. The guy was brutally fouled. But I really love watching these Pacers play.
Dude, Neesmith?
Yeah.
It was the Neesmith fourth quarter.
Top end.
Holy smokes, dude. He went
shots.
berserk. And then the Halliburton play at the end. You have Reggie Miller on the call. I mean, that is
just laughing.
That's a Knicks
kinda
fan's worst nightmare, dude. That was just perfect. Even in overtime, you're up 4. Yeah. You have possession of the ball. You should be in control. And they find a way to screw it up, dude. It was just storybook. It was perfect.
I'm totally fine with Reggie Miller just showing how he really feels here.
Oh, I love it.
I mean, it's like, what are you supposed to do? You've been in this rivalry before.
You can't be objective.
Pacers legend. Like, I understand it. You're on a national TV broadcast, but we all know where your loyalty lies here. And that finish was one. Let it out, Reggie. Let it out.
Yeah. I think about 99% of the time in that situation, you're doing your best to be impartial and not offend the away team, be a professional. But when history is happening and your team is winning, and Halliburton hits your celebration from flipping 26 years ago, have yourself a night, Reggie.
Absolutely.
This is definitely your moment. That's incredible. And tonight we get Game 2 of the West Finals, right? Is that back on tonight?
Yep,
T-Wolves and Thunder. Can Minnesota bounce back from a horrible offensive performance in Game 1? But we are licking our wounds here from the Rangers game quite a bit, as they were blanked by the Yankees, 1-0, can't get a hit. And everything's been in place. You just wasted amazing starts from DeGrom and Eovaldi in back-to-back days. Jake Berger hit 2 home runs yesterday. Haggerty had a solo bomb. He's actually hitting like 280. I think Haggerty might be actually one of your best hitters. Got to keep this guy in the lineup.
Smith,
Yeah, he's got the speed, too. Last night, I thought he stole that bag. Aaron Boone was going berserk. That was pretty hilarious, too, in real time. He's ripping the umpire. It was a close call. What are you talking about? Why are you freaking out right now? But, yeah, the Rangers starters allowed 6 runs this series. Offense scored 5.
Wow, brutal. And now you have a closer situation. We were just talking about that with Jared Sandler. You have excess quality starting pitchers. I think at some point you're going to have a chance to experiment. Maybe they can go out into the trade market and find something. But I just love knowing that they're still 500 for as many things that have gone wrong. You get Corey Seager back. You make a trade for a bat. A lot of great things are in place with this team. You might have to accept reality on your underperforming hitters, though.
Yeah, and I think the reality is they're a 500 baseball team.
Yeah.
And that stinks because they are wasting away the best starting pitching I've ever seen as a Ranger fan.
You're right.
It is absolutely disgusting. Now, maybe, there is a reliever. Ryan Helsley is a name that I've seen with St. Louis, 30 years old. He had 49 saves last year. Could that be a name? They've made trades with St. Louis before. The Cardinals, though, have been really, really hot. They're looking like a team that might be a playoff team as well. So do they want to get rid of him? I don't know. It might be when you get back your arms. You're right. They look at adding some of that to the bullpen. But this lineup, I don't think is ever going to get it figured out.
You need to look at the Baltimore Orioles. That's who you need to look at.
Maybe they end up being sellers.
Yeah, the Orioles look like a team that's interested in moving some of their guys.
Well, Luke's ERA is over 11 in his last 4 innings pitched. And with Chris Martin injured, you might have to brace yourself a little bit and remind yourself that this thing is a marathon. These Rangers are going to have brighter days ahead. Might very well start with a sweep of the White Sox, just what the doctor ordered. They have still had one of the most difficult schedules. I know I'm dispensing here Rangers hopium. I'm doing it intentionally because I can see y'all are down, right? And I get it. I'm frustrated too.
You asked me about the hitting the other day, and I just kind of feel like that against good pitching, they really don't have a chance.
You're right about that, Brian, especially against left-handed. I mean, even slightly below average left-handed pitchers are going to look like a Cy Young candidate against this team. Jake Berger, since returning from AAA, though, hitting .323 with 3 bombskis, 6 ribbies. So that's good as well. With the Cowboys OTAs being closed all but one day this week, is that normal, Brian? Did we used to get to go out there more?
No, it's there's an OTA where you get to go where they have the media go all 3 days, but that's the mandatory OTA.
Okay.
So, but like the Cowboys give us the opportunity once a week to see the team practice. But when it becomes the mandatory, then they allow us the 3 days to be a part of that. That's in June. I think it's 10th, 11th, and 12th.
The mandatory minicamp, they call that? Okay, so that's going to be our 3 days.
That would be our 3 days. Yeah.
Okay, well, we still have news and some media availabilities, and Shoddy's talking, CD Lamb's talking as well, and we'll get that and the other Cowboys headlines of the day inside the C Note coming up next. It's the GBAG Nation on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. The 214 says, y'all are delusional and the Rangers need to sell. I mean, I'm open-minded to it. Corey Seager's not here. They went through a tragically bad April. I think if this offense is healthy, they're around the top 10 offense. And they were 12th the last 2 weeks before this Yankee series. So I don't think you got to give up all faith just yet. 405 says, I realize we don't have a great closer, but you can't really blame the closer when the guys aren't hitting. I think you can blame Luke Jackson. Over his last 5 appearances, it's been brutal. And you've had opportunities to win. You're trying to win close one-score games, and your closer needs to be pretty lights out. I can deal with 4 of those games in the entire season, not 4 of those games consecutively, and still have you considered for that role. I'm looking at him for maybe 6th, 7th inning type stuff right now at best.
Like, I'm super frustrated right now with this offense, but it's not. They're 4.5 games back of first place. They've got the best rotation in the American League. Pitching duos to have a sub 1.75 ERA and sub 1 WHIP through the first 10 starts for a team in a season. You've got Evaldi, you've got Malley. Before that, you got to go back to 1944 with the Reds.
Yeah.
When you have a rotation like that, you're not sellers, especially in a division in which it's so tight right now. Nobody's running away with it. So maybe in July we look up and it's like, holy crap, this offense is amongst the worst in baseball. They're now 10 games under 500, and the Mariners have run away with this thing. But today, where we sit at May 22nd, with all due respect to that texter, that's a delusional text.
Yeah, this team has been basically a 500 team with a World Series packed in the middle of it and a great 6 weeks to start the 2023 season. It's been very 500, maybe even below since then. And what that tells me is this is a team that's clutch, but their pitching was so good in 2023 that when you get into the playoffs, that is elevated. Pitching is a lot more important in the postseason than the regular season. So unlike the Cowboys, if you can just get in, I think you got a shot. It is time for the C note, though. I'm trying to get you guys to improve your morale and positivity about these Rangers just a little bit out there on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. I'm seeing a lot of negativity here. Okay, and I think we might have to consider some corporal punishment, Brian. Maybe the beatings will commence until morale improves. Is that the old pirate?
That's a sign.
That's the old pirate saying you see in bars and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think 25 and 26 is great by any stretch of the imagination, but we're in this thing, and you know it.
Maybe they just need a vent. Maybe it's a sound off kind of day.
Oh. You want a 6 o'clock sound off?
Hey, I got bases there. If you feel like you want to vent, get some Rangers frustration off your chest, and you're going to be a good call.
Yeah,
I'm open to opening it up for the phone lines at 6 if you want to just go ahead and give out your Rangers passion.
We'll check. Well, I think you might be onto something here.
Maybe.
And if there is serious baseball headlines that we got to tackle in the next 2.5 hours, we'll get those around the bases at 6 o'clock, and then let's do that. Let's do a 6 o'clock sound off here coming up, give you a chance to vent about what your Rangers are doing. But it is time for the C note here. Cowboys news of the evening every day at this time. Brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win the Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Got some Cowboys audio here for you. 3 cuts, shoddy, why offensive participation is so important. Here's the coach.
First couple of days, what we were doing some, team building things, some culture. We've spoken very openly about trying to create one of the greatest cultures in professional sports. Micah is going to be a leader for us. Micah wants to be a leader for us. He's going to do that. And so I felt like it was really important for him to be here to begin that process. And again, it's a voluntary camp, but the fact that he did that means a lot to me. We've been really spending a lot of time this offseason trying to support one another, not just me and Micah, but going to different events and functions and foundation dinners. Osa's had his, Buddy Johnson, had a football camp. Tyler Smith has a football camp. I think if you look at the turnout that we're getting, it's been really high. And that's because we talk about it and we want to support one another. We're a family. And so when people have something like a foundation dinner event, they have a football camp, if it's important to them, then the objective and the goal should be to have as many of your family members there as possible. And of course, I'm speaking about our teammates.
Love the idea of trying to build the greatest culture in professional sports. I think it can be the biggest difference maker because people are just going to fight harder and play better and work harder when they believe in each other and they've bought into each other and they feel a sense of responsibility. So I love that Shoddy is tackling that. Now, I need to apologize because I need to get some readers. I need to get the reading glasses.
Oh, no.
Or I need to get the late. I read off-season participation as offensive participation. So when I set that cut up,
Hey.
I needed to zoom in about 10 or 20x in order to be able to read that.
We want the offensive participation
Aren't
too.
your texts naturally big though? Didn't you make them bigger?
Yeah, but Wolchuk sent me an image of the Cowboys audio that we had.
Of the cuts and sent it to him.
So he's blaming you for his.
No, I'm blaming myself. I should have magnified
Feels like
that.
he's looking in the mirror right now.
I can take the blame.
I don't know, but he kind of said that Wolchuk sent him something that wasn't up to
That was an
spec.
explanation, not an excuse. Did you feel offended? Did you feel
Not at
thrown
all.
under the bus on that
No
one,
offense
Wolchuk?
taken at all.
I don't know why Brian's trying to stir stuff up
Why
over
you
here.
watchdogging, Brian?
I just was curious because like Dawson immediately said, well, it was Wolchuk that sent me
I
the
did.
not perfect text that I couldn't read because
Not bad.
it wasn't up to snuff.
I
Shouldn't
really
have put your
wanted
name
to-
in there.
No, you're
Yeah.
good. I wanted to try and print it for him, so it would have been bigger. But for whatever reason, I don't think I've got Word on my login on that computer. So I just was like, the quickest thing to fix this.
Got
let's
cans
just
and strings,
just
but
take a
working
picture.
Shoot it on over.
Just take a pick ski.
I look forward to seeing you and your readers, though,
Oh, shoot, man.
in the
I
near
don't.
future.
I don't.
I mean,
you
get
know,
that
that's
taken care
You
of.
might look good.
Handle it.
Phew, no. I don't think there's any.
We got to work this LASIK deal.
I mean, I think turning
Brooks
50
Center.
years old and
Yeah.
getting the readers, that might be a double whammy. It's just
It's a
over.
tough sell for the ladies. That's
You
for sure.
also did LASIK, didn't you?
Yeah, I did LASIK like 20 years ago.
That's what I'm saying. Mine
So- brush
faded.
up.
Mine faded.
I could definitely go for a tune-up because they can put the little insert in there that gives you the reader potential along with the 20/20 from distance. CD Lamb on working with Pickens for years. Here he is at OTAs.
I mean, we started off when I want to say it was his combine prep and everything, and we was out in Atlanta just getting right, grinding. I mean, we were students of the game, still is, but like I was giving him the little things that I learned as far as my first year in the league, and just passed him what I could while I could, and I mean, it's crazy how things come full circle. Having him on the team now is, catching up on everything that we left off.
It is pretty cool how a lot of these guys around the league get together. They have the same, specialized coaches that they can work with in the off season. They're hanging out in different areas of the country where they can kind of get together and kind of iron sharpens iron type of deal.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a good thing to have some of that relationship there with Lamb and Pickens because you want to do everything in your power to avoid the friction that could come if either one of those guys is putting up numbers and the other one's not, especially if the team is losing. That's where I think this could get bad, is if the team is struggling in the wins and losses and then one of these guys is not really getting the targets or the production that he feels like he should be. That's when I think this could be combustible, but it's nice that they have some level of a history.
Okay, and then this might be the most important thing of the offseason. Like, you got 2-1s now, and CD on the benefit of doing that.
We can complement each other. If he's tired, I can guarantee you I'm not. So just being his backbone and being here for him and letting him know that he got some help on the other side for sure. That's a dog and that's willing to win, and I'm going to do everything in my power to do that. As we all know, the show don't stop for sure.
So what happens if it's so good that you want to keep these guys together, you can't let Pickens leave?
Yeah.
It would have to be which player moves on. And I think with this Micah Parsons negotiation dragging out and the fact that they reinvested in the line, Ezra Raku, Sam Williams, Nealon, Micah's going to get done?
I think it's going to get done.
I think Micah's going to get done.
I think the one you need to think about is, could you lose Bland?
Bland
Or can you lose maybe Diggs too?
Diggs for sure.
Happen either way.
Yeah, I think Diggs is just too injured to be worth the money.
I think that's where it's going to come from. To be honest with you.
I really believe if Trayvon hadn't gotten hurt, he'd have been a name that they would have tried to shop this offseason.
So they've reloaded at corner with Ravel. You could let Bland and Diggs go. Say we got Ravel and maybe draft another guy next year.
Yeah, got to keep going.
Yeah, because you have to find that money somewhere. If George Pickens is so good, you're like, holy cow, that was the best Dak we'd ever seen. We actually just had to get him 2 studs, and now he is on another level, and we had a top 5 offense. You wouldn't be able to let that go.
You pay your pass rush, so you got him, and then you got Ezra Raku potentially. And who else is going to show up in that group? There might be Sam Williams, might be. So all of a sudden you're thinking pass rush helps corners, so maybe you could get by if you have to. I know
maybe Marshawn Nealon takes another step with his pass rush.
I think him and Turner are kind of the same guy. And I say this in a way of run defenders.
Yeah, setting the edge, which, gosh, it's been a desperate need.
Yeah. left ends more than right ends. How about that?
I feel you.
Pickens did have a great quote this week. He was asked about the narrative that he'd been a locker room issue. He says he's actually a chill guy. There's a big phase of a tornado that's not even true. I don't know what he meant by that. Maybe the middle of the tornado. Like he's calm in the middle of a tornado and everything's spinning around him. Is that what he meant by that?
They call that the eye, right?
The storm. He says, I'm a chill guy and I just love to work. It's definitely a great honeymoon phase. I know the people in Pittsburgh are like, we've never seen George Pickens this happy. Like, if I guess maybe we just had to get him a better quarterback or
change of scenery. The energy.
Change of scenery, the energy. Yes, he talked about the energy as well.
Everyone's talking about the energy. The energy, like Jaden Blue just had a hit with Kay Adams. He's talking about the energy. Kyrie Elam's talking about the energy. Shoddy's all about the positivity and the energy. All the beat writers, they go to practice. What's the big difference? Most energetic practice we've been to, more so than anything under Mike McCarthy. So the energy, hey, maybe you're right. Maybe you learned a little something from Pete Carroll. But what's Pete Carroll's calling card? The energy.
The energy.
And the chewing gum.
And the gum.
Go out here and have fun. Let's be enthusiastic about the kind of work that we're doing. I hope this works with Schottenheimer because it could be a lot of fun. Nick Harris Star Telegram has a piece up about Pickens drawing rave reviews early on in Dallas and tells the story of Jerry Jones personally calling Dak to give him the good news that they were trading for Pickens. Apparently, Dak had one of those weekend days where you put your phone down for a while and he missed like 6 calls from Jer. And Jer left him a voicemail saying, hey, I got good news for you. I want you to give me a call. So he did, and he's ecstatic. He's over the moon about it.
You're still the highest paid quarterback in the league by a long shot.
yeah. I'm trying to get you some help here. I mean,
they keep lining up behind you. Don't worry about it. You're going to be the number one guy for years to come.
Todd Archer worked the angle from this perspective, posting CeeDee Lamb worked out on his own, awaiting a contract a year ago. What's different now that he's back? Quote, the last time I had OTAs in training camp was 2023. Archer writes, what he didn't say is he set team records in catches with 135 yards, 1749, and scored 14 touchdowns in that year. I mean, I think last year your offense was ineffective and, inefficient, was, incompetent in some ways.
It's truly disgusting.
But did CeeDee Lamb have an impact on that by not being there? If you guys had to measure that or guesstimate how much of an impact that had on causing that train wreck.
There's a lot of disconnect with him and Dak.
Yeah, it was palpable. It was obvious. And it's weird to think that just one training camp or OTA would throw that off when that's a quarterback and wide receiver duo that was off their best season the year before, and they'd been working together for years. But you can't help but think that had something to do with it. But everything was just a tick off. I mean, Dak was just bad in general. The offense was super conservative in general. They were playing scared with their offensive line the entire way. And so the whole thing was just sort of a note off. And I'm sure the Lamb absence contributed to it. But everything was just bad last year.
It was brutal, and I hope George Pickens can fix it. I hope this culture, this enthusiasm, and a good running game can set this thing up for success because it is time, after a couple. But I think they might be, guys, if I had to pick it, I would say 2026 is going to be their year. When you look at their opponents, how the schedule sets up, I think it's 2 of the worst divisions in the NFL in 2026.
Oh, really? You get the Souths?
I think you get the AFC South and the NFC West.
I'm going to get into this at 3-4.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, because this is a bad year to be playing who you're playing.
Okay, so that's my assumption. That you might have just too much stacked up with Overshown and Diggs and youth, but you give this thing one more year and a better schedule break, and I think we might be riding in 2026. Okay, let's step aside then, Brian, and get to that. Krusty's Corner coming up next. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, is this a bad year to be playing the schedule you're playing? We'll talk about that next.
I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel, oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady. Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in that all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023, 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. GBAG Nation 105.3 The Fan. Time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Brian.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. And thank you very much to Reliant as well. Nice job last night, Wolchuk, by the way.
Dawson almost lost his last.
I know.
Handing that ball over to you, bro.
I just wanted to power through, but what happened?
Quarterback got sacked, fam.
I got a burp. Right.
Was it a burp?
Didn't we make the determination we're allowed to burp on the mic?
Yeah, burping is amazing.
Was that with like Lucius did that the other day? Right?
Yeah.
Was it like we were going to
credit to him for being, the pioneer on this.
Fearless leader.
Yeah.
Jumped on out.
Somebody had to step up.
Well, then
accidental hero, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But then we had like Ted Emmerich, who we all kind of admire, like won't eat any food or anything like that on air because he doesn't want to burp.
Well, that's
what is that? What
professional
kind of
polish.
broadcasters does that make us? Then are we somewhat professional? Or
No. I think we're certainly far below that.
It's been fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
So?
I heard Ted Emmerich down the line, too, by the way, as a producer.
Yeah.
Yep. We're okay, man. We're all right, bro.
We're back.
All right, man. That's good to know. That is absolutely good to know. I'm like, I guess so. But anyway, all right. This is, by the way, I'm excited about this, but Tim Collins coming in and telling that get to go to camp a day early.
I knew you were just
Oh,
going to
yeah.
be super torqued about
Get
that.
this thing going, baby. It's football time.
I'm so excited about this.
Thanks to playing the NFL opener on Thursday night versus the Eagles, Cowboys training camp pushed a day early.
I can't wait to have the great guest that is Brian brought us back on our show for the week.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, that
I know.
was killer.
The great guest. I do my best.
You're a phenomenal guest.
So thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Is this a bad year to be playing the schedule you're playing? We kind of went through it, right? But Pro Football Focus went a little further. They took it a step further. They went through and said this was a story that they ranked the NFL divisions by strength heading into 2025. And so I was going through it and I'm thinking,
Oh, no.
are they already telling me something that I already know? And they said this is how they opened it up. They said, now that the dust is settled, it's time to recess the landscape. And here's how all 8 NFL divisions stack up, ranked by the overall strength of teams within them.
Uh-oh. I don't like where this is going, Brian.
Now, would anybody like to take a guess just off the jump
The West.
who Pro
AFC
Football Focus had as their number 1 division?
Yeah, I'd go AFC West.
I'd say NFC North.
Wow. NFC East.
Be the North.
King of the North.
King of the North. NFC North is their number 1 ranked division.
So they're buying in on the Bears then.
Buying in on the Bears.
Yeah.
I guess like there's 2 teams there. It's like Raiders and Bears in both those divisions.
They're gonna say
kind of
this.
like in or out on those two.
Yeah.
They're talking about the cumulative over-under win total for the division of 37.
Wow.
Is what they're saying. Wow. The Lions, Vikings, and Packers all finished the 2024 season ranked inside the top 10 of the PFF power rankings. Bears were the only team in the NFC North to fall outside that range, landing at 24. However, with significant upgrades to their interior offensive line, which posted just a 70.1 blocking grade, and sweeping changes to the coaching staff, Chicago is a legitimate dark horse to contend for a wild card spot.
There you go.
Coaching transitions in Detroit and quarterback change in Minnesota add to some uncertainty, but top to bottom, this division is loaded with competitive rosters.
They sure are.
And apparently the Lions have been helped by the schedule makers when it comes to just like the rest advantages.
Yeah.
They have a bunch of games where they have at least an extra day, if not up to 3 extra days of rest on their opponent. I mean, littered throughout their schedule. So that's one of the things to keep in mind about the Lions, who I think we all thought might have a little bit of slippage with all the shakeup, especially on the coaching staff.
Mm-hmm.
But from a scheduling standpoint, they're going to have a day or 2 or 3 rest advantage in like over half their schedule.
Hey, my bold prediction on BetMGM last Sunday was the Lions before the season. They end up going all in and they make the trade for Trey Hendrickson from Cincy. You go Hendrickson and Aiden Hutchinson.
From one big cat to another.
Brad Holmes is super aggressive as a GM. They didn't really
question.
address that in the draft.
No question.
And if he's not going to play, Cincinnati might as well trade him.
Might as well. Maybe I could take a guess at what's number 2.
I'll stick with the AFC West.
Yeah.
Go with the West.
Surefire.
Me too.
West. It is the West.
Let's go.
Chiefs, Chargers, Raiders, Broncos. It's the cumulative over-under win total of 37. So we had 37 from the North, 37 from the West. Chiefs are still the Chiefs, winners of 9 straight AFC West titles and fresh off their 3rd consecutive conference championship. They remained the team to beat, finishing last season ranked 2nd in the PFF power rankings. But they say the gap is closing. The Broncos, who rank 4th in team defensive grade and 2nd in EPA allowed per play in 2024, made notable additions with Dre Greenlaw, Hufanga, and Jahdae Barron. If Bo Nix takes a step forward in his second season, Denver could quickly become one of the league's toughest opponents. We talked about this, right, guys? Didn't we immediately? I know I marked an L for Dallas going to Denver. I just put an L.
Yeah. Their defense is nasty, and their offense is coming around. And they've had Kansas City's number. You know, if you need that as well. So I would not be surprised if we have some shakeup in that division for the first time in a long time.
I love the runner they got, RJ Harvey.
The Chiefs didn't lose a lot of great players. It's not like they're due. They should be improving by getting healthy.
I think they got the best offensive lineman in the draft. It was Simmons.
Which is a huge need for them.
Yeah. I mean, you can say what you want, but that guy he's when it's all said and done, we're going to talk about him as one of the better rookie players of the year. They also finished it up by saying, meanwhile, Jim Harbaugh's Chargers coming off a wild card berth and are built to contend for double-digit wins in 2025. Even the worst team in the division, now led by Pete Carroll with Geno Smith at quarterback, is far from an easy out. There's no soft landing in the AFC West anymore. All right. Would you like to guess who they have as number 3?
Oh, this is where it gets a little tough.
Yeah. I mean,
this could be the NFC East.
Certainly could be.
Because the NFC West is down. It's not the NFC South. The AFC North has 2 really good teams, I would think.
If they're thinking Rodgers with the Steelers, maybe that gives them the Steelers bump there to give it 3 out of 4 somewhat respectable teams. I don't know.
I mean, the Giants are title game here.
Yeah.
How good's Washington going to be? If Washington is good, it's got to be the East.
Yeah, give me the East. Yeah, I'll go with the NFC East.
It's NFC West.
What?
Really?
Rams, Cardinals, Seahawks, 49ers. Win total over under 37. It's the same as the other 2.
The Cardinals could be sneaky.
It's the Cardinals.
Yeah, they could be sneaky good. Who knows?
And they're saying the Rams remain a tough out. 4th would be the AFC North.
Really, over the NFC East?
Yeah, that'd be the Ravens, Bengals, Steelers, and Browns. Now we get to the 5th best division in football this year, according to PFF. That'd be the NFC East. It's, of course, the Eagles, the Commanders, the Cowboys, the Giants. They're saying the win total for the division is 34.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. I wouldn't be surprised if the Giants are pretty good, though.
Yeah.
They're probably going to have their best quarterback play they've had in a long time.
That defensive front is really good.
Yeah, they got some players there. The receiver, didn't they add another weapon? They got stuff there for Wilson and Winston.
Scattaboo's ready to run through some faces.
Oh, Scat.
Scattaboo.
We'll get to that at 5 o'clock, his run through faces.
The NFC East sent both representatives to the NFC Championship game last January, but those 2 teams, the Eagles and the Commanders, are carrying most of the weight of the division as a whole.
Wow.
That's what they're saying.
Shots fired.
Philadelphia lost key talent.
Doing a hell of a job.
Yeah, but reloaded effectively enough to remain one of the favorites to return to the Super Bowl in 2025. Washington, meanwhile, struck gold with Jaden Daniels. He's their rookie of the year. That's the PFF.
Compare it to the North for me. Yes, you have the Ravens. Who else is good? The Bengals, the Steelers. In the NFC East, the Eagles are the defending champs. For the record, the best team in the NFC whooped the Chiefs, and Washington's a team on the rise.
Yeah.
Plus the Cowboys, who had 3 consecutive 12-win seasons and still have a pretty dang good roster on paper.
On the Cowboys, probably should have defeated the Bengals with Cooper Rush again if it weren't for a special teams blunder.
Yeah, maybe like the Browns and Steelers more, but I don't think it's an easy choice.
They're saying this about the Cowboys. The Cowboys were derailed by injuries at quarterback last season, and while the arrival of Brian Schottenheimer as head coach brings some uncertainty, they still have the talent to be competitive, especially if the run defense, which graded out a league worst 49.3 in 2024, can bounce back.
Wow, it was the worst?
It's bad.
Yeah, well, according to Pro Football Focus, it was at a 49.3. Right. They're saying this about the Giants, though. For the Giants, their quarterback situation, Dawson, you kind of talked about this, remains unresolved with 3 players currently in contention for the starting role. God, I always mess that word up. The offensive line hasn't seen meaningful improvement, which raises concern regardless of who starts under center. However, the additions of Paulson Adebo, Adebo, and Javon Holland should help bolster secondary that ranked 26th in coverage last season. So, would you guys like to guess who the last?
Oh, the NFC South.
AFC South?
I mean, yeah, those are the two bottom feeders.
Yeah, it's probably the AFC South.
It's the AFC South. They're talking about their win total of only being over 30 is what they're talking about.
I can't believe the Titans are still making it a quarterback competition right now.
So
with
ridiculous.
Cam Ward and Will Levis, they're splitting reps there in
They're just going with
OTAs.
hey, just earn it.
That's
Dude,
hilarious.
He was the number
dude.
one pick for a reason. You know that's your guy. Just lean into it.
I think you're right, Dawson. I think this is just maybe next year's the year to do this. I think now you're kind of in a. I know when I saw the schedule or who you were going to play, okay, it's AFC and I saw that. I went, okay, this is not going to be fun.
I'm going to go into the season and think, man, if they beat the Eagles and if they beat the Packers like week 4 or 5, I'm up for being like, go Cowboys. I think the conference has to come back to you. Detroit's got to get hurt again. Philly can't be as good. Washington can't be as good. Maybe sophomore slump. And I'm willing, like if you're 6 weeks in at 5-1, you can stop the defense. You're running the ball. Dak's protected. I'm willing to reconsider. But right now, going into this year, I think the best thing is it's the other way. You're 2-4 6 weeks in. The schedule's about to get tougher, and you're heading for a top 5 or top 10 pick, and then you come flying back in 2026.
I think this is great news. You've got two divisions that are just going to beat the crap out of each other, and they're just going to be wounded by the time you're playing them. This is awesome. They got to play all those awesome teams twice a year.
Everybody else in your division's got to play these teams too.
Yeah, perfect.
So, and plus
those teams are going to be hurting.
Yeah,
this is great news.
Stay healthy. You stay healthy second half. Sure. It's possible. It is the NFL. Chuck Wagon's coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking it?
All right. An actor has quit the Madden movie, the Hall of Excellence, and is this currency on the verge of extinction? But let's talk.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour 3 of the Nation. We're going all the way till 7 o'clock tonight. And then you get Fan After Dark. Fred and Blake will be cooking 7 to 11. Do not miss that. Could this Cowboys future Hall of Famer have a kid who might actually be able to fit his future gold jacket coat? Okay, we'll talk about that coming up at 4:20. Here's we'll check with the Chuck Wagon.
Bad news for the Madden film, directed by David O. Russell.
How could there be bad news? Everything I see is just perfect thespians taking ownership over their role and their character.
No doubt.
I mean, did you see the breasts on Nicolas Cage as John Madden?
Incredible moves.
That's really getting into
I'm like,
character.
is that a fat suit or is that like those
6
are
months of pancakes?
very impressive?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mama did not say take away them flapjacks. He ate all them flapjacks.
And I don't think of Cage as a dumpy, frumpy guy.
Not at all.
No.
He's usually lean.
Very lean.
So if he put on that weight to become a real more John Madden, that's great. But I think it's a fat suit.
Yeah, I'd probably lean fat suit there as well, just how wide he looks. But hey, I thought
You don't
that
think his body's capable of something like that?
his body's certainly capable, but not to that extent. And Christian Bale, I thought, looked tremendous as well as Al Davis. And Christian Bale, he is one that really can get into character. We've seen that.
He crash dieted for one, didn't he?
The fighter.
Yeah. He will lose or gain the weight.
And he won an Academy Award for The Fighter, which was also directed by David O. Russell. He also directed Silver Linings Playbook, which is a really good film, American Hustle, I Heart Huckabees. But
good for you.
Yep. Well, this wasn't a good look for this director. According to reports, during an impromptu monologue, Russell allegedly used the N-word, prompting the actor and some crew members to walk off set. Studio sources told TMZ that it was the unnamed actor who initially suggested including the slur in the scene, which was ultimately not used.
Let me hear it with the hard R.
The final cut. So they've left. This was a pretty shocking turn to the film, and now there's a lot of allegations being made towards the director. Not good, because everything was building very positively, and now you've got this. Not a good look that you want in the news for our Madden film.
Apparently, there's a nude scene that is bringing some chaos as well. Some full frontal nudity.
Is it Nicolas Cage?
It's a locker room. It feels like they were trying to paint the big tuna Brian Broaddus picture in the locker room there.
Yeah, the same actor made it clear
Broaddus calls
he
him the
did
big
not want to
fupa.
be in the nude scene, a locker room setting, which allegedly pissed off David, and his reaction was unprofessional. So the actor's going on a tirade, not a tirade.
Yeah. I'm
He's
noticing
rating.
this new trend where it's like, hey, freedom of speech, it's a word. I'm just, saying something to ask a question. I don't have any bad intent behind it. I just think, just don't say it ever,
Yeah, don't say it.
That's it. That's easier. But I think people feel like, well, you can't control me. I got my freedom of speech. I'm going to be my own man and say what I want to say. And it's like, okay, I guess you can say it if you want to, but it's going to cause a lot of problems.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why do you want to say it so bad?
Now, we still don't know the name of the actor. Maybe that will come out at some point, but I don't know if that person will be returning to the project or not. Currently, they've stormed off.
Hey, as long as we got Cage and Bale, we're going to be all right.
They look like they're staying strong. Now, broadcaster Jim Gray and Tom Brady, they are putting together a display called the Hall of Excellence, historic items that will be displayed in this. Of course, Tom Brady will have some stuff as well. But the stories behind these iconic moments in sports and entertainment shouldn't just live in storage or behind closed doors, Brady told The Athletic. They should be experienced. For me, this wasn't just about showcasing trophies or jerseys. It was about capturing the feeling of what it takes to achieve greatness. How pumped are we for a possible Hall of Excellence, Tom Brady style, with his buddy Jim Gray? Hey, Tom.
I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10, about a 2, I guess. If it's on, if it's on, I'm like, cool, I'm listening to the Brady thing, but I'm not going to find it.
No, I'm not going to go to this Hall of Excellence either. But I'm sure Patriot fans, Bucks fans, maybe, fire them cannons. They'll be pumped. Gene will be there. Gene Deckeroff will be there. I hope he's there and is the PA announcer for whenever they open this thing. Fire them! Fire them cannons!
Absolutely. He should be the voice of the HOE.
It does feel a little bit weird with them coming in with the Brady thing. But maybe the Patriots don't want to do it, because it's so tainted.
Collect others. Like, it won't just be Brady's Hall of Excellence. Maybe he can dabble with some Tiger Woods, some Michael Jordan.
You have other greats that spent 10-plus years in your organization.
Yeah. Yeah, we go get Richard Seymour. Some other great Patriots that you played with. Maybe
Seymour
some nice
Wiener?
Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Seymour Wiener, it would be a great one to have. Shout out to R.S. Diamond Broker.
Salute to Tolbert Garage.
Absolutely.
He's in the building.
Yeah,
Planting
Colby's
the
up
flag
here.
right here.
Our guy Scott.
Colby?
Crack him if you got him, boys.
Bill Walton's estate auction. This is one you might be interested in here, Gavin.
Oh, I'm interested in this.
Yeah, you could go ahead and dabble in Bill Walton's estate auction. He's got tie-dye shirts that he wore to Grateful Dead shows and a giant teepee that Bill Walton had in his backyard. And if teepees could talk, the stories they'd tell about what went down inside of it during Bill Walton's tenure in the backyard.
Can you imagine the ayahuasca trips he'd been on in that thing?
Lord.
Seriously,
the DMT.
I'd like to think there's still vomit and stuff just dried up on the walls of that TP in there.
Yeah. You got that cactus growing back there that they take.
From what I understand, that was one of the things that he was most proud of when he had other celebs and high established people over at his place. He was like, let's go in the TP and let's show you a good time in there.
Mike's probably got a lot of Grateful Dead stuff. It's probably a treasure trove for Dead fans.
Now, wholesome ayahuasca stuff, though. Not just not debauchery.
No, not
just
debauchery.
Good old fashioned medicine.
Of course. June 12th is when this auction is going to officially start if you want to crack some bids. Now, I've got some college football news. Yep, perk yourself up there, Carter. Oh, man, apparently Texas and Ohio State have been kind of fighting with each other over the start time of their game. Ohio State, we know, does not want this thing being on Big Noon Kickoff. I've talked about that. They want to move this thing. And according to insiders for both schools, the Longhorns have declined the Buckeyes' request to move the August 30th season opener to a later date during Labor Day weekend, or perhaps a primetime kick to ramp up the intrigue. And if you're Texas, I guess this makes sense. I don't want you to get this game at primetime if that's what you want. I'd rather play it earlier. We're coming into your house. We're coming into the shoe. We're going to plant the flag Baker Mayfield style. And Ohio State say, no. We want to have this thing in primetime. I like the back and forth. I like the gamesmanship. What's going to happen? Fox will win out on this, and it will be Big Noon Kickoff August 30th. That will be the season opener.
Yeah, dude. It's already the schedule's the schedule. And isn't Ohio State the same team that has their biggest rival versus Michigan always at 11 a.m.?
Yes. And they only want the Michigan game at home at 11. Every other game they would prefer to have afternoon or prime time.
Sounds like they're bitching to be bitching to me, Broadus.
Don't be bitching to be bitching, Ohio State.
Sounds like a tough negotiation. I'm just glad the Jones boys aren't involved because they would just let the other side win. No, go ahead, Jeffrey Lurie.
Oh, you guys want to
pay people to keep the tush push.
No, it's
go ahead. You want to move the date? Let's move the date.
Yeah.
Funny how, Ohio State will take that money from Fox, though. Then they know that there's a possibility that they're going to probably have to be on a lot of noon games.
Yes.
They signed that contract.
Damn right.
They know that's the whole idea. Big noon kickoff,
But Ohio State wants to have their cake and eat it too. They're okay if they got to go to Penn State.
Yeah, they
just want their home games not at noon. Well, you can't have that.
You got to get that in your contracts.
No,
I understand. You want an environment. You want the best TV spot. I get all that, and I wouldn't be opposed to it if you wanted to say, listen, you want to get in those primetime late spots, be the better teams. I think that's what it should go to. The Bamas, the Ohio States, the Texas, Oklahomas. You get the pick of what you want. We're going to put the other teams on at 11 a.m. and 11 p.m.
Now, is Lincoln Riley playing scared here, or is he coaching smart? We've got the future of the USC-Notre Dame rivalry. It is in limbo. The two sides have a difference of opinion on the historic series. One wants to lock it down. The other's hesitant. The other, not a surprise, it's Lincoln Riley and it's USC. They've played nearly 100 times dating back to the 1920s. Bryant was there for the first game. You know this rivalry better than anybody. Now, here's Notre Dame. They said, quote, "We want the rivalry to continue. It's a special game to our fans and our institution. We will continue to work with Notre Dame on scheduling future games." Lincoln Riley, quote, "I would love to continue the series. I know it means a lot."
It does.
Now, if you get into a position where you've got to make a decision on what's best for SC to help us win a national championship versus keeping the rivalry, shoot. And you got to look at that. There's been a lot of other teams to sacrifice rivalry games as we get into this playoff structure. And if it changes or not, we're in this new conference. We're going to learn about this as we go on the right and best track to winning a natty. That's going to involve. So he's thinking, if I can maybe keep Notre Dame off my schedule, does that maybe give USC a better chance to make it to a national championship game instead of possibly getting a loss there?
Yeah.
Well, they got bigger problems to worry about. I mean, get your quarterback situation figured out, Lincoln Riley.
That game was always meant to give the Irish, it goes all the way back to Newt Rockne and them, and it was always meant to give the Notre Dame fans on the West Coast a chance to see the team play, but also allow the team to go and play games in California to get out of the harsh South Bend weather and stuff. It was always, that's what this, both sides were kind of like, Notre Dame was looking at it as like, okay, yeah, we'll go play it, but we get to go play in California every other year. And they kind of look at that and they look at it as recruiting back. So that's what this game was really all about. It was about something that Rockne said, yeah, we'll get on the train and we'll go west and people will get to see Notre Dame football out there. But now you have to think about these things.
Yeah, naturally people are alleging Lincoln Riley's coaching scared. He's a coward. He's dodging Notre Dame because he did this before with Oklahoma. He didn't want OU to go to the SEC. Yeah. And once they finalized it, he jumped ship, went ahead and went to USC. And there were a lot of OU fans that then were like, he didn't want to play against the competition that was the SEC, and that's why he left to go to an easier conference.
You know what's amazing about Notre Dame football now is that I never felt like that they would adapt to NIL money, and they have.
Sure.
They
just in a national championship game.
They've figured out that, it's about the academics and all that, and the Catholic
They do love
Church.
to win.
Marcus Freeman has done a hell of a job.
But they are willing to spend money to go get football players.
Could you imagine?
Which I didn't think they would do. Stanford's the one that's not going to spend money for football players. Those schools, some of these prestigious schools that academics and stuff, they're not going to spend the money. But Notre Dame, man, they're going to spend money to go get players.
Well, you stick with USC and that Notre Dame rivalry. Bijan Robinson recently was interviewed, and he said, look, I'd have gone to USC. I'd have not gone to Texas. All I wanted, and this was on Kevin Hart's Cold as Balls episode.
Oh, yeah, with the cold plunge.
He said, I had Ohio State and then USC. Reggie Bush was my favorite player. I was like, if I can wear number 5 and bring it out of retirement because of Reggie Bush, I'll come to USC. Trojan said, no shot. We're not taking it out of retirement. He says, good, all right, I'll go play for the Horns.
Too much respect for Reggie.
I'll go to Texas. Gosh.
I respect it on both sides, both the program and the player.
Yeah.
Men of principles.
When's the last time you guys used a penny?
Oh, wow. I would say probably at some point in the last 5 years to make change.
Maybe the last time I played golf as a ball marker.
That's a good one.
Maybe the last time.
When's the last time you played golf?
Been a long time.
10
Seriously.
years?
Ooh.
15 years?
No, I would say probably been about 6-7 years.
Yeah, like if you're trying to make exact change, maybe if you've got something around, or like I'll keep the coins and you go to like the Coinstar or whatever it is, you dump them in there and try and get cash for it.
I generally view them as a nuisance.
I don't ever remember, like usually, sometimes there's places you go when you pay in cash, and if you need the penny, they have them sitting there for you, and you could grab it and use it as part of your change. I can't tell you the last time I paid for something in cash.
Well, it looks like the pennies might become obsolete.
Yeah.
We might have the extinction of the pennies. According to the Wall Street Journal, the U.S. Mint has announced it has no plans to order any more of the blanks that are used to make pennies after they stamp out the most recent supply, and will subsequently cease production as part of a cost-cutting measure. Officials estimate will then save $56 million a year. So bye-bye to the pennies. Maybe hold on to the ones you have now because they could become a collectible item down the road.
We're spending $56 million a year to make 1 cent.
According to the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, we don't need them. Shoot, I think you could probably call it at quarters right now.
Yeah, we don't need the dimes and the nickels.
Just rotate them.
I mean, really, you're right. Change has become pretty damn obsolete.
Yeah.
With everyone just using their phones to pay with Apple Pay or Google Pay, the cards.
If
the
I
crypto.
have change, I'm automatically putting it into that charity cup. You check out or whatever. There's
Oh,
like
the little tip jar or whatever.
Yeah, like,
because it's just going to be clutter. It's going to be cluttered in your
I don't want
car,
it. I don't want it in my pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear you. You know, maybe
Put it in the big 5 gallon, the 5 gallon of water things.
Yeah,
that's what we do in our crib.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
It takes a while, but in about 2 years, they kind of fill up.
How do you carry that thing out?
What a smile on my face. Like, that's probably 300 in here, fam. I'm telling you right
No,
now.
I'm serious though. Do you just like horse that thing out of there? I mean, that
Yeah, it's
just
pretty
take
heavy.
the
No.
handle, and you're like, I could see me doing something, trying. Oh, look, I filled it up, and then
There goes a shoulder
There's my
rotator
left
cuff.
shoulder now is gone.
Yeah. Well, you know, Lucius is still a younger man, and he'd probably
a better
handle,
man
handle
than
that
me,
thing
for
pretty
sure.
good. But yeah, I had one in the 90s when we were still doing a lot of stuff with cash. I had one that got up to there like $200 or $300, and it's amazing.
Did you ever roll your own change?
Yeah, I did that in the 80s. You take it up to the bank.
Well, you put it in the paper.
You change it out. Yeah,
You put it in the paper, and then you stack it all up.
Yeah.
You did that, huh?
Yeah, not only did we do that, but we got this little scale, so we didn't have to count them. We would just get
so the scale doubled for you there.
the right amount of weight on the scale would be the right amount of dimes or pennies or whatever you were working with.
So the scale had two uses.
Well,
for you.
yeah, the scale later on came in quite handy there once we
Was
got
it a
the
triple beam scale? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Don't bring me no more change, fam.
I think it was technically a kitchen scale for like measuring portions and stuff.
Yeah.
We got to run though. Getting hot in here. Okay, we have a really great Cowboys story, but also grades for Game 1 West Finals. How do the Stars do? Who are the 3 biggest stars of the night? And we're back with those stories here. It's the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Welcome back, Nation. Future Hall of Fame Cowboy has a kid who is getting all the offers from the big schools. We'll talk about him. Could he possibly fill Dad's shoes? Obviously, you don't want to put pressure on him, but it is pretty amazing how good this kid is. Okay, and we'll get some Stars content in here for you as well. We're still celebrating the Game 1 victory. What an incredible third period again. These guys just have such a knack for pulling it out. They've been doing it since 2020. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, and that bubble run, I think it was Kiwi Ranta who had some things. They were doing crazy stuff in the final 2 minutes of periods to, force overtime or get a win. And this thing is exciting. So how do the grades go? Greg Wyshynski weighed in, our Puck Daddy, ESPN.com, who's been awesome in joining us throughout the season. And he gives Edmonton a C+ playing the 2 good periods, but giving up 3 power play goals in less than 6 minutes to sit in a 1-goal deficit they never came back from. Oilers could have recovered on special teams themselves, but didn't convert with their own third period tries, finished 1 for 3 on 5-on-4. Edmonton's bench was rightly deflated even before Sagan scored the dagger late in the final period. It was a tale of 2 teams for the Oilers, and the worst of the 2 prevailed. What kind of a grade would you guys give to the Stars for last night?
Oh, man, probably, I'd say a solid B+ with the way they were able to bounce back, the resiliency they showed. The first 2 periods were a stinker, but 5 unanswered goals in the third, and again, it's historic what they just did, being able to come back and rally to win from 2 goals down. That was unbelievable, and I do think there was something to. There's vastly different styles between the series you just finished with Winnipeg and Edmonton. Edmonton's more so similar to Colorado. So maybe there was a little bit of a game of adjustment there. And in the third period, man, they found their game.
I love this stat they were talking about with DeBoer as the Stars became the first team with 3 power play goals in the third period of a single playoff game since the Sharks did it in 2019 under DeBoer. Wow. It's happened 3 times. Both were with DeBoer with the Sharks and then one with the Stars. Is this, maybe it's already known in hockey. I'm sorry, maybe my naivete is showing, but it seems like this is a Jimmy Johnson, Phil Jackson elite coach that we have and a guy you want to hang on to for the rest of his career.
No, I don't think it is known. I think that he's very well respected. Sean McDonough, who was on yesterday with the morning show, and he's actually going to jump back on with us tomorrow at 4 p.m., who's the voice of the Western Conference Finals for ESPN. He was talking about the comparison to Paul Maurice in Florida, which I can see. Paul Maurice was a really, really good coach. He's been doing this for 3 decades, but he wasn't considered an elite coach because he hadn't won the Stanley Cup. He finally gets that, and that changes your resume. Greg Wyshynski had the note of, look, Pete DeBoer's made 6 out of the last 7 conference finals. He's been fired twice. And I was also there where if the Stars had lost in the first round to Colorado, I think there would have been a conversation of, do you need to move on from Pete DeBoer here? Yeah. So he's a guy that has been able to get teams so far, and then they kind of have stalled. If he's able to finally win, then yes, I think that he is finally put into that category, which he probably deserves to be as an elite coach.
817 pointing out that we're going to get to the rest of these grades. By the way, you are right. Greg Wyshynski gave the Stars a B+. He said the power play gets an A+. The rest of the Stars game got a C+. Yeah. So he averaged those 2 out. But the 817 says, after the second period, I lost hope. I started watching the Survivor finale, checked Google for an update midway through the third, and realized I had to quickly change back. I know Wolchuk didn't do that because he was at the game. Did anybody else maybe flip over to Pacers Knicks for a while, and then you look at your phone and maybe you get that alert and you're like, wait a minute, what's going on here?
No, I didn't. I was
those intermissions. I was flipping.
I'll tell you, the intermissions you flip, but the fact that Dallas was on the power play to start the third,
yeah, you knew.
I had to stay with
fresh sheet of ice.
I had to stay with it, and I'm like, okay, they're going to figure something out here. If I could give a grade, I think this team was like a B-. Really, if you look at how they were not very good the first 40.
Sloppy.
They just were
turnovers.
Not good. And if it wasn't for, I think, Edmonton mistakes, just carelessness with their sticks, I think Dallas loses that game last night.
For sure.
Yeah, I just don't all of a sudden you it's so self-inflicted what Edmonton did to themselves. They're not good on the kills. And what did they keep doing? They kept giving Dallas this opportunity, and Dallas is one of the best teams. We're one of the better teams in the playoffs when it came to power plays. You just completely gave them the game by going to the box.
Yeah.
The Stars Edmonton couldn't do, and that was kill a massive penalty at the end of the second period.
Mm-hmm.
No question.
So the Stars put themselves in a bad spot as well. I mean, Edmonton did score one power play goal,
right?
But then they were able to kill some as well.
You do have to be able to execute, and I don't think it's a coincidence. Like, I think DeBoer might just be the GOAT at teaching power play.
Yeah.
Like what they did and what they've done so far. Now they've given themselves a 68% chance by historical precedent to win this series. That's what the game one winner has done.
Well, I thought that thing was over 70.
It might have dropped because the Stars have won so many recently after losing.
I got you.
Yeah, that's true.
They say not every game's going to have the undisciplined play the Oilers displayed in the third, so you cannot count on that. The stars of the game, Sagan, Heiskanen, who Wooly said is fully back after getting to see him play in person, and then the power play goals. Your player to watch for Game 2, Wyatt Johnston, who was waking up, showing some signs last night. And the big questions for Game 2, can the Oilers clean up their act, the discipline, the laziness? I don't expect them to have a problem like that. And then, is it time to update our thoughts on the Finns, the Finnish Mafia, as they're called? Obviously Heiskanen getting it done, but Rantanen, Hintz slowing down a little bit. What do you say there? What's your updated take on our Finns, Wolchuk?
I think Rantanen certainly helped quite a bit. I mean, I think that some of his influence was not on the stat sheet. And honestly, this was exactly the type of game that we've been wanting, because you've had to rely too much on Hintz and Rantanen, and then Granlund with the 3 goals that obviously he had during that Winnipeg series. We were waiting for Sagan and Duchesne and these guys to step up and the depth to perform. So, no, I still think those guys are going to have their fingerprints all over the series. For Game 1, though, this was exactly what you needed as a Stars fan. We've talked about how deep they are. Are they the deepest team left in the Stanley Cup playoffs? You hadn't gotten the production from the depth. You did last night, and thank goodness for it.
I think Granlund's been one of your best players.
Absolutely.
Yeah, when you start to talk about with him and the puck, there seems to be that energy with him.
Yeah.
There's going to be plays behind the line. There's going to be plays. There's going to be poor angle shots.
He does a good job of keeping pucks in the zone.
Yeah, the puck is going to stay, and sometimes he comes up and pinches. His ability to play in the corner for a guy, and then to show enough power to hold somebody in place, but then also to move it around. He's been outstanding. You talk about just consistency he's kind of been like, if I could use a football comparison for the Cowboys, kind of like a Jordan Lewis. Like a guy that, when things aren't going great, he's the one guy
consistency
that seems to be playing better than everybody else until we figure it out.
All righty, GBAG Nation 105 through the Fan. Game 2 tomorrow night. I had this Cowboy story for you. I guess this has been happening over the last couple of days. I checked the social media, but Jason Witten's kid got an offer to play at Georgia, so I went to the social media, and it's Cooper Witten. He graduates in 2027, so he was just finishing his sophomore year. 5-star linebacker, and in his social media is just like a long line of him saying, I'm blessed to get an offer from Georgia, Bama, Texas. And he's got Ohio State, Nebraska. Obviously, Tennessee has to be a factor as well.
I think this is the kid that when Bennett was Bennett was 9 years old or something like that. We were playing football, and this is the kid that was 5 years old or 6 years old.
And he was playing with him?
And maybe he's younger, a lot younger. And yeah, they were playing together, and the kid, and Jason had him breaking down, and he's the kid that said 1, 2, 3 integrity.
Wow.
I think this is the kid that was the one that said that.
Well, I mean, at 16 years old now, he's 6'2" and 215.
Yeah. So
he ran a 10.9 in the 100.
Yeah, Bennett's 5 years older than him, right?
Okay.
Wow, bro. 10.9 in the 100.
Yeah, and they say that projects to 10.5 by his senior year, which would give him DB speed with linebacker size. Yeah. So
he's probably going to be like his dad. He's probably going to be in that. His dad was like 260. That 260 range, and then came down. I would say this kid's probably going to be somewhere between 245, 255 as a linebacker.
So he's going to be a linebacker? You think he's also playing safety?
I think that maybe he's going to end up.
See how big he gets.
I think he's going to get bigger. I think he's going to be like his dad.
35-inch vertical I'm seeing here as well.
Yeah. He's been All-State at Liberty Christian his freshman and sophomore year, 7 picks, 14 pass breakups.
Yeah, I think he's going to get bigger.
He's in the top 10% of sprinters for all high schoolers right now.
Yeah.
And it could possibly come down to that 10.5.
His dad, for a big guy, ran pretty well. I think his dad was in the low 4.6s.
Wow, I'm seeing him touching off at 24.4 miles per hour.
Yeah.
That's
impressive.
In
man.
a
in a track event?
In a track event, yeah.
All right, so be on the lookout for that. A lot of kids, we're seeing them. Whether I think Sertan has surpassed his dad. It's rare that you get the kid who could be better than dad, and it would be really tough to be better than Jason Witten or even as good. But 5-star recruit, number 1 in the country at this position.
Yeah,
that's something. Okay, in addition to football's finest coming up, Chief, what do we got?
Filthy has been more insufferable than ever over the last 24 hours. That's next in the nation.
before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. Welcome back, GBAG Nation. Time now for an edition of Football's Finest. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Just a reminder, tomorrow, Sean and RJ Firehouse tour, and that's free delicious Whataburger breakfast on the Fan right there. We'll be at Mansfield Firehouse number 3, 3100 East Broad Street, and they'll be giving away one-of-a-kind Sean and RJ Firehouse T-shirts while supplies last. So free tees, free Whataburger, little Sean and RJ action. I think this is Sean's first Firehouse tour of the year.
I was going to ask you, are you going to show up and get the free T-shirt?
It's in Mansfield.
Nobody loves the free T-shirt more than you.
Let's not sit here and act like you don't appreciate a free tee either, okay? But it's in Mansfield. If this thing was
I'm interested in that Ranger LSU.
Yeah, we know that
jersey.
We know that.
We found out those go up to 3X.
I think it's 2.
Is it 2?
I thought it was.
Baskey said he was going to grab one for you.
I appreciate that, Mike.
I think you could squeeze in there.
I know. We'll see. I'm trying my best.
You're generally looking for the 3X though, off the rack.
I'm just telling you, man.
He's a tall guy.
I hate.
the length.
I hate when clothes are somewhat tight.
Agreed.
I hate that. Like shirts, I would rather be way out of bounds and than to be.
You'd rather be too baggy than too tight.
Yes.
I understand.
Get your Spanx on, bro.
I totally understand that. When is that LSU night? That's coming up.
It's against the Blue Jays, like the 27th.
Could that be tomorrow? Maybe. I think LSU United could be tomorrow.
Oh, they're on the road in
Chicago.
Okay,
will be there
next Friday. Yeah, next Friday. Like I said,
we'll be there next Friday.
Like that for
we'll be there next Friday for the game.
If it's a next Friday outing, then you're definitely you're gonna get the shirt and you're gonna put it on.
Oh, of course I would.
Live on the air.
It's my man Smith. He's an LSU. He's an alum.
He sure is.
You'll wear your LSU hey dudes that
I got them on right
Vinny
now.
gave you.
Got them on right now.
They're sharp, dude. They look incredible.
Vinny's the man.
I'll tell you what,
Speaking
man.
of looking good, no, go ahead, Broadus.
Real quick.
Real quick.
That whole thing with the dude, I could tell Dawson just hated our Croc look over the year.
Oh, he was watchdogging your Croc.
He was kind of watchdogging us on that.
I will say really
the fashion thing I did take for him are those jogger pants. Those things are good.
Yeah.
Haven't seen you wear them. You don't need to wear
because
jeans.
it's 93
Back to the
degrees out there,
khakis.
bro.
Doesn't something like me, Daniel?
There's a
Rocking
summer
the
jogger.
joggers.
They just make them much thinner.
Is
You
there?
can do it, yeah. Very breezy.
We'll see him next week now.
Now, how do you order them?
All right, around the bodies here quickly. Speaking of looking good, Brock
Can I
Bowers.
interrupt you? No.
Brock Bowers, tight end of the Raiders. Don't worry, I'm not talking about him looking good. We know he's got a little bit of a goofy look to him, even though he's an absolute animal.
Balding.
Savage.
I think he was balding in 7th grade.
Yeah, that's a tough sell. But Ashton
So was
Genty,
Jason Witten.
he says he's a beast.
Tight
He's
end.
quick. He's fast. He's rocked up. He's thick.
Oh.
He's pretty good.
Pause. Hey,
That was the
So
entire.
is the rocked up the best description you can get? Somebody says God, you're rocked up.
I mean, I would like to bring Lucius into this. He's probably been called rocked up before. Rocked up, is that does it get any better than being rocked up?
Whoa, what?
right?
What's happening, fam? What are you talking about?
Like physically, somebody says man, that guy's rocked up.
physically impressive.
You are rocked
In your
up,
other
fam.
life, Lucius. We're talking about you in your other life.
Nah. I've been in the gym long enough. I feel like if a dude said that, he's hitting on me.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, it's
Oh, man, look at you,
flirtatious.
man. You are rocked up, man. Veiny, dude. Look at you.
Oh, so that's what
What's
Chief
your
does.
diet, dude?
Chief does this all the time when he describes Aikman veiny, vascular. Every time you say that, I kind of go, God, what are we doing
It's a
over
little
there?
turned on.
Just kind of just singing the praises of a 50 plus. How old is he now? I mean, looking that
55
lean,
maybe.
looking that good,
graduated
drinking that much
89.
beer.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a pretty impressive genetic
Ozempic.
makeup, and I would like to just breathe life into that.
And holler at his doctors. I want to holler at his doctor.
Yeah, exactly.
Whoever doing that blood work.
You think he's drinking that 5K milk? We'll have to find out.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised.
He's always vascular guy.
Getting some kind of hormone help in there.
Yeah,
one way or another.
those Canelo steaks again.
Not easy to be 50 plus and vascular, Broadus. Okay,
legal.
I feel
Yeah,
like you should appreciate that.
It's called varicose veins in the back of your legs. That's vascular, bro. What about that?
Boys.
That's a different level of vascularity.
Well, you talk about it all the time, and you say old, and I'm thinking, oh, I wonder if he's talking about people with bad legs.
You earned those varicose veins.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that's what they were called, but when you said it, I knew exactly what you were talking about.
Okay.
That's phenomenal. Also, it looks like Jaden Daniels may have put on a little bit of muscle this offseason.
Nice.
We know he was a bit of a string bean, but looks like he's getting a little bit more jacked.
At LSU.
Yeah, but isn't he like 6'4"? I mean, he looks
skinny.
He's a skinny guy, but he's not like a 183 guy. He's not built like that guy in Carolina.
No, he's not.
No,
Bryce Young.
but yeah, the tall length to him there. I wouldn't describe him as vascular.
No.
Maybe a little bit more jacked. Jaden Daniels, we can look forward.
Is he looking rocked up?
Yeah, rocked up.
No, he doesn't classify as rocked up. Let's not do that. But also, congratulations, Aiden Hutchinson, edge rusher for the Lions. He says, I'm cleared. Got cleared a while back. I'm rolling with the boys now. Feels like I'm back to being myself again. So we'll see if Aiden Hutchinson can hit the ground running there on the edge for the Detroit Lions.
Hope he's awesome besides when he plays the Cowboys.
Yeah, Wolchuk, what's your bold Lions edge rusher prediction?
Trey Hendrickson of the Cincinnati Bengals, or Bengals, ends up in Detroit. I think they make the trade for him, and I think they should. I think they should grant his wishes. If they're not going to pay him, which it doesn't sound like they will, he deserves his money. Pay that man his money. Go to Detroit.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Okay, now let's go ahead and get to the Eagles being, as insufferable as you could really ever dream them up to
Elliott
be.
Shore Parks.
I don't follow him. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if I've muted him.
Did you mute him?
I don't know if I muted him.
I've considered it, but sometimes I don't want to just because there's material there to bring up.
His training camp.
I give him credit, though.
This is pretty amazing.
I give him credit, though. He's covering teams that are winning.
For what?
No, I give him credit for he's covering teams that are winning.
Just cheerleading.
He's cheerleading winning teams. I wish
it's
I could
crazy
do it.
how he types up all his stories with the pom poms on his hands.
Oh yeah,
like that skill set. You do you do have to respect that a little bit.
They're beating us in the Love of the Star podcasting world right now.
Oh, they're the champions, so they're going to get that.
Get some engagement going there. That'll do it.
We'll circle back next year.
Want me to take them out?
Please, Lucius.
Yeah, take them out.
I know you got the boobs.
Football or ball
Take them
sack?
out by the knees, brother, so you guys can rise to number one.
Yeah, we need all the help we can get.
I've seen this happen before. I tell you, it works out.
Jeff Galooly.
All of a sudden, I see that Flybirds podcast, and there's like Elliot's not on it anymore. I'm like, ooh, what?
They replaced him?
Oh, really?
No, I'm just saying. If
Too many
if we can get him. Yeah, we would appreciate that, Lucius. Okay, football or ball sack? Eagles owner Jeffrey Lurie said to the other 31 NFL owners while pleading his case for the tush push to not be banned, quote, "It is like a wet dream for a teenage boy to create a play that is so successful. The only way for it to be stopped is for it to be banned."
It's got to be ball sacked all the way because they got lady owners that sit in those meetings.
Well,
ball sack. All
Gavin and I talked about this before the show started, and Gavin goes, "Was that real? I really thought that was a ball sack."
Yeah.
And I agreed with you. I saw it yesterday. I'm like, I'm not going to bring this up.
He said that with ladies and president.
I think it's ball sack, but it's real.
That's football, boys.
I cannot believe
Seth Wickersham on the report.
Okay.
When you win a championship, you get like this pass to say wild stuff.
Yeah,
It usually is only the next week at the parade and everything.
lady owner with the
come on, we're surprised. We've seen the emails these people are sending to each other.
I'm just saying though.
Why do you got to bring John Gruden into this?
That's probably somewhat censored.
I thought Lori might have been a classy guy, but I don't know. After this one, Brian, I was wondering, did they catch him at the bar? Like, is this a half in the bag Lori giving a quote to a reporter?
This is him in the middle of this is him talking to the other 31 NFL owners.
I just can't believe
this is him in the middle of the entire proceedings of trying to sell the idea that the push shouldn't be banned.
It's an embarrassment. You know, you're pressuring like NFL reporters to be wholesome, and you let off that bomb as an owner.
Nah,
it's gross.
It is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Speaking of disgusting, now you have billboards up in Filthy saying, "You tried, we tush pushed back. Go Birds."
Yeah, apparently the Eagles put out a 26-minute video of just tush pushes. I thought maybe this was ball sack. I was like, yeah, 26 minutes worth of this, but no, they did.
They put up a 26-minute YouTube video of nothing but tush pushes.
You know what?
Going over the yellow marker.
Was it 26 of them total? Is that what it was?
Well, it's 26 minutes worth. I don't know how many.
40 or so.
Whose jersey number is 26 on that team?
Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a magic number for him.
Yeah, they're trolling that way too.
Yeah, now he's like getting loud about how awesome his team is. He's like, I firmly believe when you look at our team that we had last year, I think we're top 5 all time. If you really look at the season outside of the first 4 games, it was belt to ass. That's a direct quote.
Jeff Lurie say that?
No, that was his player.
No, it's Barkley. I do like the belt to ass line. There's something about
Who
that.
came
that
up
makes
with
me
belt
chuckle.
to ass line, by the way? Who first used that? Lucius, do we know who came up with belt to ass? It was in a music video?
That song, the troll song, that guy that did all, that's the first time I'd heard it.
Oh, the kids on the internet?
Yeah,
Kids on
the
internet?
cowboy
Kids on the internet.
Cowboy
Street slang, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
good for the kids.
Yeah.
The
hood.
An Eagles fan is quoted in CBS News Filthy saying, "My whole family loves the tush push. My little nieces and nephews, they mimic it when they're playing football outside. It's a guaranteed touchdown. And again, everybody should figure out how to do it. They just can't. We mastered it. Get a better defense."
Yeah, whatever.
You know, first of all, it's not safe. So I would hope they would be better parents than to have their daughters doing that. But I'm not surprised. You know,
daughter's tush push by the cousin. That's what they're doing in Filthy.
that's the
That
whole
feels
thing.
more
They
West
tried to rally
Virginia.
the
12
troops.
teams vote for it that don't even play
They
the
tried
Eagles.
to say this was safe. Like they had Jason Kelsey say, I'd come out of retirement if all I did was just run tush pushes. If that's what you would tell
Well, he constantly complained about it when he played, and now the new guy is, what's he call it, Pain?
Yeah, he calls it pain.
Yeah, Jurgens or whatever, he calls it Pain.
Like,
Kelsey's the last guy
yell out
up.
a battle cry.
Yeah, last guy up after.
Said it was
everyone else.
super claustrophobic and terrible to have like 8 250-pound guys laying on you. So I just think this is another example. I'm not going to drone on about it. I'm not going to rant about it. But once again, this is Lurie wanting it more than Jerry. Okay, it's not that hard to win a Super Bowl these days. All you have to be willing to do is go for it aggressively. Buy up the team, pressure the other owners, do a deal with them so they vote your way. So Jerry's just kicking back, probably sipping Johnny Walker on the bus or something, while Lurie's running around like Bill Clinton
Whipping
in
votes.
1991 whipping votes. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Brian.
He's whipping them.
Looks like Scott Hansen's going to return to the NFL red zone.
He is?
Yeah.
I saw the Olympic zone he was definitely going to do. So we got the red zone confirmation.
Looks like that's
Thank goodness.
headed to Scott Hansen
When
once
do you have
again.
time to watch?
Goat.
Oh, this year we'll have quite a bit of time since we have
That's
these
true.
Thursday and
We
Monday
got
night
a
games.
lot of free.
Otherwise, it would be the week of Thanksgiving, the usual one Monday and Thursday night game, and then the bye week. So like 4 Sundays a year. This year we'll have like 6 or 7.
That's amazing.
Did you
We're
guys
gonna
give
be
your
so
condolences
tired.
to Jim Irsay yesterday?
No,
I didn't know about that yesterday. I found out
it
about
happened
He went
after
to
we got
school
off
at
the air.
SMU over here. Jim Irsay.
Did he really?
Yeah,
They're
football
flexing.
player.
They're flexing about their highest GPA their team's ever had. SMU is on Twitter. What do you think that GPA is?
3.2.
Oh, for a player?
278.
As the team? The team GPA?
Yeah, team GPA. Best they've ever had in SMU history. A solid
3.1.
2.95.
Okay.
Not bad. That'd be better than I did. Okay. Stars relying on making history to pull it out once again. Is this just what they do, or are they flirting with danger? And it's going to catch up with them. We'll get thoughts on that, and then your NFL Sounds of the Sports Day coming up next. Here, it's the GBAG Nation of the Fan.
Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 4, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. I bet you are. I bet even the Rangers 1-0 loss to the Yankees couldn't have bummed you out that much after that Stars victory last night, Wolchuk. You were in the house. It was rocking.
Yeah, baby.
Dude, there's no doubt the Stars atmosphere is the best in DFW sport. It's like Corey Seager just hit a home run in the pregame. You know, like the game presentation is great. Obviously, Shippy, the best DJ in all of sport. But I think the fans, blow the roof off that thing. And the game presentation, they know what they're doing there at the AAC. I'll salute all of you guys. It's been that way for 20 years. I think Mark Cuban helped set the standard. Maybe 25 years. AAC is just a great place to watch a game. And last night on TV, I was just so jealous of you. That's what I was thinking the entire time, man. I wish I was there with Wolchuk right now. But what do you think about the close games? Pulling it out once again. They have been doing it since the bubble. Are they getting lucky, or are they historically clutch? Are they collectively like Corey Seager? They're now 6-5 in games where the opponents score first. How do you even do that? You're 6-5 in which opponent, and you're 6-1 in your last 7 one-score games. Can you count on that at 877 881 1053? The penalty kill the Oilers got even worse statistically last night. Prior to this game, opponents were 33% successful. Last night, 75%. Hell, I'd take 33. That's good enough. I do think that's going to continue. Not at 75, but good. Jake Ottinger was terrific. 32nd playoff win. Ties him for the 4th most playoff wins. I think that will continue. I think Otter's going to continue to be great. And he was just pretty good last night. Yeah. By the way, a Game 1 victory edition of Spits and Suds is out right now with our boss, program director Gavin Spittle, the Hockey Hawk. You can get that on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcast. But I'm looking for some good texts on here at 877-881-1053. Bobby Belt's in the house, by the way. I think he's doing a podcast or something. He just came in and said one owner did call out Jeffrey Lurie. He said, dude, you better watch your mouth because there are women here, as Brian said.
Yeah.
It's not one of those, hey, it's women are here and it's a guy's club, so let's cuss it up. You got to be classy when ladies are in the house, and Lurie violated that. So it was good somebody called him out.
Surprising. I'm glad the owner did call him out.
But, there's my star stuff. You were there, Wolchuk, last night. What do you I do feel like if I'm the Oilers right now, I'm thinking we're going to get this sweep tomorrow, or this split tomorrow night.
Yeah, I think they're probably feeling pretty good about it. I mean, McDavid afterwards talked about how they've been pretty resilient in these type of games as well. But the Stars certainly, I don't think it's a fluke. I think when you're a team that has lost consistently game 1, they finally broke the schneid on that last night, and then you bounce back and you're able to win series. You go to 3 straight Western Conference Finals. I think it's because you're damn good. It's grit, toughness, and character, as Barry Melrose would say. So I think absolutely this is real. This is the type of way the Stars are. They're a team that is never out of the fight. They've been there. They've been through a lot of battles together. They got a lot of players on that team that have won a Stanley Cup and Mikko Rantanen, but also played a bunch of playoff minutes together. So I'm very confident. I do think this series is going to be a dogfight. I wouldn't be surprised if Edmonton were to tie it up, but it also might be one of those things where, the home teams, I wouldn't be shocked if this is like a home shift here.
Yeah.
Stars get 2 at home. Edmonton maybe gets 2 at home. Maybe this is one of those where the home ice really does make all the difference in the world for the Stars.
I mean, I feel like if you're the Stars, you got a lot to work on and adjustments to make. So even though you won the game, you might feel like, guys, we got a lot to prove in this second one. You might come out as a desperate team, feeding off the fear of what happened in the first 40 minutes. That's what you got to hope for.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think maybe the most amazing thing is how, remember last year, the reason why, or one of the reasons why for sure, maybe the main reason, 0 for 14 on the power play versus the Oilers. And now in 1 year's time, you've revamped your power play in this much of a magnitude. That is crazy. Yeah. And the Mikko Rantanen and the Granlund additions are really 2 of the big reasons why. But obviously credit to Pete DeBoer and everybody for figuring out, okay, what do we have to do here? Because you're never going to win a cup going 0 for 14. Putting up a bagel in the power play column, and now last night, that's the reason why you were so dominant.
3 power play goals.
The 817 pointing out Sagan looked faster last night. That's something to consider because he missed so many games, 3/4 of the season. The 2 goals last night, he does look faster, and it's great to see him contribute the 2 goals that he got. That second one where he batted out of the air, that was badass.
It was beautiful. Wicked backhand from Steele, and he's able to get that deflection. It was gorgeous.
Okay, it's time now for Wolchuk's Sounds of the NFL Day. Here's the Wolchuk. bully.
Let's do it. We had a tush-push conversation just a moment ago. Ben Johnson, head coach of the Chicago Bears, actually chimed in on his opinion on the tush-push. Ben, maybe not a huge fan.
Man, I tell you what, does it become an explosive play ever? Have you ever seen a tush-push become an explosive play?
Does it become a first down or a touchdown?
Yeah, I like explosive play. I like big plays. So I'm not a big tush-push guy myself.
Yeah.
First of all, it sounds like he's on hyperspeed. Is he on the Man Campbell coffee train?
Maybe.
It sounds like he's running 1,000 miles an hour there.
Well, because of first down or a touchdown. I like explosive plays.
How dumb is that? I'm not really here for first downs or touchdowns. I just like explosive plays.
Yeah, don't give me like an actual thought response. I wanted no. It's not an explosive play. It's a 1 yard play.
I mean, the biggest explosive play you could get out of that's a fake tush push over the top. You know, that's what you dream of.
Yeah.
The explosive play comes from making the defense defend the entire field and then find the pocket of space with your super wiggly guy. Wow, what was that? Your super jukey guy.
Your wiggly guy.
Your wiggly guy.
Wiggly
There
guy.
was a wiggly word.
Wiggly.
But yeah, he knows that. You know, he's just being weird because I think he's got a lot of nervous energy coming in. You know, this is motor mouth, a lot of caffeine, a lot of anxiety, a lot of energy.
Yeah,
and that's tough to handle as a first-year coach, dude. I mean, you're out there trying to survive.
You're diminishing the value of the first down and the touchdown at the microphone.
Yeah,
Like,
what are we doing? Let's
Ben?
slow it down a little bit.
It's amazing. Now,
Let him come to you.
Caleb Williams is not speaking to reporters currently.
Why not?
Seth Wickersham article. He knows he's going to be asked about it. So right now he's been dodging the reporters.
Lay low till camp sounds like a good idea.
It's like, I'm good here, guys. I don't really want to take your questions. So the Chicago Times said, Williams,
Seems like all of you were telling me to be quiet, so I'm just going to go ahead and take your advice.
I'm not going to talk.
Yeah.
I did not say anything about wanting to be a Minnesota Viking and not wanting to be a Chicago Bear. Williams was nowhere to be seen after Wednesday's organized team activities, and his absence now will just delay the inevitable of the questions that are going to be asked after the Seth Wickersham article that we talked about last week.
Did they get him better protection?
Yes.
Got weapons, got protection now. He just needs to go be Pat Mahomes.
They actually just gave Joe Tooney, who they got from Kansas City, all-pro guard, a contract extension. So they beefed up the middle for him. They certainly got him a better offensive line. Now, Brock Purdy was asked, hey, what are you going to do with all this new money you got, Brock Purdy? What's the first thing you're going to buy with your fresh new contract? Do you have a guess at what he might have said?
Maybe a house.
I saw the answer to this one, Wolchuk. So I'm going to vote Puff the Magic Dragon.
I like that answer. Brian and Lucius would like this. He said, I'd like to buy a bass boat one day. That'll be my first big purchase.
You get the power poles on it, maybe a really good sonar on there, so in a trolling motor, they can kind of get him in some spots.
I did like it that the reporters were asking him, like, yeah, I mean, a lot of people, buy a house for their parents, maybe a new car, and he just, responds with, yeah, bass boat.
I'm gonna if I'm 53 mil, I'm getting a bass boat and like a smoking hot fishing assistant that gets all the tying done for me.
Would that be like a fish girl?
That's the worst thing. You got to snag now. I got to cut the line. It's falling through the eyelets. I want fishing assistant to just hand me a new pole. She's got a conveyor belt of she's got
like the tool time girl.
She's helpful. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I know you're talking about the tool time girl.
Yeah.
You were, I wasn't sure where that was going. I was enjoying it though.
What do you recommend, Broadus? You going Crestliner? You going like a Ranger boat?
Go Ranger.
Maybe a Skeeter.
Yeah, Skeeter, Ranger.
That's not a bad idea though. Yeah. Not a bad idea.
I mean, you're getting your hands cut up.
I'll tell you,
you go viral a lot. You know what I mean?
Fisher knots. Yes, I'm streaming this thing.
Got to get this knot out, boys.
Yeah.
Like.
Scoochie. Here's Jason Kelsey. He talked about his welcome to the NFL moment, New Heights podcast, after he just went on the rounds when it came to, hey, the tush push isn't a big deal. He got roughed up a little bit by this Dallas Cowboy.
My welcome to the NFL moment, nobody really knew it happened, but me and the guy that I was blocking.
Yeah.
Right? There were no sacks.
That's how our life is, right? Nobody knows anything.
So I'm a rookie. I'm playing Dallas. They're running a 3-4, so a lot of 5-0 calls. And they got Jay Ratliff at nose guard. Yeah. Quick little jitterbug. And I'd never played a nose guard, head up. Didn't know how to pass set it. Howard Mudd's trying to teach me it midweek, and I'm trying to figure this out. And I am having a rough one. I don't know how I haven't given up a sack. He's beaten me for 4 pressures.
Who's the quarterback?
The quarterback would have been Michael Vick. That's probably how I did it.
There you go. There it is. Now we know.
The game is 3 quarters over. I've been having an awful night, and I get called for holding, and I think it's a call. I'm yelling at the ref. That's that's not holding. And I look over at Jay. I'm like, that wasn't holding you. And he's like, son, I've been whooping your ass all night. I figure I earned one of those. Like, all right, I guess I'm done talking to Jay.
That was a terrifying specimen, Jay Ratliff. He was a player guest, wasn't he, for you guys?
Yeah. First season, we had Jay Ratliff on, I think, every Monday night at the Down Under Pub in Frisco. It was great.
Live in person?
We did. I think it was like an hour, too. I think the player show was an hour. So, like, people are calling and asking questions of Jay, and they were bad. They started that year 1-7 before Romo got hurt. John Kitna came in. I think they were 5-3 in the second half. Garrett becomes the coach. But, I mean, he did not handle losing well at all. Right. So, like, some Cowboys players be like, hey, I'm a Cowboy. This is great. We lost yesterday, but, football's tough. Give us a break. And he was mad, as they were sitting there at 1-7.
Was it Calvin that had a run in with Jay?
Yeah. Calvin.
Like, how many tackles did I miss? That is one of the all-time legends.
Yeah.
I love Calvin, dude. He ain't going to back down from anybody.
Calvin went, like, face-to-face with him.
And
like,
Jay's a scary dude.
Grabbing, trying to pull people apart. But, man, Calvin did not back down. I give him credit.
Out of fight,
I don't think Jerry did either. I think Jay got mad at Jerry one day.
Yeah, they did. They were yelling at each other.
Over Jerry pressuring him to play hurt. He was like, I'm not playing. And then the next week he was playing for the Bears. It was quite a story.
Yeah. And he still had a pretty darn good career, continued on with Chicago. By the way, Joe Douglas, former Jets GM, he's back with the Eagles.
Yeah, he replaced the guy that left to go to the Vegas. Yeah,
well, and he got that GM job because he was awesome with Howie before. Yeah. So, speaking of like drafts, this was Seth Wickersham actually discussing Sean Payton. What led him to drafting Bo Nix, and he actually sheds light on what was Sean Payton's biggest regret.
What I get into with Bo Nix is I have a lot of interesting insidery detail about the scouting process that led Sean Payton to want him. And it touches on a lot of things from, I don't want to give away too much at the moment, but like it touches on a lot of things from like analytics and Moneyball in the NFL to personality type. And I think that losing out on Patrick Mahomes was something that haunted Sean Payton. You know Sean very well. I mean, that has haunted Sean Payton's career, that he had his eye on Mahomes and that the Chiefs traded up right before he was due to pick him and got him. And I think that the scars from that led to him creating a system to evaluate quarterbacks that led to Bo Nix.
Man.
Sean's really good at evaluating quarterbacks without any system. And I could vouch for that when he was a guy getting coffee for everybody on the Philadelphia Eagles staff. He was the lowest coach on the totem pole there. And I gave him 10 quarterbacks to evaluate. He was outstanding. And I'll never forget talking to him about, he asked me, he goes, what do you think about Bo Nix? You know me, I was like, well, coach, this is kind of, it's not really super, super positive. He goes, it's a shame you're wrong about him.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's a man with confidence.
He did.
We all were. And the resume.
As a whole, the draft show, we were dead balls wrong.
He goes, it's a shame you're wrong about him. And I'm like, well, yeah, coach. And he goes, man, hey, Brian, I got to go, man. I'll see you later. And I'm like, great, and sure enough, he picked a guy.
My thing on that is, here's a guy that you could probably get to work for you, but the Cowboys, front office, mostly the Joneses, want to do things their way. Mm-hmm. They would rather lose their way than bring in Sean Payton, a guy that used to work for him and is a Hall of Fame head coach.
Yeah.
Because then they couldn't do it their way and lose and feel important. They are, actively doing things that significantly reduce your chances. Didn't he get you Tony Romo? The guy, the guy's a scouting god. You need your next quarterback soon. Let's try to get Sean Payton,
man. And for I know Black and Gold B's been texting. He's listening to the show. The Saints have been in quarterback purgatory ever since Drew Brees. How different would not only Sean Payton's career be, having now stayed in New Orleans most likely if they draft Patrick Mahomes, but also Saints fans and that organization. You go from Brees to Mahomes. It would have been wild.
It's not a coincidence. They were terrible before him. He was there. They were great for 15 years, and now they're bad. It's not dissimilar to the Rangers. You didn't have Nolan Ryan. You got him. You went to 2 World Series. He left. You were bad for 8 years. You got CY, a baseball guy who's super smart, and now you're amazing again. You got to hang on to these guys, and you got to hunt them when they're available, just as Peyton was trying to get Mahomes. Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Absolutely.
There it is. Look at that. Time flies when you're having fun. The NFL sounds of the day. We got the Expressway coming up next. When will Corey Seager return? Then the GBAG of the day and LA Live coming up next on the Fan. But
but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
All right, welcome back. It's time to hit the expressway. Western Conference Finals tonight. Let me give you a quick tidbit on this. Thunder and Wolves. The angle is the last 6 weeks of the season, The Timberwolves faced a very soft schedule. They lit the league up. They did have an incredible schedule-adjusted net rating, but now the story in Minnesota is the bad offense back? They only had 88 points against the Thunder week 1. So that game tonight, Rangers played earlier, and they were shut out 1-0. A brilliant start by Eovaldi. And now, we try to analyze what's going on. And when will Corey Seager be back? How much can you trust him to fix it? The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. Segment is also presented by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. So he was on the IL from April 23rd to May 3rd. He was back for a week. And then the hamstring aggravation. Bochy saying today, we just want to check everything, check all the boxes, make sure we don't rush him, and that we're doing everything we can. We want to make sure we don't rush him. He said that twice. And get a little further evaluation and see if there is any adjustment we could do on the rehab, the strength, and going forward. Seager is saying he's doing everything he can to not only recover from the injury, but make sure it doesn't happen again. He indicated earlier in the week that he was making good progress, but the rain in the forecast in New York and more in Chicago over the weekend, he's not planning to do much on the field and doesn't want to risk having to manage a troublesome hamstring. The cold, it's a little chilly. Your muscles, they tighten up a little bit. And plus it's wet, so you could slip and give yourself a 3-week setback. So, but he did say it is going to be right when I come back. I think my confidence on that is about an 8 out of 10. These hammies can be tricky. And I think my confidence that Corey Seager could be a difference in these games is pretty big. I mean, we've had so many runners in scoring position situations here over the last couple of weeks. And I think you would have won at least one of these games with Seager. But maybe that's just coping with the reality that this is now a team that is back under 500, sitting here at 25 and 26. But the good news, guys, as you're trying to figure for yourself, is this team going to wilt away into the summer, or are they going to have a great year? Evan Grant pointing out that since the Rangers have adjusted to Eovaldi and DeGrom at the top of your rotation, there's magic in the air, says Evan Grant. The stretch started April 19th when Eovaldi followed DeGrom for the first time. Since then, 13 starts, a 1.37 ERA, striking out 89 batters to 12 walks in 79 innings. That's a ridiculous 7.4 strikeout to walk rate. You have the two-headed monster. It is so dang good. I think it would be baseball mismanagement to not try to fix this offense and even risk being a luxury taxpayer for 3 years in a row. I think if you're Ray Davis, the chance at a championship is too great. So hopefully they end up going for it. But what do you guys think? Where is your Rangers optimism right now, all things? But you just got swept, but we're watching the best Rangers pitching staff in club history.
It's probably at a low that it's been all season long for the offense for me. Because I've tried to be optimistic eventually, like, hey, these hitters will eventually start to get back to their average. And Jake Berger, you've definitely seen him ever since he came back from, AAA Round Rock. He's been fantastic. But it's just, it's beyond frustrating where you are just wasting away the greatness that is DeGrom, Eovaldi, Tyler Mahle, who has a better ERA than DeGrom does to this point in the season. I mean, there's no question to me. You have a team that can win a World Series with your starting rotation. It's the best in the history of the franchise right now. And that's, I think, why maybe I'm now starting to be so annoyed at the lack of production from this offense. And at some point, it's like, I can't keep hoping and saying, hope is not getting us anywhere, right?
Well, it's keeping you in striking distance, though.
The pitching is.
Yeah.
Right, but at some point now, you've got George Kirby, who's back for the first time this year for the Mariners. You're 4.5 games back for the Mariners. If all of a sudden Seattle starts to click in their rotation, which was supposed to be the best in the division, which I don't think will be, I think the Rangers still will be better, but if they start pulling away, you're going to look back and think to yourself last night, today, when you lose a one-run game. Like, you can't just keep dropping these and wasting excellent starts. Eventually your bats have to come around, and the time is now. You're over a quarter way through the season. They got to figure it out.
I guess I also get confidence from the fact Gavin let it go, dude, says the 214. You're blinding yourself with 2023, which was an anomaly. This is what this team has been. They were this all last year. I get it, but that team won the World Series because they did have a good hitting 6 weeks, but they also won it because their starting pitching was dominant and their bullpen was good enough. And I think you can, because of what's on this team with Langford and Seager and some of the other guys that are going to be good, Berger, Heim, it's not hard to improve from a 175 hitter in the trade market, right? Mm-hmm. You get a 240 hitter with decent power and good patience. That's not going to be, cost prohibitive, right? And once you do that, now, you're just replacing some of the worst players in the game today when you look at what Simeon's been doing with a guy who's about average. And I believe CY is not going to rest. He's been saying it since we got to spring training that he's not going to be patient. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see something here in the not too distant future. College football has approved new seating model for next season. Okay, so that is good. The Nuggets made Adelman their head coach. They removed the interim tag. The USA is getting ready for the Gold Cup in soccer, and like most of their best players aren't going to play because they're trying to get healthy for next year's World Cup. So it's a big missed opportunity here in the Gold Cup. Time to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah. Mic check, microphone check, 1, 2, mic. Here I am. This is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. I'll tell you what, everybody's been sending me things this week. I haven't got to it. I'm sorry. I haven't got to it. I'm going to get to it. Sit tight, Playboy. I'm going to get to it. Or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Now, I don't know how many days this is running because our days have been going kind of crazy as of late. But our winner and champ comes from the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of those fools is Chop? They do a little AI Broadus right here, and it's been blazing up the charts. I'll let Bobby set it up for you.
Brian Broadus had the worst take when it came to talking about why maybe some Stars fans or some casual hockey fans have not jumped on the bandwagon aggressively for the Dallas Stars yet.
If I can ask you guys this question, though, hockey fan is going to do this, but is fan that's trying to be the bandwagon fan, these games are hard to find.
True TV.
No, it's hard to find if is it a TNT game? Is it
It's TNT or ESPN.
ESPN, but okay, what night?
Let's give more covering fire to the casual fan. I decided to ask AI Brian Broadus yesterday. Oh. Hey, AI Brian Broadus, do you have any more excuses for Stars fans?
How do the Stars expect fans to even get to the game with how confusing cars are these days? Do I put it in R to go, L, N? That's a lot of letters that you expect guys and gals to learn. Are you going to learn that if you're a casual hockey fan? If you're walking around Dallas, how do you even know a game is going on at the AAC? I can't see any ice from the outside. It looks more like Petra to me. Seriously. The first time I went down there, I was like, whoa, am I in southern Jordan right now with this rock-cut architecture and these water conduit systems? I'll tell you what, I think Jake Ottinger is really hurting the Stars right now with their fan base. People are going up to me and they're saying, Ryan, I love your podcast with Voch Lombardi. And then they say, I went to the Stars game last night and I never saw an otter on the ice. My children were so upset. Yeah. And it's like, you're not wrong about that. You're not wrong about that. Maybe we should stop with such confusing nicknames. I just think we need to be consistent here.
You're not wrong about that. You're not. Guys and gals. Guys and gals is crazy. I love it.
Are we looking for 5 right here, Brian?
I think Friday would be 5. I think Friday would be.
Okay. Hey, you guys see Tom Cruise at the Pecan Lodge? Pecan Lodge?
Yes.
Yeah, Tom Cruise is in town.
Brisket Sandos, huh?
Yeah, look at that.
So is the grand premiere party here?
He's spreading the message of Scientology here in Dallas. No, he's definitely here for the movie.
Gosh, he is such a bizarre dude, but he does make some phenomenal movies.
I just hope he got the beef rib.
bigger than him.
If you can look up Tom Cruise eating popcorn, everybody's making fun of how he's. You seen it, Eric? You seen it? That man is maniacal, bro.
It is, dude. It's a cartoonish way. I'm like, is he doing a bit right now?
Is he a fast eater of popcorn?
Yeah, he's
just
throwing him in there. He's catching them. It's like a seal.
I think he's on those Limitless pills or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Adderall. I mean, he's got all the energy.
He's juiced. All right, let's go to the Texas Rangers radio broadcast. Ezekiel Duran. He took a hit to the nads the other day.
Oh, yeah.
Mac and Eric discussed it.
He doesn't dress like Adrian Beltre for a game, does he?
I don't think so. I don't know that anybody does who's certainly playing in the infield. But based on his reaction, maybe he is unprotected down there. But Zeke appears to have kept his lunch through all of it.
That's a tough one, man. Lucky guy. Yeah, I caught that live, dude. It was hilarious.
I just love that layout.
Yeah,
layout.
We call that where it counts when we were growing up.
Oh, yeah.
You get hit where it counts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do remember that saying. Yeah. I hit you where it counts. I do remember that.
Yeah, Zeke was down for a while, too.
All right, this is not one, but New York Knicks fans, like, total crash outs. I love them. NYU, it's graduation season. This dude dropped a graduation speech and gave some love to Jalen Brunson.
God bless you all, but more importantly, God bless the King of New York, Jalen Brunson of the New York Knicks. Knicks in 5.
Knicks in 5. He's hurting right now, bro. His foot was on the line!
As a Villanova basketball fan, I'm at least okay with that statement. I can live with that.
Man, I'm trying to find this Jalen Brunson impression. Jalen's hilarious when he's doing his post-game interviews. Have you seen this, Chief?
I saw that, yeah.
It's like Jalen Brunson ordering dinner.
Yes.
And this guy has it nailed. I'll find it.
I haven't seen it.
It's so, like, deadpan, and that's perfect.
Hey.
It's just unacceptable. Jalen Brunson, I ordered a red wine. You ordered me the sangria. You brought me the pork chop instead of steak. It's not acceptable.
Yeah, it's like, does he barely open his mouth when he talks?
Unacceptable.
All right, we have a gentleman right here. He got his oil changed, but he paid for high-grade oil.
Yep.
And apparently, dude slipped him some cheap stuff.
Oh, no.
Caught him.
I worry about that myself.
We went and confronted him about it, and it did not go well for him.
He's going to find out why he should have.
I mean, I asked you to put in Merc 6. You didn't put in Merc 6.
Okay.
Can you
off my god property?
Can you be an honorable guy?
No, I can't. Get the off my property.
So you're being recorded.
I don't give a record that. Get the off my property.
I see the only transmission fluid here is Merc 3.
Okay.
You just overcharged me.
Okay. Get the off of my property.
Yeah. Facebook's gonna see all this.
Oh, Facebook.
Yeah. Yep. This is S&S Garage in Phoenix City off of 280.
Conspiracy. Everybody's against you.
Asked him to put Merc 6 in, and he put this cheap in my truck. Charged me $23 for manifold bolts, and he put some crappy $1.99 bolts on my truck.
Bring him up. Oil change scam artist.
That's synthetic oil, man.
I'd love to see him, take that show on the road. See who else he can catch.
Facebook's having a field day in the comments right now.
Yeah, they're loving it. Okay, is it the?
Do you tell your old lady? Like, hey, so did you go confront the guy about the oil situation? What did he say to you?
280.
Conspiracy. Everybody's against you.
We got it handled, baby. We got it handled. Hold on before you bounce, Dawson. You bounce, Dawson.
You got more?
Yes. Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing, man. Yesterday was a church day, bro.
I did.
Yeah. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie D. Haynes out here. We had Pastor John Gray hit the congregation with the little MJ remix.
Close to midnight.
Here we go.
Something evil's lurking in the dark.
That part.
Feel a cold hand. The devil is trying to stop your heart. So close your eyes and realize this is not imagination. And all the while, the King of Kings, he wants your very life. Your very life. His name is Jesus. Jesus Christ. Bled and
Nice play.
rose just to give eternal life. His name is Jesus.
Yes, dude. Favorite song of my youth by far. Thriller, whenever that came on, the video, everything stopped. Is it AI Broadus looking for 5, I heard? Is it Zeke Duran taking a shot where it counts? NYU graduation speech, Nixon 5. Oil change scam artist. Church Day blessing with the Michael Jackson Jesus parody.
Vote for NXS.
Hey.
You're one of those kind,
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
one of those
kind.
Yeah. Okay, I'm voting AI Broadus, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, I am as well.
Lucius?
Absolutely. AI Brothers.
Polly?
I love me some Michael Jackson, so I'll just throw the preacher vote.
There you go.
Is there 3 already for me?
Yeah,
then?
you
Okay.
won. It's over.
Well, man.
By a score of 3-1. Now a 5-time G-Bag of the Day champion. It's AI Broadus. Congrats to Bobby Belt. You finally made it to 5, brother.
Yeah, baby!
You did it.
Woo, Bobby!
Okay.
Way to go, Bob.
Maybe we can finally have some peace.
I'm sure he'll find a way to bitch about that too.
LA Live's coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking it?
I'm going to introduce you fellas to what they call Boat Boy.
Very nice.
All right.
I'm going to talk to you right here.
upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Had Rangers Day baseball earlier. They lost 1-0 to the Yankees. Wolchuk's flirting with the idea of a 6 o'clock sound-off coming up here in 20 minutes, so get your phone calls ready. Here's Lucius with LA Live.
Man, all right, Dawson. I'm telling you what.
What happened?
I'm going to check on you about 6:15.
Oh, you see what I'm doing.
All right, let's get into it. Thirsty Thursday, Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Yeah, watch him, bro. Right to the great Rick James.
It's not going to end well. All right, G-Square.
It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Everybody get high.
Been married 3 times. But my first 2 wives each died a very tragic death. My first wife died from eating poisoned mushrooms, and my second wife died from a fractured skull. She wouldn't eat her mushroom.
This is LA Live for Thursday, May 22nd, 2025. It is a Thirsty Thursday, Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Welcome in Tolos, welcome in first-time listeners, welcome in last-time listeners, welcome in long-time listeners. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Let me write that time down. All right, it's been a minute, folks, so please be patient with your boy. Before I get started, I found this clip right here, brothers. It reminds me of your G-Bag of the Day, 5-time now G-Bag of the Day winner. It's hard to find the games on television, right?
Yeah.
Because they're so aggregated everywhere.
Right.
They need to be in one central location. If everybody wants to complain about ratings, we can't find the game. Put them in one location, you can really know what you got. That's my opinion of it. But anyway, this guy right here is telling his dad, who's a Phillies fan, that the Phillies game will be on Apple TV, bro. Reminds me of Broadus open up those baseball packs.
Hello.
Hey.
Yep.
I wanted to call you. I don't know if you saw. I know you've been waiting all early part of this season for this game, but tonight's Apple TV.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
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 Oh, man. That's unbelievable. That shouldn't be allowed. It really shouldn't.
No.
Yep, I know, but figured I saw it. I wanted to let you know early.
I mean,
he's going through it.
I'm not. It's going to get me to just say seriously.
Seriously, he didn't even have
on the team.
My man was frustrated.
Or pay the $20.
Shouldn't even be allowed.
That is gut wrenching, though.
Yeah. Oh, no, 100%. I hate when the game is on someplace that I don't have.
Yeah.
Like now the games are on local. I can't get to them.
Yeah. Oh, they like it's like
because I done did all of this streaming stuff. Now I'm all streamed out.
Yeah.
I can't even get to the local without like the rabbit ears or something. I don't even know where to put them on my television, bro.
I need an app for that. I need a local TV app.
The Roku game was so weird. I didn't even know they were doing a Roku.
Yeah, Sunday, the Rangers Roku. What are we doing?
I watched the Super Bowl on Roku, right?
Did you?
Didn't I? I think I did, didn't I? I believe I watched the Super Bowl on Roku.
Thought it might have been Tubi.
Was that what it is? Shoot,
or Peacock.
One of those. One of those.
I feel like when people hear Apple, though, they're out. You know, like that's a barrier to entry.
Like
I think they feel like they need a different device or something.
I don't know what's going on with Apple. They have such great television shows, and nobody gets to see them over there.
Yeah.
They spend so much money. They're so good, and nobody cares about them. It's crazy. Hey, WNBA tonight. Speaking of games and where to find them, Indiana Fever and Atlanta Dream. Prime Video, so I'm gonna watch that.
Okay.
And watch the NBA at the same time. You know, multiple TVs. That's the vibe.
Bowling.
New York Liberty and Chicago Sky. That's how I've been watching it, man. Been loving it, dude. Been loving it. Multiple TVs, multiple playoffs.
Yeah, that game last weekend.
Last night was the perfect night.
Crazy.
Yeah, last night was terrific. I was going to say last weekend that that WNBA game got better ratings than like Yankees game or something like that. There was an ML game on. It was on opposite.
Yeah. It was Mets Yankees Sunday Night Baseball.
Wow.
Juan Soto, all the storylines.
Over
Aaron
the Subway
Judge.
series.
Yeah, that's huge.
Crazy. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan, Thursday ladies' night. Have y'all heard of Boat Boy? I think Boat Boy is kind of disrespectful to call him Boat Boy because he's a 29-year-old man. He worked at Discount Tire.
Okay.
He quit his corporate job, he says, of 11 years. He worked there for 11 years to sail around the world with his cat.
I've seen this guy.
You've seen this?
I've seen this guy. I mean, I've only seen like one or two of his videos, but I know he's doing it.
Is he in a
He's going
reasonable
for it.
boat?
Huh?
Is he in a reasonable boat? Like, is it one that he's going to get lost or drown?
I mean,
or
how much money can you accumulate as a 29-year-old man?
That's what I'm saying. I think
the swell is going to be intimidating. You know, there's no way I would ever do that. You know,
he wants to sail around the world. Listen, hold on, let him tell you a little bit.
I'm a corporate guy. I absolutely hate this life, this kind of life, this lifestyle. So I'm taking this video now because I'm gonna just start logging everything about this journey, and maybe at some point my brother will put a movie together. But yeah, I'm gonna buy a sailboat and I'm going to sail around the world.
Yeah, he emptied out his 401k and bought a boat. He was been diagnosed with some disease, some like bone disease in his back. So that's what's
scurvy.
Super. You've got scurvy.
So he wants to make the most of it. He wants to enjoy his life instead of being a worker bee.
Yeah, that kind of scares the hell out of me because I've seen the ocean out there, and boy,
Yeah,
it's unforgiving.
No, yeah. I just was asking what kind of boat we going in.
And he doesn't even know really about boats, he says.
Yeah.
He's learning on the go. And it's a sailboat. You have a bad back. Like, don't you need to man the mast?
I would be so worried as a sail. Those things like tip to the side or they list or whatever, and you fall off.
Yeah.
And then you pop up out of the water, and your cat and your boat are gone.
Yeah.
You're Dunsky. You know, I need at least a buddy.
He's probably thinking though, if it happens, it happens. He's probably, he's like you say,
At this stage, with where he's at.
with where he's at. He's like, listen, if I die at sea, I die at sea.
That's what I'm nervous for, bro. Like everybody, they're sending him money right now. They want to see him like every port stop. He can just, refill his boat, whatever he needs, and get back onto the next thing. But I'm nervous that there's going to be a breaking news thing on my timeline. It was like, well, we're looking at a 200-mile radius of this guy.
Yeah.
And then they just show us pieces of his boat. And that damn cat makes me sad. Poor cat.
Yeah.
Cat got kidnapped, fam.
Air and sea rescue kind of thing.
Cats don't like the
Search.
water. What do you call it? Shanghai? You woke up in a pirate boat? Yeah.
You want to do this guy a favor, send him money to buy a bigger boat.
Yeah.
One that he can maybe try and make it.
Were you ever in storms with like the 30-foot swells when you were in the Navy?
Yes, I've seen some scary stuff. It's unforgiving out there, bro. And if it can make that ship move, the CVN 65, the USS Enterprise, aircraft carrier, make that joint rock, then this little old boat right here.
It's going to get nasty.
He might get hit by another boat.
This guy's clearly never seen the perfect storm.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Gosh, that'll terrify you.
Yeah. Yes. I hope he doesn't see any storms. He was on Anderson Cooper.
Yeah.
Anderson Cooper was asking where he was at.
Is Anderson like tilting his head like, why are you doing this?
What are you doing?
Why are you doing this?
He's out there sailing. Don't sailor you.
How's it going so far? Where are you exactly?
Well, somewhere pretty close to the middle between like Hawaii and California.
Oh, jeez.
So.
Yeah.
Do you know exactly where you are, or?
I mean, I couldn't tell. I mean, like, there's not a lot of landmarkers, but I don't know my exact coordinates right now.
Oh boy.
What a GPS.
People are motivated by him, but I'm just, I'm nervous for you, my guy.
This is just navigating by the stars, I guess.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think if he makes it to Hawaii, it's a miracle.
Yeah.
I wonder do we know what he's snacking on and like what he stocked up?
Did he bring food? Beans?
He did stock some food up and everything, but I don't know how much he's got and how long it's going to last.
I wonder if he's got some beef jerky on that thing.
Any beef tallow on that boat?
Better be doing some fishing out there.
Yeah, we're fishing. We're purifying the water.
Yeah.
That cat better watch out.
Yeah.
That cat. It's just going to be some point.
That's protein.
That dude's going to be looking at that cat.
Cat's going to be sitting over there. He's just eyeing it.
Yeah. You got to eat it before it leans out,
Yeah, true.
Let's see. Yeah.
This guy doesn't know where he is. He's somewhere between Hawaii and California.
He's winging it. I wish he would have educated himself for a year before he went and attacked this ridiculous mission.
You live and you learn.
He didn't care.
You'll care when you're treading water and salt water for 16 hours.
He said it sounded like to me he just kind of gave up.
If he dies, he dies.
Yeah.
Kill me.
His name is
now.
Sailing with Phoenix. If you guys want to find him online out there, Sailing with Phoenix. If you want to send that dude some money, or maybe I don't know,
like a rescue plane.
Yeah, bro. We don't know his plane, boss. The plane. He needs that.
Yeah.
Let's see how much time I got on the board before I get out of here.
God, you don't want to mess around with the sea.
No, you don't want to play with it.
Hell no.
No. It has bodies, bro.
But he also doesn't want to mess around with spending his next 40 years punching a clock for another man to get rich.
I totally respect that. I do, and I think I would have done this. I would have said, "Hey, let me help you out here. We'll get a real big boat and get you some navigation gear on this thing, and we'll get you a really good radio and all that stuff."
I'd like to do something like that, but in a van. You know what I'm saying? I'm on the road. I'm going to the Grand Canyon. I'm going to New Mexico. I'm swinging down through Big Bend. I'm just kind of doing my own thing. And I got clean water and food, but I don't have bills.
Yeah.
I think when you don't have kids, you can pull this off. Now that I have kids, I'm like, man, this dream's 15 years out, but that's interesting.
The Sprinter van life?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you can,
I'd rather doing a mobile home.
Just live, go on hikes and swim and drink and eat. And
that's crazy. That's a revolutionary act. Hey, man, I'm going to live my life. What?
You're not gonna
I'm going to quit my job to actually live. Can you imagine that? I'm going to walk a creek today.
This guy's predicted to get to Oahu in 2 days.
Good for him.
May 24th.
That'll be paradise.
He's predicted.
He said we're going to arrive in Oahu, Hawaii around the morning of May 24th.
It's expensive over there.
So he has an idea of where he's going.
The latest update. Yeah, you got Sailing with Phoenix updates.
Yeah, he's got that.
They must have him tracking. They must be tracking.
Yeah. It's a good tease for Monday's LA Live.
There we go.
His boat guy is still around.
Yeah, let's see. Oh man, I hope so, bro. I hope so. All right, before we get out, let me see. Let's go to AA baseball. Fargo Moorhead Redhawks. The mother of the Redhawks play-by-play guy, Jack Michaels. She recently transitioned at the age of 92.
Good run.
She's up there in the bosom of Abraham now. Yes, she is. In the bosom of Abraham. She had been a team's biggest fan since her son began calling the games in 1996. She's even throwing out first pitches and everything. People love her out there. Anyway, Jack Michaels, the broadcaster, has a signature home run call that references his mother, Marge. It's track it down, Marge. Because he said he seen her tracking fastballs and stuff out there and fly balls in his dream.
Oh, wow.
He had a dream one night that his mom was out there catching fly balls, and he said, track it down, Marge. And he said, you know what? That's it right there. I'm going to use that one.
It's been a catchphrase, Mom.
Yeah. So one of the players I just let this man set it up for you. One of the players right here, Dylan Thomas, he called a shot for Marge.
Misses high in the count 2-1. Now the pitch. And Thomas sends one to straightaway center field. It is up, it is back, it is gone. Marge, track that ball down. Dylan Thomas, a home run over the center field wall, and the Red Hawks have taken a 1-0 lead. How about that? A special one tonight in Wisconsin.
Crowd's on fire.
Road game.
And what Dylan Thomas just did, I will never forget. We lost Marge this morning. And when I came down to the lobby today, before getting on the bus, Dylan Thomas was in the lobby, came right up, gave me a big hug.
Aww.
Said, Jack, sorry about your mother, sorry about Marge. And it's a ground ball towards the middle of Sims' place. This one, Plana is out 6-3.
It's a gut wrencher.
And Dylan and I kind of, as we were hugging, and Dylan kind of said, well, maybe we get one for Marge tonight. His first at bat, he homers to center, and as he's rounding home, points up here to the booth and pointed to the sky. We'll never forget that.
That dong's for Marge.
R.I.P. Marge.
Lord.
No, we are not making Marges anymore. I think that's
a 92-year-old name.
We're done with Marge.
No more Marges. I heard Ashley's an old name now, in fact.
Good.
Ashley.
It's ran its course.
It's crazy.
Margie?
Yeah, shout out to Marge, man. A little touching story right there. baseball broadcaster. My name is Lucius Alexander. I'll be black tomorrow, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. That is my time. Y'all be easy. Hey!
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the GBAG Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Wolchuk, I know you were thinking about doing something earlier. We still on track for that?
Yeah, if the Tolos are ready to go ahead and sound off, let's do it. I'll give the people what they want. They sound Rangers frustrated. Go ahead and vent. Get your Rangers frustration out. If the calls aren't glorious, though, we'll pivot back to around the bases.
I don't think we've done the 6 o'clock sound off for 3 or 4 months, maybe.
It's been a while.
At 877-881-1053, what do you need to sound off about? Do you have a pair? Can you sound off like you do? We'll get to that on the other side. Your phone calls are welcome next here on The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name is Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
goes. You're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go at 877-881-1053. Your Rangers shut out today. The only offense they could get going in New York was via the home run. Heim's 2-run shot, 3 solo bombs yesterday. And then today in the debut, a big old goose egg. So it is time for the 6 o'clock sound off. Your one opportunity of the week to call in and compete against your fellow Tolo for the best call of the day. If the calls aren't great, we'll do a proper round trip with Wolchuk, get you more baseball analysis. But there are 3 rules of the sound off. First, you got to bring it.
Oh, I can't hear you. Sound off like you got a pair.
Second rule, you have roughly 30 seconds, unless you're on fire. Then we'll let you go longer. And then the third rule, we're not going to tell you, but if you do violate it, you will hear the dial tone. And the hint is, we're doing great, man. Maybe you want to sound off about the Dallas Stars?
Sure.
It can get a positive sound off going. I'll tell you what, I'm excited to hear. I believe this is going to be the first edition of Sober Rodeo Ron sounding off like he's got a pair.
That's right. The first sound off since Rodeo Ron put down the bottle.
I was really
There's
hoping.
a whole lot of sirens, police sirens and everything in Rodeo Ron's call with a whole lot of wind, so I hope he didn't get a bender going.
Oh, no.
The Rangers offense will do that to you.
Police chase now.
It will. It drove you to drink today. Cowboys been driving you to drink for 3 decades.
Tolo, Tim, and Carthage, I know you got a lot of opinions on our Rangers. Come on,
Rat.
If you're ready for it, Rat, 877-881-1053. But yeah, the calls need to be good. All right, if they're not good, we're pivoting.
All right, let's see if we can get this party started. Nick in Dallas, you are on line 1, and we'd love it if you sound off like you got a pair, Nick.
Man, I need CY and Jerry to call Jim Nill over there and ask him what the recipe for success is, because the recipe for success is going trading for a baller and a killer. When we got Miko, and now look at them. They're going to go win it all.
Nick in Dallas.
Tell CY, tell Jerry to go and get some killers on these teams that are going to put their foot on their throats and take these other teams out. I'm tired of seeing these mediocre teams and these other two guys. The Mavs, bro, it's still fire Nico, so I ain't going to include them.
All right, that's 30 seconds, Nick. I thought you had a pretty good call there. And, I totally agree with you. What the Stars did is they went F them picks. They said, forget about it. Let's trade our future picks for Miko. And I think it's, clear which teams in the DFW have the best chance of winning the championship. And, I think the Stars are there. The Mavs are there. And then the Rangers were there. But, it's now up to either some incredible, brilliant front officing by CY to find a way to improve the offense without increasing your payroll, or for Ray Davis to step up to the plate. Do you want to be like Houston and have a dynasty, or are you just happy with one?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be happy with one.
No, let's go get some killers.
And you can't take any of that money to the grave with you.
Hell no, you can't.
So let's buy up some players. Tim in Carthage is line 2.
Yeah,
You're in the
go.
GBAG Nation. Tim, sound off like you got a pair, buddy.
You make the call, Gavin. You tell me what you want, because I only got 30 damn seconds. So it can either be Brian, it can be football, it can be basketball, it can be baseball. Hell, I'll even sound off on Lucius's ass. So you just make the call.
Let me get some baseball thoughts from you, Tim.
All right, well, I'll tell you right now, I coached baseball for a while, and I can tell you real quick in 30 seconds. You walk your ass into that locker room and you say, 20 damn strikeouts in 2 games? Damn! You walk into that locker room and you tell all those little mofos, the next one of you mofos that strikes out more than once, I'm going to make you do one or two things. I'm going to either make you pitch, or I'm going to I'm going to bunch your ass. Now, get the damn ball on the ground and put the ball in play. Damn! And then I throw the damn Gatorade bucket across the room and walk out and say some more bad things in front of James Slater.
Atta baby Pappy.
Look at that. Tim in Carthage showing you how it's done.
That's a tone setter right there,
Yes, it is.
live
Yes, it
from
is.
his garage.
I
in
knew he had it.
Carthage,
He was
Texas.
boiling the frustration on this lineup like I am.
One of the most loyal and passionate callers we've had in fan history.
No doubt.
Absolutely.
That's a legend.
It's a Hall of Famer.
And an old school coach,
Yep.
a former principal of high schools and a coach of multiple sports.
That's a guy who's been there.
I don't know how much you can do in baseball, because there's so much pressure to just be like, everything's fine. What are you talking about? Nobody's stressed out about
Long
it.
season, long season, 162. Figure it out, damn it.
These pitchers are good. You see who we're up against, 20 strikeouts in 2 games.
That's a true veteran move, by the way, throwing the Gatorade.
Definitely.
Because you're not punching anything. You're not risking your own injury, because that's when it becomes embarrassing. You're so pissed off that now you've hurt yourself.
Yeah.
You look like a schmo. You throw the Gatorade, and it sends the message.
Pro move, though, make sure the bucket's empty.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to be struggling to lift that thing.
You don't want to reach
put a rotator
over
cuff
and then
in there.
and that thing doesn't move, and now you're throwing
Send a
your shoulder.
clubby in there to run it for a little while, drain that thing
empty
down.
that thing out, and then throw it. Yeah,
I always
there
love
you go.
Danny Glover in Angels in the Outfield, just runs in there and he flips the whole plate of food, table, just goes flying.
Yes.
And then you get some of the fat catchers looking at it like, what the hell, man? We got a bunch of good food there. That was what we were eating. No, why don't you eat some balls?
Anybody want to sound off about the Cowboys? The over-under 7.5. Micah Parsons still isn't there. Or is Vegas or a lot of these pundits maybe too negative, too positive about what this Cowboy season has in store for you? A lot of phone calls here, though, and a lot of stuff to talk about. Maybe we have a Knicks fan in the audience wants to sound off on the greatest choke in NBA history. That was something. Rodeo Ron's on line 3. You're in the GBAG Nation, Ron, and sound off like you got a pair.
Boy, the only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add the Timmy cartridge. I love his idea, but let's add 4 more things to it. Let's add a set of eyeglasses. Let's add torpedo bats. Let's add some not THC, some GH, whatever it is. That's the Destro stuff. HGH. Let's give them some steroids, even though I know it's illegal, but it's only illegal if you get caught doing it. And let's go Stars! And remember one thing,
What's that?
if you ain't doing a 6 o'clock sound off sober with Radio Run, we'll laugh you at, baby!
Oh, my goodness. Ron bringing the heat tonight.
Energy was palpable.
I think he heard Tim and Carthage. That fired him up.
Absolutely.
That I can do more.
You need a tone setter at the beginning, or else everyone's just kind of going to hum and haw. No. Bring it.
You know what our rivals used to do back in the day? They got Visine out and put eye drops on their bat where they were in the hole. And then, it did a psychological trick. They were like, that's right. Now my bat can see the ball.
That's right.
Yeah. So I would try all kines of those,
Seeing
little
eye
tricks.
hits,
He thought his bat was high as balls.
Oh, you get to seeing eye hits too? Yeah, I like that.
Clear eyes.
Thought the bat was high. You got the torpedo bats. I think you do that. I think HGH is very difficult to test for still. I think you got to
Absolutely.
take blood for that. I don't think they can get that in urinalysis.
haven't caught yet.
I think those are good ideas for Rodeo Ron. Okay, Sam in Oak Cliff, you're up next here in the Sound Off. What do you think?
Hey, I heard you say somebody called in about the Cowboys. Y'all probably don't remember my phone call last time. I was pissed off about Michael Parsons and all that, but say, they might be all right this year. They better be. If not, I'm breaking all my TVs. I'm throwing away everything that I got for the Cowboys. I was about to say something about Jerry Jones, but I ain't going to say he's too old. I don't want to be mean, but I think they're going to be all right. They better be.
Thank you, Sam. Yeah,
Dawson cut him off as soon as he said, I thought it was going to be. They're going to be all right.
Yeah, I had a pretty good phone call. I would just say take a video when you break your TVs. I think those things can go viral.
That'll be good.
Make sure the audio's good while you're doing
Definitely.
it.
Send that
and
in.
send it to Lucius.
Bryce and Granbury, you're in the GBAG Nation. Sound off like you got a pair, Bryce. Oh, my bad. Line 1. Here's Bryce. What you got?
G-Bag, what up, baby? Total for Life calling in. Y'all, my favorite radio station, always have been, always will be. So I'm going to sound off on the Mavericks, baby. So, I was so devastated like the rest of Dallas getting rid of Luka, but then we got the 1 draft pick, baby. Cooper Flag, here we come. And then you know what? I got to sound off on my Stars, baby. They beat the Oilers. We going to take it, and we going to take that Stanley Cup.
Thank you, Bryce.
From them Canadians.
Salute from the Canadians. I don't think Canadians have won a cup in a while.
No, they have
93.
not.
Was that a good call, Wolchek? How would you describe that one?
Baby, I don't know.
It's chaos.
It was, I like the energy and enthusiasm. I like the passion there.
Seemed to have a lot of range.
Yeah.
Good sports passion.
Yep.
That opens a line for you, by the way, at 877-881-1053. Line 2 is Josh, actually up in Oklahoma. Thanks for getting us here tonight, Josh. Sound off like you got a pair.
Yes, sir. So, Lucius, I want to start with you when you were talking about Marge. When you said Marge transitioned at the age of 92, I completely took that the wrong way. Second thing, I am a Thunder fan, and I love listening to y'all complain about Nico because having Sam Presti is magical, and the Thunder are going to take it all. Thanks, and have a good day.
Best of luck to you, Josh.
Good luck, man.
That was a weak
Really.
call, Josh.
Can't argue with him, though.
No, the Sam Presti's an absolute badass.
Yeah.
He's 100% spot on with that.
He's right.
Thunder Pacers would be a pretty good final. Man, the ratings would be horrible, though.
They'd be bad.
Go, Rick.
But it'd be good basketball.
I think Thunder Wolves was maybe the worst rating since Spurs Grizzlies I saw. Just because you have, cities with like 1 million people in them. You know, it's tough to get the big numbers that way.
Yeah.
Okay, let's continue our 6 o'clock sound off phone calls here, and we'll go to line 3. Lucius, we're going to line 3. Is it Jay in Dallas? Sound off like you got a pair, Jay. Do we got you, Jay? Oh, Jay
He's
hung
gone.
up.
He just fell apart right there.
He got a little scared.
Okay, how about Dallas Cowboys El Diablo? What's up, El Diablo? Sound off like you got a pair.
Yes, this is Dallas Cowboy El Diablo, but I do not want to talk about my Dallas. Well, I do. I want to say congratulations to the Texas Rangers. They are making my Cowboys look wonderful. They are really horrible. Hit the ball, will you? Marcus Simeon, he maybe needs to get his wallet out of his back pocket and hit the ball for a change. Oh, wait a minute. Food truck. I got to go.
Okay, there he goes. El Diablo.
El Diablo.
We need Magic Mike to weigh in now. Then we'd have Magic Man and El Diablo.
That's true.
It's the big
in the same place. Okay, and one more phone
I
call.
gotta meet that dude just in case. You know what I mean? I gotta see him online somewhere just so I can feel totally comfortable with that bit.
Yeah, I don't know if I should have been laughing.
Very Nacho Libre.
Yeah. Kind of felt like the 80s all over again there. Yachty in Agtown, line 1. Sound off like you got a pair.
Hey, to bounce off of what the Cowboys nacho person said, I'm surprised that the Rangers are making anybody look good right now. I mean, you have the best pitching staff in baseball, and you can't hit the ball to save your life. I love the Rangers, but I'm not used to watching the hitting go ghost. I'm used to watching the pitching blow games. So that's it. Thank you, guys. Love
Good
you guys.
call. Yeah, it
Thanks,
is.
Yachty.
It's an alternate reality. For years, we've seen no pitching and great hitting, and we thought we had great hitting 2 years in a row, but apparently that's not there yet. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that we see more signs of that this weekend against the White Sox. You know, they were almost shut out by the Rockies twice, but swept them. So it's not been fun. Okay, is it Nick, CY, and Jerry call Jim Nill?
Oh, get one more.
Okay.
This guy right here.
Christian?
We're back to the phone calls. Yeah. Line 4 is Christian. Sound off like you got a pair, sir.
Hey, what's up, guys? Long time listener here. But really, I think it's funny to listen to y'all complain about the Rangers. I'm an Astros fan, but I love everybody else. I love Stars going pretty deep in this playoffs postseason. Cowboys, I'm kind of excited but kind of nervous, but I'm not surprised if it goes back. That's all I got to say.
Appreciate you, Christian.
Yeah.
I love
like
it.
a real committed fan.
Real committed.
I love it when the Astros visit so I can see like 5,000 people wearing the worst color combinations in the game.
Yeah.
You know
Full
what I'm saying?
space suits.
Like they try to match their sneakers with the jersey, and it's like, oh, dude, you look like a construction cone.
Believe it
is ugly. But thanks for the call, Christian.
Yeah, thanks, Christian.
Not going to win, but do appreciate
Not
you
gonna win.
listening.
Oh, no, we suck again.
877-881-1053. Is it Tim and Carthage? 20 damn strikeouts in 2 games. He was on fire. Rodeo Ron looking for torpedo bats at HGH. I greenlight both of those. Sam and Oak Cliff might be all right this year.
Yeah.
Said he's going to break his TVs, though. Bryson Granberry was devastated about the Luka trade. Josh in Oklahoma is a Thunder fan, and having Sam Presti is amazing. You're not going to be able to pay all those guys. Okay, you better get one because they're going to have to blow this team up. El Diablo, congratulations to the Rangers, making the Cowboys look wonderful. And Yachty surprised the Rangers were making anybody look good. I'll vote for our guy Tim in Carthage, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, how could you not? That was impressive stuff there, Rat.
Lucius?
Yeah, it's pretty good stuff right there all the way around, gentlemen. Good job.
Salute.
Good job. Very proud of you guys.
Good phone calls, you think, Wolchuk?
Solid. We've definitely had worse. I was hoping for a little bit more juice, but Tim and Carthage, you get it. I liked it. Rodeo Ron, good passion. Bryson Granberry, baby. Yachty, you made some good points, but it is, Rat. It's Tim and Carthage.
Absolutely with Tim.
Unanimous. Nice job by Timmy down there. Sounded like he was loaded for bear, too. That was just one of his like 4 or 5 subjects he was equipped to sound off about. That's what it's all about right there. And salute to Tim for getting it done again. Sports Hodgepodge coming up next, Chief.
Yeah, let's make fun of the Knicks a little bit. Salute to the MVP. And there's a new PTI in town. That's next year in the nation.
dealership at its finest.
You don't need scientific proof of it.
Thanks for hanging with the G-Bag Nation.
You can feel it.
On 105.3 The Fan or on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Lowe's no. expert in identifying and correcting foundation issues in DFW for over 30 years. When shift happens, go to permapeer.com to schedule a free evaluation or call 214-831-2167.
All right, welcome back, Nation. It's time for a sports hodgepodge. Looking forward to a big Friday show tomorrow. And then Monday's a holiday, actually, but the Rangers smack dab in the middle of that. So
yeah,
hopefully they'll be
game there.
Kicking butt and taking names on a holiday. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org.
Yeah, I think Fred and Blake are in to get you up to game time for that one on Monday.
All righty.
So check them out.
That's hot. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. It's the Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's the Chief, your sports hodgepodge.
Man, that would be nice, huh? If the Ranger bats come alive on a holiday weekend and really just set the tone for what the summer's going to be.
Seems like a kind of a turning point.
Bomb skis all over the place. That would be great. I think I saw they were 29th in doubles hit this year. 29th in the sport.
You kind of realize, I was just sitting there thinking about this. I mean, I know, I appreciate what you're saying, but it just made me think of something else.
Yeah?
When the calendar turns to June, you know how close we are to getting to football season being around the corner?
Oh, you can start to smell it a little bit, right, Walter?
Well, July 4th is really your last. July 4th is your last holiday. You really get to because we're going to be working every holiday. You know, the Christmas and Thanksgiving.
Thanks, NFL schedule makers.
Yeah, but when you 4th of July is the last one you celebrate. But
Yeah.
when you get to June, it's like, damn, the schedules
Start to get that itch.
Yeah, getting ready to go to camp.
We'll actually check in with Matt Hicks here in a few minutes, but I do want to address what happened in New York last night. 99.7% win probability with under 3 minutes to go for the New York Knicks. And then Aaron Nesmith happened, and of course, Mr. Halliburton.
Halliburton driving. He's in the lane. He nearly lost it. He backs up and unloads a three. Oh! That did not happen! It hit the back of the rim. It popped high into the air, and it dropped gently through the net. Gently.
It's an interesting call right there.
Kawhi Leonard-esque.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. Versus, was that against the Sixers,
Philly,
I think?
yeah.
I do remember that. Baseline.
Game 7 East Finals, I think?
Yeah, that was buck wild.
That was crazy.
Last night was
My man went looking for the three-point line like Reggie did.
He did.
That's crazy.
And then did the choke. Because he thought it was a three.
Bro.
Everybody in the building thought it was a three until they took a quick look at it.
The Knicks for the last 2 minutes need to stop. They were out there handshaking and giving hugs and stuff on the sideline. Be like, no, man, you still got 2 minutes left in the game, bro.
Yeah. I mean,
and your man's is scoring over here.
All-time fumble,
Knicks in 4
dude.
too.
Yeah,
they sure were.
Knicks in 4.
Well,
I mean, it was
Kevin Harlan's calls were getting, as the game was getting closer and closer, you know, his call when there's like, when the team's rallying.
It's building.
You could tell.
Is this going to happen? This is happening.
I love Kevin Harlan.
Here's Harlan, and then here's the evil villain laugh of Reggie Miller adding color.
Indiana with it. Halliburton. He'll take it. He'll backpedal a three for the win. And he
I mean, can you imagine being a Knicks fan? I mean, you're collapsing against the Pacers at Madison Square Garden with Reggie Miller on the call and the choke being revitalized.
Yeah, it's the worst.
You can't paint a better disaster class of a picture.
I mean, Reggie's trying, I think, to not totally explode and maybe consider the fact that he's in New York and he's going to be there for the next 48 hours. He was already getting heckled in between the 2 rounds, just hanging out in New York City. That'd be a weird spot to be. I wouldn't want to overdo it. You know, I think those Knicks fans have done an incredible job increasing the entertainment value, but if I'm on the other team, I'm still treading lightly, in the words of Walter White.
Yeah, for sure.
Somebody asked Rick Carlisle after the game about the like if he wished Halliburton wouldn't have done the choking gesture, and he said Tyrese has earned the right to do whatever he wants, and he has, and I think you just take that at face value. But then whenever you see the stat that I saw that I thought was a ball sacking, Tyrese Halliburton is now 11 for 12 on game tying or go ahead shots in the last 2 minutes of a game this season. Wow. Unbelievable.
Big balls, you know, he do the big balls running down the court. He does that.
Yeah, wow, he's got 2 staple celebration moments in this playoff. We're not even to the finals yet.
The most overrated player, allegedly.
Allegedly. That's right. Man, he took that personally. Double-digit assists pretty much 3 years in a row, 20 points per game. He could score 30, but he's unselfish. He's playing Rick Carlisle style. Huge fan. I don't know why Halliburton doesn't get more love.
Yeah, it's like kind of the villain, I suppose. A lot of people just don't like him, but I like it.
The Halliban was trending on Twitter last night.
I saw that. That's incredible.
Gosh, dude.
Insensitive.
Very, very insensitive for sure. But it's Knicks fans. How about Des Bryant alleging on Twitter the Knicks cost him $500,000 last night?
Maybe he does bet a lot. He's just been hitting, but not last night.
Dang, I wonder what he put down on that, dude. That's
had a parlay working.
Truly, truly insane.
Was there enough games? I wonder. Or
maybe he dabbled on the Stars
because he likes to. He's a parlay guy.
Yeah,
he doesn't like to just watch action on one. I think he's a multiple.
I think he'll just throw down big ones on the Cowboys. That'll be like the only solo he does.
Yeah.
Well, that was spectacular last night. And then, of course, you get Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals tonight. OKC up 1-0 in the series. SGA's the MVP. First player from the University of Kentucky to win MVP.
What?
That's surprising, isn't it?
That is shocking.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting.
Damn, Will Chambers, what the hell's going on with your Wildcats?
Yeah.
Man, you can't get MVPs?
Get it together, boys.
Wow.
Get it together. But he apparently gave an MVP gift bag to all of his teammates.
Watches?
That's a stud right there.
That's the only thing I know that was a part of the gift exchange from the MVP SGA to his teammates. They all got Rolexes, among other things.
There you go.
Well
done.
Yeah, that's pretty fantastic stuff. And then he did this thing where he's sitting down and he's being interviewed by the NBA on TNT crew. It's Shaq, it's Barkley, and everybody. And he's sitting there, and it's zoomed in on him, but he's in like a media film watching sort of room, and all of his teammates are surrounded by him because I guess he wanted them to be involved in sort of the production aspect of being the MVP. He wanted to give credit to the teammates. And then at the end here, listen to what Shaq does, calling out one of the teammates that was sitting behind SGA.
Congratulations,
right,
Shaq.
congratulations.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it. You got see you in the finals.
Tell that dude with the white wristband he ugly. Right behind you over your red shirt.
SGA, thanks. We appreciate you.
I mean, just catching strays, dude. You're sitting there soaking in the MVP celebration with your teammate, with Shaq and Kenny and Charles, and all of a sudden Shaq just says, hey, that dude in the white wristband is ugly, and then that's how they go to break right there. I don't even know which teammate it was, but it is pretty hilarious. Now, SGA is getting crushed for being the free throw merchant and things like that.
Fake news.
But, I mean, yeah, it seems like fake news when you consider all the different numbers that are coming out comparing MVPs and big-time players in NBA's past and comparing like their free throw attempts and stuff like that. One example is like obviously they've played now 12 games in this postseason, and he ranks, I saw from Tom Habistro, SGA, he has 110 free throws over a 12-game span. And all-time in playoff history, that ranks almost 500th. In terms of the amount of free throws in a 12-game span.
Over-exaggeration here, where we're kind of prisoner of the moment.
Yes, and that's just one example. There's been a lot of NBA folks like Jason Gallagher, most free throw attempts by an MVP since the year 2000. SGA ranks 12th. So, I mean, you had Joel Embiid just a couple of years ago, like 12 free throws a game. Obviously, Shaq's high up there, but Russell Westbrook in 2016, almost 11 free throws a game. SGA is just under 9.
Well, I mean, we'll see how tonight goes, but yeah, that's eye-opening. I think that's a great nugget.
Here's a quick trivia question for you guys: How many
LeBron James?
How many MVPs?
4.
Only went to high school.
Ooh, that's a great question.
In NBA history?
Yeah,
3.
Let's see.
I mean, how long did the rule? I'll stick with 3.
Give me 4.
4. LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Kevin Garnett, and Moses Malone.
See, the Moses Malone one was the one that was slipping me up. I didn't know.
Knew Kobe and LeBron.
Because I was curious.
And I knew KG as well.
I was fact checking you on Kentucky.
Oh, yeah.
I was fact checking you, and
I thought I was being the fountain of misinformation.
I thought you were being
again.
the fountain of misinformation.
I'm glad to prove you wrong. Thank you.
Like
Thanks for wasting your time.
Davidson had a MVP before Kentucky
Steph
did.
Curry. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I got to follow up.
That's true. That's crazy.
That is wild. I got to follow up on the gift basket.
Okay, yeah.
So Shams did some homework on this.
Is this like the Jeter gift basket?
I don't think it. What was in Jeter's? I can't remember.
Like
well,
bath salts and stuff.
It was a post-coital basket.
Oh, that's right. For his girlfriend.
A plan B.
Yeah,
Maybe,
yeah, 100%. Definitely some plan B in
maybe
there.
a towel to clean
A
up.
lot of massage kits,
a Mangino towel,
bubble baths,
chamois.
So you mentioned the Rolexes, iPhones, Beats by Dre headsets, and customized Canada Goose jackets.
Man,
Canada Goose.
You immediately went to the clothes.
Well,
He won with the Rolexes. That's a winner right there.
I
they hold their
think the
value.
Rolex has to be the most expensive out of any of these
By
items.
far, that's the best gift you can give
But
somebody.
that's pretty badass, dude. Good for him.
Okay, so
Watches are great gifts.
Absolutely.
I know we like to make fun of Skip Bayless. We can do that again here, but this is kind of a tip of the cap. This is a guy who has done a nice job turning players' names into nicknames that are not very, very kind.
Like Team Obliterator.
That's the first one that comes to mind.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And he's had, I'm sure you could just Google up Skip Bayless nicknames for players, and there's quite a bit of them. This is his wheelhouse. He's got one for Anthony Edwards.
So this one was pretty simple. This game one, Minnesota at my Oklahoma City Thunder, who are going to win this year's NBA championship. This was real simple in the second half. Oklahoma City trailed by 4 at halftime, and all of a sudden, SGA went MVP on the Timberwolves, while Ant-Man, right on schedule, turned into Can't-Man.
Oh.
He just can't.
Ant-Man.
That's pretty dang good right there. Skip Bayless still has the fastball working.
What an absolute flip-flopper. Bandwagoner. Skip Bayless is. I get it. He's from Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
So you should have been in Oklahoma City, allegedly. But this guy has been riding the San Antonio Spurs for how long? He was all about the Spurs.
Oh, that's a good point.
He was a big-time Spurs fan during their dynasty run, and now all of a sudden the Spurs aren't any good right now. They might become good again. But now he's jumping on OKC?
Yeah.
They're his Thunder? Get out of here, Skip.
I think for a lot of media people, especially in this era with so much social media and people going out on their own, you have to do some engagement farming. But this is the bad kind of engagement farming where you flip-flop and pretend to be loyal to a brand or a group for life just to capitalize on the moment.
I
think
hate it.
Skip Bayless gone too far. He's really starting to sound old, too.
And looking it as well. Now his old partner Shannon Sharp,
Bob Ryan.
I saw from Awful Announcing, ESPN reportedly considered replacing Around the Horn with a Shannon Sharp show.
Oh,
until he did what he did.
Well, certainly, I think there's probably been a change of plans there.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, Around the Horn is still. I mean, I think tomorrow's their final day on the air.
They're out
Saw
tomorrow.
Izzy Gutierrez just weeping on Around the Horn earlier today for
Got
his
no
final
gig.
his final FaceTime. I don't know what type of gigs he's got going. I think he still does like NBA reporting and stuff for them, but that show clearly meant a lot to him.
Yeah,
it's the relationships,
Yeah.
not the show. I think of the job, but it's those people that, you've basically been family for a couple decades.
And Ken Glizzy Jr. on Twitter was alleging that the Shannon Sharp show was going to be named Pardon the Intercourse. A new edition. A new PTI takes on ESPN.
Can't wait for that open.
Oh, yeah. Michelle.
Yeah, that's pretty good stuff right there. I do wonder what happens with Shannon Sharp. He's still doing his podcast and stuff like that, killing it on Club Shay Shay.
Just had a big one with Dave Portnoy.
Nightcap, the Portnoy one.
Yeah.
I think he was following around 2 Chainz as well. I'm seeing some clips of that.
I think this is better because
bracelet.
once you go there, now I can be even more Shannon. Like, that was the most Shannon we could get for corporate television. Now he can really get loose, and I think there's gold in those hills.
They get loose.
Yeah.
Or she will.
It's all in the hips.
2 Chainz is the she got a big booty, so I call her big booty, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to confirm.
Got a big booty, so I call it big booty.
All right, we're down in the Ranger dumps, and I figured we could go ahead and phone a friend here. So just wanted to check in with one of our good buddies. Would like to just ask Hicksy, Matt Hicks, what are you doing right now?
I'm looking for my read sheet. Oh. It's on the floor. Where did it go?
I don't know, Hicksy. I don't know, dude. We'll check in with you later. Sorry about that. That was rude of me just calling you unannounced like that.
Man, I read sheet.
I got to tell you, I love our Rangers announcers, man. Hicks and Nadell and Sandler, Ted Emmerich the last couple of nights.
Dude, Dave Raymond crushed it with the burger.
The double smash burger?
Yes.
He did.
And then today...
We still haven't got a welcome to the Jungle.
No.
No, we
pissed
haven't.
about that.
Well, he's got to not strike.
He just went jungle.
He's had a handful of
welcome to the jungle.
He had a welcome to the jungle couple of moments.
Yeah, he just didn't go with the jungle of
I was
it.
just thinking of today.
Today, man,
today.
Jared asked him, would you rather have the double smash burger or two single smash burgers? And he said he wants the carbs, so give him, he wants both buns.
Double single.
Who said that?
Bread to meat ratio.
Dave wants the...
He said, give me both buns.
Wow, that's,
I'm a fan.
That's not a good take by Dave. Are we interested in this? June 11th, releasing on Netflix. We just saw the first trailer for the documentary about Ocean Gate, the submarine crash.
I am interested.
Oh, this was the private submarine?
Yes.
That imploded down there?
Yes. The rich people?
I don't know. Yeah, I could see myself watching it.
I'd definitely watch it.
This is going to be up there.
I was very underwhelmed by the Favre one.
Oh, were you really?
Disappointing.
So you watched the whole thing?
It's only an hour.
What was wrong with it? Did they take it easy on him?
I think it was like the Jen Sturger doc. It wasn't a Brett thing. It was just all about Jen. Really.
Yeah, sure was.
And I feel for
just
her.
glazed gin the whole time.
Yeah.
They need to
Like
retitle
the
that.
last 15 minutes were all about the actual stuff with the stealing of all the money, and we barely got
get into that. Yeah, they didn't get into it.
That's the best. Who cares about the Jen Sturger stuff?
Yeah.
Jen Sturger, like she was the show.
Right on. Well, thank you for that review, Wolchuk. Saved me an hour.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, we'll cross talk with the fan after dark. See what Fred and Blake have cooking for you next. It's the G-Back Nation, fam.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, the Firehouse Tour is back. We are out in Mansfield at 3100 East Broad Street. Stop by, grab some Whataburger, and say what's up as we get you set for Stars Game 2 and another Ice Cube ticket giveaway Friday morning on The Fan.
Let's talk Collars & Co., shall we? Mark Cuban and Peter Jones just invested $1 million in this company on Shark Tank. It's Collars & Co. They make the dress collar polo. It's a four-way stretch comfortable polo, but the top has a firm dress collar on it, so it's going to give you that great dress shirt look, but an extremely comfortable polo feel. And as we get into summer, it's all about the comfort. These polos are short sleeve, they're airy, they're beautiful. They got a bunch of different patterns and colors that you can choose from, and they look super sharp by themselves. But hey, if you do have a wedding that you need to go to, maybe a big business meeting, pop a sports jacket over there, maybe a nice sweater. Visit them at collarsandco.com today. That's collarsandco.com.
The conference finals are tipping off at Twin Peaks. Watch the games with wall-to-wall scenic views and a round of 29-degree drafts with your crew. Who you got making it through to represent the East and West? Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Men, reclaim your game and feel your best. More energy, better sleep, weight loss, and peak performance. Game Day Men's Health delivers real results. Mention the fan and receive 10% off. Book your free testosterone test now at GameDayDallas.com.
We're here at Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, and asking customers what the it means in Huffines has it. Today, we've got Melanie Scruggs.
The it for me was how easy and low pressure the car buying process was.
And at Genesis of Plano, we're in our brand new state-of-the-art facility. We've got a great selection of new 2025 GV70s and GV80 SUVs with low APR financing and low payments with no hidden fees.
Hey, it's Gavin Dawson for Window Nation. Summer is officially here, and so are the rising temperatures. Before you know it, you'll be wondering what else you can do to keep cool during the dog days of summer. Beat the heat and keep the AC in your home with Window Nation's energy-efficient vinyl windows. During their semi-annual sale, buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free, and free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment, especially when prices are rising. So how exactly do they keep their prices affordable? Window Nation works directly with the top window manufacturers in the country, which means all their windows are assembled right here in the USA. Plus, their windows come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Window Nation's semi-annual sale ends soon. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free, and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, pay nothing until 2027. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Testing.
We're live from Chick-fil-A.
This is Grant.
And this is Laura.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that sweet bun.
And that chicken filet was perfectly crispy and soft at the same time.
And that Smokehouse Barbecue sauce, it's a lot of fun. And the brown sugar bacon definitely had a little bit more pizzazz. Also, the Mac, one of the all-time greats. Man, I'm getting hungry.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and a Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
The coolest summer starts at Target with up to 50% off select Sun Squad pool and outdoor toys and 20% off select favorite day treats with Target Circle. Discover inflatable pools and outdoor toys that'll surely make a big splash this season, while you keep it cool and sweet with the most shareable cookies and frozen snacks under the sun. Hurry! Now through Memorial Day, save up to 50% on select Sun Squad toys and 20% on select favorite day treats with Target Circle, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
When you need something notarized, the UPS store is here to help. Stop in or schedule an appointment to take advantage of our notarizing services. We'll make your documents official, help you make copies, and send your notarized documents wherever they need to go. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell, and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell Groom's Cake Ice Cream is renewing its vows on the frozen aisle. Milk chocolate ice cream with chocolate cake pieces, chocolate-coated strawberry hearts, swirls of strawberry sauce, and chocolate icing. See you at the reception.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at all Walmart supercenters and all neighborhood markets.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
We're taking you into Memorial Day weekend with our Firehouse tour tomorrow morning. Where are we going to be, Chop? We'll be at Mansfield Firehouse, number 3, 3100 East Broad Street. Of course, we're taking care of our Tolos, Bobby.
Come get your free Whataburger breakfast and a one-of-a-kind Sean and RJ item while supplies last.
Proudly presented by Whataburger, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Firehouse Movers. We'll see you at Mansfield Firehouse 3 tomorrow with The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. GBAG Nation 105 through the Fan. It's time now for the Fan After Dark. Fred and Blake, good evening.
Good evening. I'm glad to be back here with you guys.
It's good to see you, man.
Long break, but we're here. We were being captured by the GBAG Nation in the prep room, just chatting it up. But get to do some radio 4 hours today, baby.
4 hours.
I'm excited.
Stretching and everything, right? We did a 4-hour show on Monday, though. So, That's true. Yeah. You guys have been getting your reps. We've been getting a few reps in. Can't complain.
Do you wear a small shirt, Blake? Is that what that is?
This is a
Tell him how you do your shirt.
Is that a cutoff shirt?
So,
it's his girlfriend's
crop
top.
Wrong, correct. I buy shirts knowing I'm going to cut them to waist length. So this is just more of a...
It's like a Zeke thing.
I would say Zeke thing would be up here. This would be like how Zeke wore his, like showing body parts. This is just flush.
But
so
you're on your way to
I'm on my way.
Full Zeke.
Like if I would have raised my arm, get a little what's
see
this
your
called?
happy trail.
V-line. Oblique. I like that. So
T-peg the guy.
It's just I see your strategy.
It's just your navel, Blake.
Strategy. Good. I have a GBAG Nation presents You Make the Call. How would you guys vote on this story? Former MLB first baseman Darren Ruff suing the Reds for damages after he suffered a career-ending injury while crashing into an uncovered tarp roller at the Great American Ballpark 2 years ago. This is a player. They rolled the tarp out. They put it back and forth, and apparently the tarp didn't get put back on the roller. So as he's making a play, he runs into that. Career over.
Oh, my gosh. This is 100% he's in the right. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, you got to take advantage of this right here. I mean, the Reds are going to be in some hot water because when that Pigeon family starts to get some lawyers, they're going to have another phone call to make. Should be a lot of poop. This is a no-brainer, though. If that's negligence on the team's part, now my career's over. Yeah, I'm cashing checks. What do you do? Blow out his knee?
Failing to maintain safe field conditions is the allegations that come with that negligence. Of course, we highly recommend this guy calls the Frankels. Make sure you don't settle for less.
Player safety, man.
But it was an 11-inning win, June 2nd, 23. Ruff was chasing a foul pop. His knee hit the end of the tarp. Permanent substantial deformities to his knee.
Ooh, see,
he doesn't even look good anymore.
Deformities, that's an extra $10 million.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
now he probably can't go out in
pain
public.
And suffering. No, you can't wear shorts anymore.
Okay,
we need to see the highlight of this, dude. That it or sounds capris. Graphic.
He is seeking punitive and compensatory damages, but here's the deal. He was a career minor leaguer at 36 years old. He was getting a cup of coffee. Does that? I mean, this might be his big break.
Wait, how much is he? How much is he suing for? Well, do we know the number?
I have not seen the number
because the number matters here. He's definitely due for something. Aren't going to be much, but
potential career earnings won't be much.
If you're 22 years old and this happens, but you weren't going to make a lot more money in the big, but now you're disabled for the rest of your life.
Well,
I'm thinking at least low seven figures.
Is this a workman's comp case?
I want an electric wheelchair. A nice one.
What? See, that's what I'm saying.
They'll throw that in.
Maybe
what's this guy's name?
Maybe the Reds aren't going to have to pay.
How much is Darren Ruff suing for? Can you get that? We'll ask these gentlemen what's coming up on the show tonight.
We've got a lot of fun stuff coming up on the show tonight. It's Thursday. So
Where's
that
all
means...
our THCA people at, by the way? The smoke stores are about to get closed down.
I heard that. I
Oh,
heard the
dude, I
drinks
know.
and maybe some of the edibles will stay.
Yeah, but the flour and look, the Delta 8s, the Delta 9s, and THCAs.
Yeah,
I don't fly Delta
but
anymore.
it's a ways out still. Talking with the guy from
The House has already passed the ban. Now it's getting ready to go to the Senate, and they're saying they could have this thing wrapped up at Governor Abbott's desk by the end of the month.
I thought he said he was going to sign to not agree with it and push it back to the next legislative session for a second go around. Really?
Our girl,
we're getting slam dunked here.
Our girl from the Dallas Morning News, I think Karen Brooks Harper, who's been covering this.
Oh, you're having a Karen on?
We reached out to a Karen. We'll see if she comes back. We'll see if she responds.
So you're doing a full Delta 9 breakdown here tonight? Or?
I want to. We look. A lot of
Delta
misinformation
8?
out there.
Let's
get absolutely. We need to educate folks on what the hell's going on here.
Because I need to be educated.
Because
I'm
I'll tell you
confused.
what, weed dealers right now are saying, "Hey, we're back in the game.
back, baby.
We are city boys. Weed boys are up this weekend.
Yeah.
Hey, we
Mortimer.
carry 4 ounces, and not get in trouble. Hey-o. So
We're back, Mortimer.
A lot of moving parts.
Street
to this,
pharmacists
okay?
are back.
A lot of moving parts.
Appreciate your journalism on this one, Fred.
You're welcome.
Thanks
You're
to
welcome.
Lucius Alexander and the Pimp Cup over there, Master Control here, 75 fits you. Just went 4+ flawless once again. Thanks to Wolchuk and Chiafalo and Broadus. I'm Gavin Dawson. Till tomorrow at 2. Rangers at White Sox tomorrow at 6. We'll have Sean McDonough on previewing Game 2 at 4 o'clock. And until tomorrow at 2, you're going home with the nation, Eddies.
Your proud home of the Cowboys, Rangers, and the GBAG Nation. Turn it on, leave it on. 105.3 The Fan. Or on our Odyssey app, presented.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
What was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens.
Pre-cut.
No. She said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
right now you're stuck with, you've got 3 pitchers in the top 10 in ERA. Tyler Mahle, Jacob deGrom, who pitched another great game yesterday, Eovaldi, who pitched another great game today. All right, and yet you got 3 dudes in the top 10 in ERA, and you're a game under 500. And real quick, Bassick said this today, and this is something we've all talked about here throughout the 105 through the fan. Where would this team be right now if it wasn't for the pitching?
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Very bad.
you'd be the White Sox right now.
You'd be horrendously bad.
I mean, and so that's kind of the, and again, through 51 games.
I guess you'd be the Pirates, who have a decent pitching outing from Paul Skeens every once in a while, and then other than that, they lose every game.
I mean, that's. I mean, you want to talk about a kick in the teeth. Like, that's the team we're comparing the Rangers to.
Yeah,
the Pirates. You know what their highlight's been this year? You know what the biggest moment for the Pirates has been? A drunk kid falling out of the stands. Okay, like that's the highlight. Kid falling out of the stands, nearly killing himself, and Paul Skeens. That's what you got going on if you're a Pirates fan right now. That sucks.
Over the last 13 starts in which Nathan Eovaldi has followed Jacob deGrom, the duo has a 1.37 composite ERA, a 7.4 strikeout to walk ratio, and have averaged 6 innings per start. And the most amazing number of all, Evan Grant writes, is it'll be their 5th loss for the Rangers in those 13. Just an average team right now with subpar hitting.
And you know what sucks is a week ago this team was balling. You know what I'm saying? Like, you had taken 2 out of 3 from from Detroit, best team in baseball right now. You swept the Rockies, which, okay, great. It's probably a beer league we could put together and take an all-star beer league team and beat the Rockies. And then you took, you got off to a decent start, right, against the Astros, and then here we go, right? You split 2 out of 2 with them. You've now lost 4 straight. And again, you will get right against the White Sox. I'd like to think so anyway. But okay, so great. You beat up on the bad teams. You got to start beating the good teams. You got these bats have got to come alive. And I don't know.
And I think you got to feel pretty good. You gave up 1 run, 4 runs, and 5 runs to the Yankees, who were a top 3, top 5 hitting team. And there wasn't any game where it's like, oh man, they had one of those innings where they hit 3 home runs and it's done for, and you're down 10-1.
Now last night was a kick in the teeth.
But you let up 5 runs, 4 runs, and 1 run, and lost all 3 of them. So.
Of course, the worst part about last night, though, is that you gave up 3 runs in 3 straight innings to close out the game, right? So you had a deGrom who was, vintage deGrom once again, and then your usually stellar or usually above average bullpen,
Cody Bellinger,
decided that they were going to crap the bed last night, and they did in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. And of course, Luke Jackson gives up another walk-off home run. And so now, I'm not saying that, okay, is Luke Jackson the guy, or is it time to have an immediate conversation? But, Chris Martin's hurt. Luke Jackson cost you a game yesterday. All right.
We need Josh Forrest back one day.
I mean, you just need, you need, look, at the end of the day, you need the bats to get going. Okay, you need the bats to go. I mean, the fact that we are relying so heavily on such a small margin for error with your pitching staff and your relief staff, you can't live like that. There's going to be days where you're going to, they gave up 4 runs yesterday. And to think that that's the fact that 4 runs seems monumental is too much.
Especially with how much we hyped up this lineup going into the season.
Absolutely. Right? And again, once again, Simeon's giving you nothing. Once again, Adolis has been All right? We can talk about Jock Peterson for days, So
what you're telling me is my future parlay isn't going to hit?
None of it. Look, our parlays are screwed. Because we had like 5 guys. Remember before the season, we might have 5 dudes hit 30 home runs this year. Oh, my God. Yeah, right. You'd be lucky to have 5 guys. You'll be lucky to have 5 guys hit 20 home runs at the rate this team's going.
So Jock Peterson, I need him to get 21 home runs this year.
Well, or you know what the real issue is? Yeah, they might get 20 home runs, but they're all going to be 20 solo home runs since nobody seems to be able to hit home runs with guys on base.
Jake Berger, is he getting 27 home runs? That's on my parlay.
I'll tell you what, Jake, I'm moderately optimistic about, because I will say this. Maybe we need to have everybody go down to Round Rock and reset.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's the issue.
Adolis, man. You can't. There's some guys you can't send down there.
No,
they've already used their options.
Maybe you do. All right. I don't know. Again, I'm no expert.
Maybe you do. They can't option people. You only have so many times you can.
Well, you can put them. You tell you what. Put them on the IL. Put him on a rehab assignment, okay?
Have him sneak onto the practice.
Well, just say, hey, pulled a groin. Got to come back.
He's looking a little tight there, Bills. What's going on, buddy?
Tell you what, are you walking with a gait? Is that gait got a limp to it? Because I need you to go to Round Rock and reset.
Is Adolis Garcia, is he hitting 28 home runs this year?
I mean, what's he at right now? 6?
It's not a lot.
You know what I'm saying?
I think that whole parlay's gone down.
That parlay's cooked. And
I thought the Corey Seager multiple home run games was going to be the one.
You were feeling
He's already
good
got 2 of those.
Yeah,
no,
well.
I am feeling good about that. I'm saying that's the best one out of all those.
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. That is the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line. Chime in, all right? But on the good side, and we talked about this just a smidge, your Dallas Stars victorious last night. What was it, 6-3 over Edmonton? 5 goals. Now, granted, the last one was an empty netter, but nonetheless, you got 5 goals last night. You won the ball game. You stopped the winless Game 1 streak. But more importantly, we are now 7 games away from getting Dallas Stars tattoos. It is going to be a thing. We are trying to rally support with each and every show. We've got a handful of folks here at 105 Through the Fan. Now, I don't know. There's not a lot of guys with tats, though, I feel like. All right. Bobby doesn't have any tats. We asked him today. All right. Carter Freeman has no tats. Now, that's not a huge surprise on that front.
We got a bunch of sissies working up here. We need we need to grab them around the neck and show them how to get a tattoo like a real.
Now, Bobby's already said he will come out and support wherever we're at for the tattoo place. Okay. We haven't figured out what tattoo place. I know there's a lot of Tolos and Fatties out there that are inked up and have tattoo places that they like. And so if you want to make that a reality, and so, we can have a Tolo Fatty party at a tattoo joint. Let's do it.
Have everybody from each show represent, if you will.
Absolutely.
I'll get Alec Medford. So there's your midday. I don't know if anybody from GBAG. They all sounded like they were too cool for school when I brought up the tattoo ideas. Either don't have tattoos or don't want them.
No. Look, we can get, at the very least, I know we can get Chief and Wolchuk to show up.
Okay.
We can definitely get Chief and Wolchuk to show up. All right. Now, again, I don't know. Chief would be the only guy on that show, and I'm sure Lucius has got tats. My guess is Lucius and Chief are the only 2 on the program.
Lucius only has 2.
Lucius only has 2.
That's kind of wild. That's kind of wild.
It's very un-Navy-like of him. Tell him I said that. Very un-Navy. He must be part of that new Navy that they were phasing out tattoos. They were trying to clean up the image and wouldn't let people get tattoos. All right, so we figure Lucius and Chief from GBAG, Alec Medford from the Midday.
Who does have tattoos.
Bobby Belt has said he'll show up. All right. And so, at that point, and then whatever producers want to show up. So there you go. And then, of course, listeners, that's a given.
Listeners, this is why we're doing it.
That's exactly why we're doing it. So, I'd like to think if we can get 50 listeners to show up and get tatted, and again, it doesn't have to be, we're not saying sleeve your arm out with Stars stuff. Okay. Like, let's be real.
What size would you say these are? I'm thinking that's kind of the generic
$50 size. Yeah. Nothing crazy. Now, I'll probably get something a little big right there in the middle, as far as
go ahead and mark that.
Pause. Yeah, creep.
You said it.
Yeah, because I was pointing at my arm when I said it, okay? The middle of my arm. Thank you very much.
Indiana Fever versus the Atlanta Dream right now. A little WNBA
Throw
action.
the records out when Indiana and Atlanta get together.
Have you seen the politics with this Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese nonsense?
First of all, she flopped. Like, is nobody going to point that out, that Angel Reese flopped?
I just don't get why it's such a big race thing because
people are lazy. That's why. Because
in the NBA, why don't we like yell at Austin Reeves for not standing up for this, or Draymond Green is some hero? Like, we don't do that in the NBA.
WNBA is doing whatever it can to get fans.
We just don't do that. We're like white, black, Euro, Hispanic. We're just like, can you ball?
Problem is you've got a faction of Angel Reese fans who want to make everything about race.
But she's not good. That's my point.
But
if we want to grab
that's irrelevant.
A African woman who's good, let's talk about Asia Wilson. Why are we talking about Angel Reese like she's good? She's not. She hustles and she rebounds well. She is not
because
good.
I'll tell you why. She's got an ardent fan base. That's why.
Yeah, she was popular at LSU, but I don't get this like her and Angel are back and forth for who's the best young player. They're not.
Here's the problem.
I don't know. Am I tripping?
Angel does I'll say this about Angel Reese. She has done a great job of promoting herself off the court.
Oh, yeah. And she's talking about being oppressed. And I'm saying this as someone who's half black. She talks about being oppressed. She got flown out to the Met Gala. That's not exactly what the press looked like.
Look, I don't understand why the need for her to harp on things that I don't, like I said, I don't understand it, like the oppression and what have you. I mean, I can't speak to that. I'm a white guy that's 44 years old, so I'm not going to pretend like I can put myself in those shoes. That said, I guess she's hyping up the fact that you've got a faction of people, like you said, or like I said, that have made this whole Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese thing about race. And you've got Caitlin Clark supporters that have done it. You got Angel Reese supporters.
No, I agree. Both sides have done
it. And the WNBA, here's the problem. And the WNBA, who doesn't know how to handle this newfound success, okay, and I think there's a segment of the WNBA that doesn't like the fact that, look, that league has toiled for 20 years, okay? And I think there's some opposition to the fact that, okay, Caitlin Clark, a white woman, comes in, and now all of a sudden WNBA is blown up. And I think there's a faction of people that don't like that aspect of it.
There's currently white and black girls in the WNBA that are popular. Sabrina Ionescu just did the 3-point competition with Steph Curry and blew up. Asia Wilson's probably the best player in the WNBA and has been doing her thing.
But here's the difference, though. Nobody outside of sports ever cared about that.
Probably, yeah.
Caitlin Clark took it to her
and Angel are getting people who don't watch sports to talk about it.
And that's the difference.
I just wish we could have picked if we're going to do this whole representation, I would have wish we picked a better player, because Angel's not good. If you watch 10 minutes of her game, she is not a talent.
She's not as good for the hype that she gets.
Yeah.
Like, is she? She's she's a great rebounder, right? Now, granted, half the rebounds are her missing her, rebounding her own misses, but there's a role for her in the WNBA. Yeah. The problem is that we've hyped that role up entirely, because you're right. Aja Wilson should be getting all the press that Angel Reese gets.
Correct.
Right? But the thing about Aja Wilson that she's an old school, she goes about her business, right? Correct. She's an old school athlete. She goes in, you've got a few commercials here and there, but we don't hear about what Aja Wilson's doing off the court because she's a pro.
And then Kelsey Plum dropped 33 on her old
37,
team.
First night.
First night.
So girl Paige Becker's doing her thing here in Dallas. So there's other stories, but unfortunately stuff like that happens, and that's all the conversation that's around. So either way, look, we're talking about the WNBA, for God's sakes.
Look at us.
And that's the reality of it. So there you have it. All right, coming up next, we'll take a trip around the DF Dub. We will touch a little bit more on the Stars game and what we saw, and of course what you can expect for Friday. And then of course your Dallas Mavericks. Our boy Blake's got a little something cooked up, and then we'll get some Cowboys talk later on in the program as well. So much to get to. Glad to have you on board. He's Blake, I'm Fred.
30 straight minutes without interruption.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are you? Cinnamon Sisters?
Angel Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Pay off debt, go on vacation, start that home renovation. SWE Lending, all credit okay, all credit okay.
Call 713-231-1133. Subject to approval, equal housing lender. SWE Lending LLC. NMLS number 851997. 6101 Southwest Freeway, Houston, Texas.
This next segment is brought to you by DFW Security.
School is almost out. Keep your kids safe with DFW Security. Get video alerts when they come and go. Monitor doors and windows, even the garage, all from your phone. Get your home or business ready for summer at
DFWsecurity.com.
The next segment of the Fan After Dark is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I'll tell you what, folks.
Haskinen scores! Through a screen. A power play goal in a one-goal game.
That was the breakaway goal from our boy Tyler Seguin yesterday, tying things up at a goal apiece. I'm sorry, I was reading text messages while forgetting that I had told Trevor the Creator to come back with that particular sound. So, look, we keep things moving here on Fan After Dark, okay? Let's get that straight. No, I was caught as in typical Fan After Dark / 105.3 The Fan fashion. We mentioned WNBA for a quarter of a segment, and text messages come flying in about Angel Reese, and apparently I pronounced old girl's name wrong. It's Asia Wilson. I pronounced it like I thought it was spelled, AJA, and I knew it was Asia. My brain and what comes out of my mouth don't always coexist, okay?
Yeah.
So shout out to, hey, Fred, it's Asia, not Aja. If you're going to say folks' names, at least pronounce them correctly. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hey, we're just trying to show some love. All right, we are trying to show some love. I mean, we are locked in to the WNBA.
Next payday, I'm going to order the orange WNBA jacket.
Wow.
I'm committed. I'm going to order it. You know which one I'm talking about, right?
I have zero idea what you're talking about.
It's all orange, and it's just got the WNBA logo in white on the front of it. That's it.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
I'll let you wear it, too.
No, I mean, I don't need to, but so I need to get a Paige Becker's jersey. All right. I'm debating on that. And then, because we need to go to a Wings game.
We can't. I don't think we have to get credentials either. Or just walk up. We're the fan. Really going to question it?
We'll probably need credentials. We're
here for Paige.
No, I mean, we're here for the whole team. We're absolutely there for the whole team. I will represent the Wings. I got no problem with that. We'll go out to Arlington one night and go check out a Wing fan After Dark on assignment, on location.
See, now this is what we're not going to do with the last text set. That's not what the fan's trying to do or you as a sports fan should be doing. I'm just calling it how it is. I'm not actively hoping that one of the players is worse than the other and rooting for their demise. That's what's bad. with the sports world. I'm just calling it how it is. I don't think she's that good for all the hype we're giving her, but I don't want her to be bad. It's calling out what it is.
And like I said, I mean,
by bad, I mean in comparison to the top players in the W. I don't mean bad as in not a good basketball player, shouldn't be in the WNBA. I don't mean that.
Yeah.
People always take that stuff out of context when we say an NBA player is bad. We're not saying that they couldn't beat every single one of us listening, or they couldn't beat
context.
The context of who we're comparing them to.
That's it. I go back to what Austin Reeves said, right? I was not a huge Austin Reeves fan during his career, but I will give him credit. He's unabashed in what he says. And I thought he made a great point on one of his podcasts not too long ago where he said, look, when you're in the NBA, you're one of the best in the world at playing basketball.
Probably hard to take criticism. You've made it that far.
It's hard to take criticism in the sense that you know what you're good at. And it's like he said, he goes, I can roll up to any LA Fitness right now and drop 50 on anybody.
Probably anyone in the world.
On anybody, right? And when you think about at first you're like, oh, what? And then you think about it, you're like, no, that's true. Like Austin Reeves spent a decade, and it wasn't like he was an end of the bench guy. Like Austin Reeves was a valuable rotational piece for a decade in his career. So when he says but in the grand scheme of things, is anybody ever gonna look back and be like, yo, Austin Reeves was that dude? I'm thinking of, I keep saying Austin Reeves. I meant Austin Rivers.
Oh, shoot. Well, that changed the term Austin Rivers. I was like, for a decade.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, Austin Rivers was in the league for a decade and was a rotational piece. And that's what I'm saying. Like, when you put it in that context, it's like, yes, at one time, Austin Rivers was one of the best basketball players in the world, which sounds like a lot at first, but then you're like, yeah, actually.
If you watch his high school highlights and you know that what Fred is saying and what Austin Rivers said is not out of crazy context.
No, it's not.
It's probably a top 3 high school mixtape. If you know ball, if someone said Austin Rivers wasn't good at basketball,
then you're just being.
I just think you're naive.
Either that or you're just being a hater for the sake of being a hater, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like when we talk about an Angel Reese of the world, it's like, look, Angel Reese is a solid WNBA player, but for the level of hype she gets, and look, somebody said, oh, she's only going to get better. I hope she does. I'm not preying on Angel Reese's downfall, for crying out loud, but it just gets a little obnoxious at times. So that being said, it's not obnoxious. A 1-0 lead for your Dallas Stars. They score 5 goals, as we mentioned already, as they take care of business. And it wasn't just our boy Tyler Sagan scoring goals yesterday. That 5-goal third period went ham. Here is Miro, 32 seconds into the third period last night?
Heiskanen scores! Through a screen! A power play goal in a 1-goal game.
Hell of a goal right there.
They just don't do announcing like they do in hockey, man. It's just the environment. Every time I'm watching a Stars game, I got the volume cranked. I want to hear every goal.
I would say soccer gets pretty hype.
But what Dallas?
you talking about Dallas?
Yeah, I'm just talking about like ones that I watch on my TV on a daily. Do you watch Dallas soccer every day on your TV?
I just meant soccer in general. I thought you meant just like in the grand.
I was saying more personal to Blake.
Well, but that's Sean McDonough. He's a national.
I'm just saying, just personal to Blake. I'm watching the Stars playoffs right now, and it's just great commentary.
Right.
Are you disagreeing?
I'm not really. What do you? I mean, what are you saying?
I'm saying watching the Stars in this postseason has been enjoyable as well because of the broadcast.
Yeah, but it's just national broadcast. Okay. So you're saying that you like the national broadcast. So are you saying that Sean McDonough, you like his? I'll tell you what. Play the Granlund goal, because I've got a great comparison I'm going to ask Blake about here.
Bouchard, Heiskanen moved it quickly. Now it hits a crossbar. The official on the goal line said no goal, and now he's being overruled. Granlund, the power play goal.
Okay, so maybe that's a bad example, because by the way, that goal was insane.
Yeah, same broadcaster too.
Yeah. Well, all these are, because they're all.
Well, then what were you trying to prove to me?
Well, I was going to say, listening to him and then comparing that to like a Mike Breen bang when a big shot goes down.
So you thought Granlund was going to give you a Mike Green bang? Is that where you...
No, I thought we were going to get a more hyped up goal, and then because you're saying that you love the commentary, and I'm like, well, it's just Sean McDonough.
I think sometimes
play the Miro goal again, so I can see what the hell Blake's talking about.
Heiskanen scores through a screen.
So what about that is so...
I just love the energy, the accent.
So that's what I'm saying. So what do you think that's better than a Mike Breen bang? That's all I'm asking.
Maybe not when they score a goal, but I just enjoy I enjoy his commentary even when they're not scoring throughout the game more than Mike Breen. I think when it comes to national, well, how do you pronounce his name? I don't want to mispronounce
Sean McDonough.
That guy. I think he does a great job on the national scale. It doesn't feel very national leaning one way.
You're saying it feels like a local broadcast.
It does. Okay, maybe that's what I'm trying to say. And I enjoy that.
That's what you're
Maybe
getting
that's what I was
at.
getting to.
He's going to be on KNC tomorrow, too.
There you
that's
go. I'll sneak in. I'll find a way. It feels like when you do a national, whether it's NFL, I guess all NFL, but
NFL games are national. Well, except for preseason. Except for you do get a local flair for the preseason. So there is that.
Don't you get Troy Aikman, Tony, Tom?
Yeah, there are a lot of Cowboy.
But when it comes, I guess just basketball is just a good relation.
Yeah.
When you have national guys, you feel out of touch. When the Mavericks are getting called by a national, unless it's like a Tim Legler. For the most part, all these guys are just like,
or a Kevin Harlan.
I think he's got great energy, but I think out of touch. I do. Yeah. I mean, it's hard though when you're a national guy to be in touch with these local teams and knowing who that eighth guy on the bench is, and you see him scoring, like, man, he's great. And it's like,
but that's more the color commentator's job to know that.
Either
that's
way,
not the play-by-play
the
guy.
whole team, the whole squad. I'm not. You put it on Mike Breen. I wasn't putting it on Mike Breen. I'm just saying national broadcast.
So you're just crapping all over Mike Breen, basically.
No, I'm crapping on.
That's what it sounds like. It sounds like 877-881. Mike, if you're listening, tell us.
I'm crapping on national broadcast.
Yeah,
I didn't even mention Mike Breen. You said Mike.
I did, because you were loving up Sean McDonough, so I'm thinking to myself, well, okay.
You just had to make it a competition.
I did. Because I wasn't sure what the hell you were going, where you were going.
We
with
got
this.
to it, though.
Because I know you and a lot of people were irritated with the John Buchagross and then whoever that gal was that they brought in.
Not good energy, and you can see the difference.
Well, everybody panned those two. They were like, what are we in a library while they're with these two accountants?
Someone said,
I think somebody said.
They got the wrong channel. They're watching the Masters.
Right? Whereas Sean McDonough, plus, I mean, look, he knows hockey. I want to say he's from Boston. I'll give either one of you. I don't have my wallet with me
okay,
right now.
You better make some prolonged game. I got numbers for us.
I'll give you $1 if you can tell me who Sean McDonough's dad was.
No idea.
Last name still the same.
Steve McDonough.
Bill McDonough.
What'd you say?
Bill.
Bill?
Yeah. William McDonough.
Technically, you were both right.
Listen, we did basic white guy names. Chill out.
But his name was Will. Will McDonough was his dad.
You said William.
I said William.
Because Bill
you
is
said
short,
Bill.
and that's what I'm saying. We just picked basic white guy names. Like, let's chill out.
But he was what a great.
Let's go to the Dallas Mavericks.
Let's go to the Dallas Mavericks.
I got just keep one, just a quick little exercise. Just let me know where your allegiance stands. I'm going to give you 5 groups of 2 people.
I mean, if Spencer Dinwiddie's not on this list, then
he is.
It's crap.
5 groups. 2 players in each.
Okay.
They're all separate. So when
Start
you
the one with Spencer first so we can get off to a good start.
When you pick one, it's not related to the other. So because you have Spence doesn't mean that he's on the...
No, Spence is on regardless.
Each one is isolated. Okay. Would you rather have Spencer Dinwiddie on your team or Brandon Williams next year?
Come on. What kind of question is that?
I think it's a fair question.
I already know the answer to that question.
You would go Spencer?
Absolutely.
That's a dumb choice. I would go Brandon Williams.
Does Brandon Williams have facial hair? I didn't think so.
Okay.
Spencer Dinwiddie.
Would you rather have Klay Thompson on your team or Najee Marshall? Like I said, these are isolated, so don't worry about Spencer and Brandon Williams.
You're over here just being Mr. Contrarian, just for the sake of being Mr. Contrarian. Najee or Klay Thompson? Man, that's a tough one right there.
877-881-1053. Chime in with your answer. If you could only keep one, Najee Marshall or Klay Thompson?
While I do appreciate the Klay vibes, Najee for this team next year, give me Najee.
Okay, we're both on the same accord there. Give me Najee. Okay, Brandon Williams make another appearance. Would you rather have Brandon Williams or Max Christie?
Oh, you got to keep Max Christie. You got to.
I think I get the value, and I think
unless you flip him for somebody else, but yeah,
I'm torn with that one. I think Brandon Williams is going to be a very integral piece, and I think he's a fun bench option. Max Christie, obviously, they went in 2 different places. Max started off hot and then trended down pretty much the whole season, and Brandon Williams was just kind of there, and then he got more and more opportunities and just kept showing up. So I'm gonna take Brandon Williams again. I got to stay to my allegiance. Okay, last 2. Would you rather have Derek Lively on your team or Najee Marshall? Like I said, all isolated, so don't worry about the other ones.
Yeah. I mean, I still got Daniel Gafford. I still got probably Derek Lively just for the simple fact that I can flip him.
Okay, but keep it on the team. Don't worry about flipping them. Just on the Mavs roster playing next year. Which one do you think?
Give me Najee. I mean, I don't know if Derek's going to be healthy to play next year. So give me Najee.
We're on the same boat. So we've picked.
I'm on the Najee train.
We've put Najee above Lively and Clay on the pecking order as far as guys we want to keep.
Yeah, we have.
Last one here.
Najee, if you're listening, 877.
Last one here. 877-881-1053. Let me know the answers to these. Would you rather have P.J. Washington on your team? Because we heard about the new lineup. Maybe you can play the 2, 3, Cooper Flag, or Daniel Gafford.
Oh, that's like picking which. That's like asking me which one of my kids is my favorite.
Save the hardest one for last.
Give me D-Gaff.
I don't know on this one. I really am torn.
You know what it comes down to? Who came on the show?
That is true.
Daniel
you know what?
Gafford.
Daniel Gafford. Where's the bell?
Daniel Gafford.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
Don't you have a Derek Gafford signed jersey in your house?
Daniel Gafford.
What'd I say?
You just call him Derek.
I'd say Derek. Oh, because I saw somebody text Lively. Yeah. I mean, come on.
I do.
It's a no-brainer, bro.
So do you like it? We kept Gafford over PJ.
We did.
You would do that over again. We kept Najee over Lively.
Yep.
We kept Najee over Clay.
Yep.
I took Brandon Williams over Spence and Max. You took Max and Spence.
I took both guys over Brandon Williams. I am a Brandon Williams fan. Don't. And with the Spencer Dinwiddie, it's more just aura. It's just aura vibes is what I'm with when it comes to Spence. Whereas with Max Christie, I would like to see him in a Mavericks uniform, get a training camp, get an off season in. Like you're a valued member of this basketball team now. Okay, like maybe in LA, it was kind of like you're trying to get in where you fit in. It's like no. We traded for you for Luka. Okay, so like no, Max, like you need to be that guy, and not that guy in like 20 and 10 type of dude, but the guy, the Max Christie that we saw for the first month of the season, where as dark as things seemed around the Mavericks, Max Christie was a shining light,
for a little bit.
A spark, right? Then
electricity ran out.
Yeah, my man went out, and it went from a flicker to like my man went out.
People are asking, I'll get these last two before we get out of here. What about Brandon Williams versus Jaden Hardy? I didn't do that one because I feel like we've all come to the conclusion that Brandon Williams is probably past Jaden Hardy in the depth chart.
I mean,
I think the better question is Jaden Hardy or Omax Prosper at this point. Like, who's
Jaden Hardy? Look, Jaden Hardy, here's the thing about Jaden Hardy.
I think he's talented. Like, it is not a thing Blake doesn't think he's talented. Does Jason Kidd trust him still?
Well, the Mavericks think he's talented. You don't give a guy $18 million, for being a Joe Schmuckatelli. Like, they think highly of him.
He just never can carve out a role for a full season. It's either he's hurt.
He turns the ball over too much.
He's hurt, or he gets minutes and he turns the ball over.
That's
and he falls out of the rotation every year.
And this last year, I would argue this past season, like you almost need to give everybody a mulligan. Like,
Gafford or Lively?
Oh, Gafford. Okay.
Making sure I'm saying I was doing it for the fans.
Give me
I was
Daniel Gafford
just doing some housekeeping. So,
and again, you and I have said this. We've been very particular about this. We like Derek Lively.
There's nothing against him.
Okay, like we like Derek Lively as a basketball player.
So crowded front court.
It's a crowded front court, and I just don't know. And I'm borrowing this from you, but and I agree wholeheartedly. I don't know that his fit on this basketball team for his intangibles are going to work in the long term.
This is no longer a point guard, ball screen driven team. This is probably going to be a defensive, everybody eats type team. It's not a one guy.
And look, maybe he can adhere to that. I'm not saying that he can't develop into that, but the problem is that the guy can't stay healthy either. Okay, I mean, forget the basketball part of it. Homeboy just can't stay healthy, and I'll take Daniel Gafford, who's proven. All right, my man can take those minutes and can be that guy down low. All right, coming up next, let's talk a little Dallas Cowboys. We heard from Jerry Jones as well as our guy, Brian Schottenheimer. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. It's Fan After Dark.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, the Firehouse Tour is back. We are out in Mansfield at 3100 East Broad Street.
Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, like, yeah, a little bit.
told you guys not to hate watch.
Is my man spitting out blood over here?
We got.
quarter as this game has just gotten underway.
We got a text. How often from the 214 is Lively hurt? Y'all are talking about it like he has an AD injury history. Well, I crunched the numbers. How many possible games in the
He's
first
missed 44% of his games through 2 seasons.
I think that's pretty injury prone. 2 seasons in, and you practically have missed half of the season.
Let's see.
Half of your career.
I mean, let's put it to you like this, okay? He played in 55 games last year, all right? So, 65 is the bar, right, if you want to be eligible for awards and what have you. And then he only played in 36 games this year. So, again, we're not
making this
We're
up.
not making this up. I mean, it's not like we're, oh no, he really played. No, he didn't. I mean, he was gone for 2 months. Now, that said, could we argue that this year's injury had more to do with the fact that you had a ITT University of Phoenix trained medical staff? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, we know that they're gone.
Correct.
We know that one of the dudes didn't even have a certification to train in the NBA.
And the thing is with what we do here on the radio, we have to make tough choices. I would love to keep a lot of players on this team. There's some players I'm like, hey, move off. I don't want to personally get rid of Lively like I do a Caleb Martin. Like, Lively I want on the team. It just doesn't really fit, and you've got to make trades, and you want to make the team as best as possible. And you're not – one of these guys is coming off the bench, and Lively's going into year 3. Gafford's coming up on a contract. Like, I'm not going to keep –
You can't keep them both.
You can't keep them both, plus AD, plus having Cooper Flag development, plus PJ. Like, you got to give somewhere.
This isn't NBA 2K with a salary cap turned off.
Where you just have
like, real
a
life.
85 overall sitting on the bench making $20 million a year. Like, you can only have so many of those guys.
And here, look, the other side of it is that, I mean, we're talking about hypothetical scenarios here, too.
Y'all are sour. Don't you wish you had OKC's team instead of Dallas's right now? No, I don't, actually. I'd rather be in the Cooper Flag situation with AD in this rather than have Oklahoma City. I will never wish I was in Oklahoma City's position.
No.
And it sucks because the Mavs ran through both of these teams in the playoffs last year, ran through them. And when I'm watching this
that's what's so frustrating. I texted you that the other day.
As a basketball watcher, I do not glean from this man, Oklahoma City just looks unbeatable. I don't know what the formula is. No, they're terrible in the half court.
They should have lost to Denver. If Denver had an extra guy,
yes,
they beat them.
Oklahoma City, I text you, Oklahoma City feast on bad offense from the other team.
Yeah.
They play like if anybody who's played basketball and I played AAU, so I'm related to that, and you play a team in any kind of higher up basketball situation, the other team's just more athletic, and they're full court pressing you or half court pressing you, whether maybe you're the one doing it or getting it done to you. They're just going to out athleticism you and hype and length and defense, and that's what Oklahoma City does.
Yeah.
They'll go on a 10-0 run in a heartbeat and get steals at half court and don't even let you set up your offense. But if you have a competent team that can get past half court and slow them down, their half court offense is not great. It's just SGA driving into the rim, trying to get a foul. Maybe he gets it, maybe he doesn't. Kicks out to one of their role players. Sometimes they make it, sometimes they don't. Isaiah Hartenstein drives in for an offensive rebound, and one of the other players flops. Their offense is not man, they just move the ball so great. How could anybody beat them? I don't glean that from watching Oklahoma City. Are they further in the playoffs than the Mavs? Yes. Are they a great, I do mean this, great defensive team? I do think they are. They play tenacious defense. Now, we can go back and forth. It's been a hot topic on the defense that Lou Dort and Alex Caruso and the Oklahoma City defense are allowed to play versus the whistle that SGA gets on the other end. They don't really match up. But that's for...
I mean, look, OKC is the number 1 seed and had, the best record in the NBA for a reason. I mean, you don't win 68 games in the National Basketball Association by being a slouch, right? And yes, maybe the way they muck it up, and maybe part of the frustration, especially, for here in the DFW, is, this is a team that and again, you got Cooper Flag coming, it's going to be a whole different scenario and what this team's going to look like next year. But this much we do know, and I texted you this the other day, if you'd have left that Dallas Maverick team alone, the team that was 19-10 before Luka hurts his calf, if he comes back and everything being equal, neither this OKC or this Minnesota team, or really anybody in the West, scares me. And really, I don't think anybody in the East scares you either, as far as what that team looked like prior to it getting broken up.
No, nobody in the West scares me.
So I mean, that's really what it comes down to. And again, OKC is probably going to win this series. All right, like that's the reality of it. I don't know.
I don't know if Minnesota can generate enough offense.
I just don't think they can. And look, I gotta wait. I mean, Anthony Edwards has to prove me.
He's got to take over. We're gonna have a 40-point, 45-point game.
He's got to do it. I mean,
just dropping 22, 23, and hoping Julius Randle bails you out ain't gonna cut it.
It's not because say what you look. We can say what we want about SGA being a foul merchant. The boy puts up points.
They do.
Okay,
and
he's
his role
dropping
players.
The guys step up.
Caruso, Wallace, Isaiah Joe, Lou Dort, like all of them are going to give you like 7-8 a game.
And that's the and again, and maybe part of it is just recency bias. There's just this OKC team where as a Mavericks fan, you had these guys. You beat them last year. You beat them 3 times this year three times without Luka.
Correct.
So it's not. I mean, again, there's something about this OKC team where they are hateable, they are dislikable. But you have to respect the basketball that they play. Like, we can hate them and still respect them.
Like I said, I think they're the best defensive team. I think they swarm at half court.
They really are.
When
they
you
got
start,
a lot of athletes.
When you start making mistakes, it's GG's. They are a knockout punch team. I think they have the most 10-0 runs in NBA history in a single season, like 60 of them. They are, if you make mistakes, they're going to make you pay. But if you don't make mistakes, I think they are very beatable. We saw that in last year's playoffs. We saw that when Denver took them to 7.
You saw it last series.
Yeah.
I mean, Denver ran out of gas because they're an NBA team that goes 6 deep. That's not feasible. You can't survive on. Well, we need Jokic to give us 40. Hopefully Jamal gives us 30, and then the rest of you 3 that are broke down and beat up from the season, can one of you give us 20, 25? Mm-hmm. You can't survive that way, at least not against good teams. You can beat the Clippers of the world doing that. Yeah. You can beat the Memphis Grizzlies of the world doing that. You can beat the Mavericks as they were constructed at the end of the year doing that. You can't beat the OKC Thunder doing that.
When did the NBA playoffs start? What was the date?
God, I feel like it's been going on forever. About a month ago, isn't it? At least. It's like mid-April.
Was it?
It had to be.
I'll just look up NBA play-in game date. So the NBA play-in was April 15th.
Yeah. So what are we on? April or May 22nd? So yeah, it's been 5 weeks. The NBA playoffs have been going on for 5 weeks, and we're only on game 2.
Feels like longer.
Dude, I mean, bro,
feels like it was ages ago when the Mavs played the Grizzlies in that play-in.
I mean, think about it, man.
Or when they beat the Kings. Remember they beat the Kings 15th and then lost to the Grizzlies.
I mean,
by a lot.
I mean, think about it. In the time since, I mean, we've had nothing but Luka's fat memes.
I will say this,
which I have enjoyed, by the way.
I've simmered down on the madness. If I'm kind of just laughing with the rest of the general public. We lost Luka. It is what it is. It's a new
flag
turn.
Time, boy.
I'm just laughing at the memes now when I see the Luka.
That's all you can do. Did you see the one today where it was DJ Khaled and whoever that celebrity
Ashton
trainer
Hill?
is?
They said it's going to be Luka and LeBron in the offseason.
It's cold-blooded.
Like, I just laugh. I like the tweet.
No, that's hysterical. Like, and again, look, I'm rooting for hey, if Luka, I'll say this and we'll go to break. If Luka doesn't come back in shape after this year, dare I say Nico can take a victory lap.
Maybe.
If Luka doesn't, I'm telling you right now, if Luka comes back out of shape to start 2025 after the way he was ridiculed.
Doesn't matter what Flag and AD do?
It will to an extent, but you can start the conversation off. It's going to start the conversation off by saying, wait a minute.
What did he know? With the meme of him looking sideways?
Not to mention, it's like, wait a minute, you got embarrassed on national TV for being out of shape, and you still didn't come back in shape? All right, coming up next, what NFL teams are going to take a step back? Blake and I will discuss next. Don't go anywhere. It is the Fan After Dark.
Fan After Dark means wheels.
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Living our best life.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, you guys were getting kind of tense during the break.
Yeah, we got a Tolo that thinks they know ball. I told him to call in. He said he called in. I asked Trevor. He said nobody called in. He said he's not going to answer if he does. I told him just answer and I'll talk to him. So this Tolo's still texting in.
Still texting.
Next break, I got him.
Maybe Trevor means he can't like answer the phone, like because if he picks up the phone, he won't speak because he's Silent Bob. Mm-hmm. You do got the Silent Bob vibes. I love it.
And I listen.
That's who it is.
Who's Jay? Who's Jay around here?
Who's Jay?
Yeah, Chiafalo.
Well, he would maybe at one point he would have been, but
not just with the hair. I just mean with the energy.
Oh, energy.
Probably. I think Eric's Jay.
That's fair. I mean, I think that's fair.
Although he's a nicer Jay. Like Jay can be a little aggressive sometimes.
I don't expect. See, I expect Wooly to be more wild and say something brash than I do.
That's
Chief.
true.
That's fair. Yeah.
Maybe because I think also maybe Corey gives a little Jay because again he'll say something wild and off. I know he sends Kevin on rabbit trails all the time.
Corey said it went on one of the most random tangents I'd ever heard drunk while we were in Oxnard a couple of years ago, and we were all dying laughing, remembering it the next day. He had like some hoodie, and he was like explaining the story of how he got the hoodie and like what the meaning of it was and how he got it from like a charity or something. I don't remember. It actually meant something to him, but him drunk explaining it made no sense. And it just seemed like this really weird emotional, like, I want to give you my hoodie, Eric. And Eric was just like, dang it, thanks, bro. He's like, you wear that. You pass this message.
Wait a minute.
on.
They took the night show to the.
No, this was 2 years ago. Something
Okay.
like that.
All right.
Yeah, they were on GBAG.
I was about to say Tim Collins.
Hey,
why can't we get the night show to Oxnard for a week?
I think we should.
We'll do whatever we need to do during the day. I mean, we'll interview people.
We'll do all the things the other shows don't want to. They can just do their radio show as regular. We'll do all the annoying stuff that they have to do.
Interviews, man.
I don't know that there is anything annoying about Oxnard. Oxnard's pretty good.
It's a lot of fun.
Great PR answer right there.
No, I'm dead serious. Like the experience is great. It's everybody in the media. It's their favorite trip every year.
It's got to be, right?
And so like it's great. Literally the only downside is being on West Coast time. So you're getting up at 3:30.
There you go.
Think about it.
Hell, we'd be done. Our show would be 5 to 9. Come on.
But instead, it's 7 to 11 in Texas.
Central Time.
So we're watching all of our buddies.
You get more freedom, though. After 7 o'clock, you get more freedom. Out there, you'd have to be on best behavior for 2 hours.
That's no problem for me and Fred. We're always on best behavior.
No, we can be professional.
We can button it up.
Absolutely.
Man, I don't know. We were sitting in our post-show meeting the other day, and I was just telling Tim like how much fun I have listening to y'all's show.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, it really is like, I have no idea what they're gonna say. Like even when they tease the topic and set it up perfectly, I'm like, that doesn't mean they're about to talk about it.
Doesn't mean we're going to talk about
it, or it doesn't mean that they're going to say anything remotely related
close to what
it.
the tease
Even
was.
that sport.
Nope. Yeah. Like I mean, it'll be you could start it off by being like, hey, coming up next, we're going to talk about Cowboys OTAs, and then like 3 minutes in, Blake could be like, I don't know that Kanye meant those tweets.
I think that's already happened in the show.
I don't know that he meant
Angel
it.
Reese isn't even that good. Like we teased the Cowboys the last segment, and we're going to talk about it at 9 o'clock.
You know what my speaking of Angel Reese, you know what my favorite tweet was this week?
Talk to me.
Somebody was saying They're like, will somebody please explain Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark in NBA terms to me? And somebody said, Andre Drummond is jealous of Stephen Curry.
So good.
That's a good way to put it.
Boy, that's a great analogy, though.
It's
That's
strong.
not far off because Andre Drummond is a respectable NBA player.
Great rebounder.
Absolutely. Like no one. I mean, but at the same time, no one's comparing the two of them.
Boardman
let's
gets
be
paid.
real. Boardman does.
Now here's the. Are we mad at the wrong person?
Was that Kawhi's line?
Yes,
it was.
Are we mad at the wrong person? Is this Angel Reese's fault, or do you think the people around
She's played
her?
into it. She's definitely. Let's not pretend like Angel hasn't played into it.
Oh yeah, they dislike each other.
Oh, I guarantee you they do.
Do we know Caitlin dislikes Angel Reese?
I think it's pretty safe to say. Okay, like I'll just put it. Okay, we're past 7. I'll put it to you this way: have you ever known two women to have those types of interactions and? Like the other one would just be completely receptive, like I'll just let it roll off.
Yeah, this ain't two bros doing this. Like, bros can fight and still be bros.
I just feel like the story is being made bigger than what it is from their point of view. I think the people around the story, the fan bases, are fighting each
they've
other
amplified it wholeheartedly.
rather than Angel and Caitlin having this beef where they can't walk by each other.
Fan bases,
but nobody's ain't nobody showing. I mean, but here's the thing,
Support
right?
groups.
I mean, first of all, the Fever
allies.
The Fever beat Chicago by like 40 the other night.
Nobody
name
one
nobody
person
talks
that's
about
talked about
that
the sport.
part. Right, exactly. The fact that come on, man. Look, Angel Reese is a solid WNBA, but Caitlin Clark's a different beast.
What is she already third in
Paige
triple
Beckers
doubles?
is better than both of them. So
Agreed. I said that day the night she got drafted.
Paige Beckers is going to be better than Caitlin Clark for sure.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll find out. I'm
more well-rounded game. Caitlin's more exciting. I'll give you that.
I mean, okay, Caitlin's going to put up like the 35-foot three. All right, that's fun, but like, there's not a complete game there. There's a complete game for Paige Beckers.
Oh, let's get spicy.
She's got a complete game.
Bro, she dribbles like Bob Cousy or something. Like she can drive, like go to her.
I mean, who
left or whatever.
What are we looking at here?
I mean, have you seen Paige Beckers?
I have.
Paige, like she's got handles. She's got court vision.
A little bit more tighter handle. A little more, Caitlin's a little looser with very Trae Young, like throws it out in front of her, pulls it
I'm
back.
not saying she's not, but as far like from an offensive standpoint, though, she is more fun to watch.
No, I agree.
Caitlin,
yeah.
Like her threes are fun, but if you're talking
about a passer too, don't sleep. Don't act
no,
like
no,
Caitlin can't pass
hold
the
on.
rock.
I'm going to completely reject this. If you're just talking about like from a shooting perspective, yeah, like raining down threes is fun.
No,
but if you're talking about
she can pass the ball
every second, like watching Paige off the ball or just like handle the ball or what, like all of that's entertaining. It's not entertaining watching Caitlin Clark do anything but shoot.
No, I disagree. She is a solid offensive player. I'm not disputing the fact that is Paige a better overall, all around better, like both sides of the ball. I'll give you that one.
Dude, no, like, I mean, like I'm not saying like Caitlin Clark's bad. Like John Paxson had a solid career.
Oh, really? You got John Paxson? That's the route we're going. We're gonna compare Caitlin to John Paxson. That's cold-blooded.
She's more Dell than Steph.
Wow. More Seth than Seth.
I wouldn't say even Seth. She's Dell.
Wow.
And like Dell when Steph was running around the court. Not like early Dell. That's what she is.
End of his career, Dell.
Yeah, she's Hubert Davis. Hey, look, that 52% 3-point shooting, that was strong,
She's
bro.
Greg Hodges.
Why we've got you here, I'm going to steal your brain. We got Blake it or leave it, and we've got extra credit. What do you think the topic should be?
We don't have Blake it or leave it.
You shouldn't ask me what the topic should be because we were in there earlier and they were trying to figure out what the topic should be for Trevor's segment, and I made a suggestion that I don't think I can make into a microphone.
Okay.
You heard it.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah, it was awful.
I did because I had a good one.
Awful.
I had a great one.
I mean,
another thing to get me fired. It's going to be great.
Wait, you took Blake it or leave it off?
Nobody's getting. You're good.
I
Trevor.
never
You
put it
didn't do
on.
it.
Me?
Yeah, you didn't do it. So you're good. You're safe. You didn't do it.
Take something off.
By the way, we've got two conversations going on here.
Take Blake it or put Blake it or leave it
just
back
do it
on.
for Saturday.
No, I want
Saturday.
it today. Take something off,
bro. Because we got NBA playoffs coming up next. We got fair foul at 8:40.
Fair foul can go.
Huh?
I would like to write
look,
that
just
down.
because you look, we're not getting rid of a staple because Blake decided. Oh, he finally touched up a segment that I told him to do 2 months ago, and he finally redid it. And it's
a full
Don't
show.
steal this man's pride, though.
Yeah.
Let's. He's proud of it. I'm down to let him be proud.
He knows he's being a smart
Fred,
ass.
Fred just ran down that whole list. Like he didn't even mention. Like I don't even know where y'all are going to put Trevor's stereotype segment or whatever. Yeah, 920.
Trevor stereotype segment, 920.
Yeah.
That's going down to 920. Tune in.
Trevor said none of this. Trever is a good employee.
We already talked about the Rangers.
Man.
He colors inside the lines. He's a good employee who does what he's supposed to.
That's it. Company man, right?
We talked about the Rangers.
Not even company man. That has a negative connotation.
It does.
He's a
You
good
put a tie
employee.
on me and you gave me a slick back haircut, and I'm not about
Put an
it,
apple
Fred.
in your mouth. Like, a tie on you. What's going on?
I don't even know specifically what that means. It just sounds vulgar.
It sure does.
Think about it. Tie around your neck.
See what I'm saying? Literally, we're 11 minutes into this. You were like, "Do you want to come on and shout out the Firehouse Tour?" And then Blake's going an apple in his mouth.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Well,
once you're in the realm, there's nothing you can do.
You can't fight the vortex, man. Once you get sucked in, that's the reality of it, man.
I've heard. Yeah.
Okay, Firehouse Tour.
Yeah, we're going to be in Mansfield tomorrow. 3100 East Broad Street.
What a drive.
Right across the street from Mansfield High School.
Okay.
Peyton Russell's old stomping grounds. In fact, Alec Medford is going to be showing up out there, allegedly.
Okay.
He says he's going to. I don't know. But
So who's producing KNC tomorrow then, if he's going to be out at Mansfield?
who has been... Or no, he's going to come in for it. So he's just going to... He's not too far from where the firehouse is, so he's going to pop in and then he's going to...
say hello and
then
then on about his business.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
Well, I think Ross Labinski was
because Peyton's out.
Oh,
Peyton's
that's what it
in
was.
Vegas or Utah or
When's he
something.
getting married? Isn't he getting married soon?
Not soon. He's getting married next year.
Yeah, he just got engaged 2 months ago.
I mean, hell, I don't know.
Could be a quick engagement.
He's having a kid before they're married, though. Right?
Oh, I mean,
wow.
It's
Trevor just
it's very possible.
Oh,
Trevor just said,
man, cat's out the bag.
I don't think he's wrong. I think that's probably what's going to happen.
I'm not trying to. I'm not.
No, I know.
Are you
I'm
breaking
not, I know.
news? Now you're making me sweat.
That was a
guess.
Dude, look, there are a lot of people who maybe you should sweat. Peyton Russell is not one of them.
Okay, good.
No.
I mean, good. No,
Mackenzie doesn't even sweat
These
Peyton.
guys putting me. They like coming after me.
We do.
Where would you rank the producers if they all had to fight each other?
Yeah.
Come on. We've had this conversation many times.
Power rank him real quick.
No, Trevor. Bipartisan.
I mean, it's not even close.
Okay, well,
I don't know. It's Lucius and then everybody else.
Who's in second? That's the fun part. We know Lucius in first.
Lucius is too nice, though. I don't think. Lucius
I don't know.
Oh,
Wow. Lucius too nice.
Jacob, probably.
Wow.
Jacob
new
or
guy
Alec?
Jake.
Wow, new guy Jake leaping to number 2 already?
No, I love you, Jacob, but I'd throw him through a. No.
Wow.
Damn.
Wow. Yeah.
Let's
go. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about right here.
If we're gonna.
I like the energy. I'll put you number 2 just for the energy.
Yeah.
I like.
He does have the best calves of anybody here at the station.
Ooh, Choppy would.
Yeah, and I'll tell Chop to his face.
Bobby, you better tell Choppy tomorrow that these puppies are.
No,
I'll let him know. Chop.
Nobody wears a Wonder Woman costume with better calves than our boy.
I had to have
Trevor.
that. Huh? Just had to have that. I love it.
I've always said that.
It's a good thing to say.
It's like the top line item whenever you think Trevor.
Are we
My lasso
forgetting
of
about
truth, you
the
better watch
producers
out,
of all
boys.
producers? Kevin Walker?
Trevor Cosplay, the creator.
Is Kevin going to beat where are you just saying where does he stack up?
Yeah, where does Kevin Walker stack up in there?
I mean, just certainly ahead of Peyton. I mean, that's the only thing I know is that Peyton's. Although Peyton does have a weird rage thing going on. I don't know.
If you triggered something in him, he could probably swing at someone. I don't know who it would be.
Alec, he has a watch list temper.
I would say
Steve
that
Buscemi
putting lipstick on type thing.
It just it comes up. Well, that wasn't Steve Buscemi. That was
yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't. Are you talking about
Billy Madison?
Oh, you're talking about Billy Madison. Okay, I thought we were doing Silence of the Lambs reference.
Oh no! I was doing the Steve Buscemi where after he talks to Billy Madison, and then puts the lipstick on and leans back.
Yep. No, he's he rages randomly. He's usually pretty. He lets it roll off his back most of the time, but then randomly he will just get like he got mad the other day. I just popped on the talk back and I was screwing with him right when I walked in, and he's like, "It's too early for do not start already." I was like, "Oh, what's wrong with you? You're about to go on vacation. You shouldn't be on this on edge."
Right? No Medford love. No. Larry
I just said. What do you mean? I did give Medford love. I said Jacob or Medford.
That
was like the 2-3.
Okay.
But then I replaced him with Trevor because
Kevin.
Trevor
Peyton
sounded
at
like
the
he's
bottom.
not the one to G check.
Dylon. I guess it's towards the bottom. His name has been mentioned.
Dylon's all top 5. Dylon.
That's right.
This is the
He's
only
never
top
seen
five he is
Chappelle's
not
show.
on, I promise
What
you.
is wrong
He's never
with
seen
you?
Chappelle's show, so
I still
none of my
understand the
Chappelle
reference.
references
would never.
just go right over
I
his
still
head.
understand the reference.
It's unfortunate.
But I haven't taken the time. to
We
watch
were
it.
talking about the Antonio Brown story about him getting like $5,000 milk for Tom Brady
Yeah.
or whatever, the Belichick story.
You talk about the
and that was
Ethiopian?
like that. The fan text lit up with like it was Cambodian breast milk.
That's right. That's real Cambodian. That's
Yeah.
real Cambodian. Go find a
Larry
Cambodian
Flores is my
immigrant.
sleeper pick that no one's picking that I would think would win in the fight versus all of them.
Yeah, Larry's like a isn't he like a headmaster at a school?
But Larry's
Like,
like-
I could definitely see him like
But Larry's an OG though.
dad strength and also like just like
And he's got a new baby too.
just correcting like the youth of America, like being the firm hand
I
disciplinarian.
thought he worked for like a construction company. I thought he did.
Someone asked an important question to Bobby.
That's for Trevor's segment at 9:20, I think. Jeez.
Wow.
Come on, Fred.
Okay.
What did they text?
214. What time does it kick off in Mansfield tomorrow?
There you go.
6 a.m. I mean, we'll be out there
when
like
the show
5:45,
starts,
but we'll
right?
have free Whataburger breakfast and Firehouse Tour T-shirts.
Do they
as
bring coffee
supplies
when they
last.
do that?
Mhm. Oh, dude, they like load it up.
Okay.
Like they give you like you've got like 6-7 different breakfast
No
sandwich options.
shortage of options.
Nope, absolutely not. And it'll be a good time tomorrow. So we'll be out there in Mansfield from 6 to 10 and hanging out with you guys. And every commercial break, jumping out and talking.
Wolchuk try to carry a body the last time and failed miserably?
Yeah, it was so basically we
It's like
always
the dead
do
man's carry or
yeah, there's always
whatever.
some like go through a firefighter exercise or
Yeah.
whatever, and he did it, and he was supposed to carry what was like essentially a 215-pound dummy.
Yeah.
And I mean he didn't.
That's heavy.
Yeah. No, he I mean
care who you
he
are.
he didn't carry it. But he
What, did
was
you drag it?
Yeah, typically.
Man, that's terrible.
So
do we think that if that had been a real person, he'd have died in real life?
If Wolchuk was there, yeah.
In real life.
God, if we're talking about masters of self-preservation, again, if we're ranking people, Wolchuk's going to be number one. Wolchuk is George Costanza, like running out screaming fire. That's Wolchuk.
But is he eating the eclair out of the trash can? That's the real question.
I'm not answering that.
All right, one more time for the folks in the back of the room.
3100 East Broad Street, Mansfield, Texas. Firehouse Tour tomorrow morning coming out. Get free Whataburger and T-shirts. And I'll tell you
Meet
off
Bobby
the
Belt.
air the segment that Trevor was planning.
I love it. I love it. All right, coming up next. I don't even know where we're at right now.
I love
Let's
you all.
talk. Let's talk a little NFL. All right, don't go anywhere.
Hope the bosses aren't listening. It's another Wheels Off edition of Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports. Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Moses? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
So which teams that won their division last year are most vulnerable in comparison to the other 7 division champs?
You got the list?
Mm-hmm. So she writes, I think it's a good portion right here. At least one team has won its division the season after missing the playoffs entirely in 53 of the 55 seasons since 1970, which is when the merger happened. Only 2024, last year, and 1976, a lot of years ago, probably when Fred was born, had division winners.
Wow. I'd be 49, but thanks. I was born in 81. Thanks, jerk.
Had division winners that were all in the postseason the prior campaign. Parity is usually such a powerful force in the NFL that at least one team has gone from worst to first, winning the division the season after finishing or tied for last in 20 of the last 23 years. No team did it last year, and it was the first time since 2019 that happened. Last season, we had 2 new division winners, the eventual Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles, unseated the Cowboys in the NFC East, and the Rams won the NFC West, taking the crown from the 49ers, who plummeted all the way to the bottom of the division. So now let's look at these teams and who is most and least vulnerable. So I'll ask you, Fred, before we get into it, what team I think is most vulnerable from losing their division champ status? What division? We got I'll just read off the division.
Who won the NFC South?
NFC South. I know it, but I'm just double checking.
Is it the Bucks?
Correct. Yep, Bucks. You got Bucks, Chiefs, Bills, Texans, Rams, Eagles, Ravens, Lions. Those are your division champs. So out of those teams and those divisions, what team do you think is most vulnerable to lose their number?
I think you could flip. I'll be honest with you. I'd flip the question. Say who isn't vulnerable.
Okay, yeah, you can go the other side.
I would be. I think.
Who do you think is
I
set?
think the only team that you can feel uber confident in would be the Buffalo Bills.
I would agree. So she has them at 8 as the least vulnerable. They're the most comfortable to keep their spot. The least vulnerable division at this point, and it's not particularly close. The Bills won the division last year by 5 games.
Yeah.
The largest margin in the league. The competition could be ramped up, though, at least a bit. The Patriots are likely to be vastly improved from the basement dwellers they were last season with Mike Vrabel.
They'll be better.
Mike Vrabel taking it over and a makeover on both sides of the line and offensive weapons. The Jets are starting a new era with Aaron Glenn and Justin Fields, but New York finished 8 games behind Buffalo in 2024. It's a lot of ground to make up. And then it talks about how the Dolphins are still kind of in a middling phase.
The Dolphins are the Dolphins.
So I agree. I would agree with you and Judy that the Bills are the most safe for probably win their division, just rolling their helmets out next year.
Although I'm going to tell you right now, I know this isn't part of the question. I wouldn't be surprised if Buffalo wins that division.
Patriots second.
Yeah,
I'm there.
I'm with you.
Dolphins 3. Okay,
I could care less what the Dolphins do.
Dolphins 3 just probably because they still have talent on that team, not because I believe in them. And then the Jets are just going to be trying to figure it out.
They're a Tua tripping and falling and hitting his head away from being 2-15.
Okay, what other team / division do you think is safe? Or you can go the other side, whatever one you feel more comfortable with.
I don't think there's any other team in Ravens. I think you've got a
as far as which side of the coin. They're in jeopardy or not in jeopardy?
I think it's going to be a 2-team race. I think it's going to be them and the Bengals.
So the Ravens are the second team most in jeopardy for losing their division champs, Judy writes. There's only one team that's in more jeopardy. I'll get to them in a second. But for the Ravens have won the AFC North the past 2 seasons, have a quarterback that could be league MVP every year, and have no apparent roster holes. But the Steelers and Bengals are in the division, and they could threaten the Ravens if Aaron Rodgers decides to sign with Pittsburgh and Joe Burrow is in one piece. If Cincinnati can finally avoid a slow start, there's a great chance Cincinnati could push them to the division. Rodgers is the biggest wild card here. He showed just enough last season with the Jets to convince the Steelers he could put them over the top, particularly with the addition of DK Metcalf to the receiver room. The Bengals' sluggish Septembers have largely been a function of Burrow injury recovers, in some cases contract dilemmas that have lingered into late summer. If Cincinnati can avoid those, the team has plenty of firepower to compete. It wouldn't be a surprise to see 3 squads in this division make the playoffs, and it wouldn't be surprising if these 3 win the division. I think it'd be surprising if the Steelers win the division.
If the only way the Pittsburgh Steelers have any shot is if Aaron Rodgers comes back
and is balling. It's not. I don't think he can just be average. He's got to be balling. I'm not saying MVP race, but
I think if he's as good as he was with the Jets, he'll be fine.
No, I think if he's as good as he was with the Jets, I don't think they're competitive.
You realize that his numbers with the Jets are the same
as Patrick Mahomes. I know. But in context, they're getting blown out in half of those games. And I'm the Aaron Rodgers guy. I believe in him. I think if the Steelers would be better with him. I think even unless Aaron Rodgers is playing at a top 12, top 13 quarterback rate, I don't think the Steelers are going to be uberly competitive. I think they'll be all right.
I don't think that's I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. I mean, I don't think after what you saw from him last year, I don't expect a huge drop off.
I do. He's getting old. Was he 42?
Yeah, and he still threw for 3,800 yards. I mean, do we understand how awful the Jets were last year?
The Steelers are much better. Their defense is better. The defenses are the same. They're both really good defenses. Both offenses. The Jets' offense was better. Think about the offensive weapons he's going into. The Jets' offense was better.
No, I'm not saying they're not. But my point is that when you take into consideration all the dysfunction from the owner down to the head coach. I mean, you fired your head coach 5 games into the season.
So the Steelers should be firing theirs. On to the next team. Okay, so that's the AFC North, excuse me. Another team that you think is in jeopardy. You got Eagles, Rams, Lions, Texans, Tampa Bay, and Chiefs to pick from.
I would say I think the Rams could be, just because you don't know what to expect.
So Judy puts the Rams at 4th. So she's got them kind of right in the middle. The Rams won the NFC West by the slimmest of margins last season. It came down to the strength of victory tiebreaker over Seattle.
Yeah.
And while I love the decision to keep Matthew Stafford and sign Devontae Adams, which I think is going to be a great ad. I think it was, I don't want to say underrated. People talked about it, but I think
as long as you keep what's our boy?
Puka?
No. As long as you keep the hell's the quarterback's name? Matt Stafford. As long as you keep Stafford upright and give him time to throw, he'll pick you apart.
She writes and signed Devontae Adams. The biggest thing to go for the Rams right now is if we don't know what to expect from the rest of the division. The Seahawks had a strong first season under coach Mike McDonald, but they made a switch of quarterback from Geno Smith to Sam Darnold. I think is a fair point. We don't really know if they're going to be awesome, great, or average. I think they'll be average.
I think they'll be the same as
8 or 9 wins. And it's anybody's guess if Darnold can replicate the success he found with Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings in 2024. The 49ers appear to be in a reset period with an exodus of players like Dre Greenlaw and advance to handing out Brock Purdy a huge contract extension. The Cardinals' defense should be improved with notable additions: free agent signee Josh Sweat, first-round pick Walter Nolan, and if Marvin Harrison Jr. makes this big second-year leap. Arizona could push for a playoff spot. Still, the Rams were far ahead of schedule in 2024 and surged in the second half of the season. That could give them more of a cushion in the division in 2025. So they got them at 4.
Well, not to mention, too, I think the Rams have the best coach in that division as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think it's even close.
Okay. I mean, you got our boy
Kyle Shanahan.
Kyle Shanahan. Most people might not like that comment.
They like whatever they want. I've said time and time again, and that's how I got Wolchuk's phone number. Pause. I mean, what do we? Kyle Shanahan, yeah, great offensive coordinator, great. But it seems like every other year we're making an excuse for this guy.
Here's the other teams. So the Bills.
And by the way, this is the quarterback whisperer who A, has lost one of the biggest leads in NFL history.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and B, decided to take Trey Lance number 3. Like we gloss over that.
Mm-hmm. The Bills are going to be the least vulnerable. The team that's right above them is second least vulnerable, if you will, with a 15-2 record is the Kansas City Chiefs. The Chiefs have won their division a staggering 9 seasons in a row, and last year they won it by 4 games. So why are they not the least valuable, or vulnerable, excuse me?
Because that division's loaded.
She said the other teams in the AFC West appear to be more of a challenge than the teams in the AFC East. The Chargers and Broncos both made the playoffs last season as wild cards. The Los Angeles Chargers, after a significant first-year turnaround under coach Jim Harbaugh, and Denver with a successful rookie quarterback from Bo Nix. The Raiders, now with Pete Carroll and quarterback Geno Smith, also should be vastly improved. I can't pick a team that features Andy Reid, Steve Spagnuolo, and Patrick Mahomes, though. Maybe the Chiefs will wind up with a few more losses than they had last season, too, because the division games should be much tougher. But 4 games is still a wide margin. As long as Mahomes is upright, the Chiefs will cast a long shadow and win the division again.
I don't disagree, but I'm with her. I think this could be easily a 12-5, 11-6 year for Kansas City. And I mean, you had 3 teams make the playoffs, right? And they only got better. I mean, Denver's going to be tough this year, and the Raiders look respectable all of a sudden. So no, that AFC West. I know they were reading PF. I think GBAG was talking. They were doing a PFF segment today where they were talking about the top divisions in football, and they said the NFC North. And I'm sorry, but give me the AFC West all day, every day.
Those are 1 and 2 right there.
I think so. I mean, look, from top to bottom, I mean, because here's the thing, and what you had, although I guess you had 3 teams from the NFC North make it, and they're expecting the Bears to be better. But I'm with you, though, and what kind of the genesis of this whole segment, I think Detroit takes a step back this year. Mm-hmm. I really, really do. And I think that's going to be enough to where, and again, with Green Bay, we're still trying to figure out, okay, yeah, you got 17 receivers. That's cool.
So
stop somebody.
Here's finishing up the list from, I'll just read it from bottom, from least vulnerable to most vulnerable.
Yeah.
Bills at 8, Chiefs at 7. At 6, the NFC South Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It pretty much just writes up that you got to see something from Michael Penix and Bryce Young.
That's a 2-team race.
At 5, it's got the Texans in the AFC South.
See, that's crazy to me.
You think they're more vulnerable than 5?
Absolutely.
They got them. They think the Rams. Okay, so I'll read
Texans are top 3 to me.
Yeah, the teams that they think have a better chance of losing their division than the Texans. The Rams at 4, which you already said.
Yeah.
At 3, they got the Eagles. The NFC East, they said the Commanders. They said the Commanders are the biggest threat. Cowboys aren't even in the write-up. Wow. It just talks about the Commanders.
Hating on our boys.
Number 2, the Ravens, which you already said it because of the Bengals. And then number 1, you've already spoken about it, the Detroit Lions in the NFC North. Came out of the final game of the regular season. There's no reason to think this division, which just sent 3 teams to the playoffs, won't be as ferocious in 2025. And then it writes a bunch about the other teams. So would you agree?
I would slide.
I think the Lions are the most vulnerable. I think there's a great chance they don't win their division.
Yeah, I
don't think that's a hot take either.
I don't know. That's not at all out of the realm of possibility.
I would put at 2 the Texans.
Who do they have at 2?
They have the Eagles, or they have the Ravens at 2. With the Bengals.
Oh, I would put, because look,
as much as I'm a Bengals fan, the Ravens have been awesome in the regular season.
Well, not just that, but I don't trust Pittsburgh, and
the Bengals got to play like perfect ball.
Well, that and their defense is still just okay.
Yeah.
And okay, I mean, are you going to keep what's his name upright?
Yeah.
Joe Burrow? I mean,
Are you going to get a pass rusher? Are you going to sign a pass rusher?
That's the thing.
A draft pick, Trey Hendrickson.
I could see Cincinnati going 9-8.
So I would not put them at 2. I don't think they're as much a threat to the Ravens. Is that whole division, that whole AFC South, the Jags? Maybe Travis Hunter's winning Offensive Rookie of the Year and going off. Maybe Trevor Lawrence steps up.
I think it comes down to one guy, Liam Cohen.
Liam Cohen, maybe he turns it around.
Liam Cohen.
The Texans have not shown that. I don't think they've done enough in this offseason to be like, they're the clear-cut guys. I mean, they got to get this division ripped away from them. I think it's up in the air.
I mean, look, you drafted the entire Iowa State receiving core.
Yeah.
Now you still got a good running back. Your offensive line was terrible.
And you're going against Cam Ward.
And you haven't done a whole lot to replace. I mean, you got rid of Laramie Tunsil. Your interior line was awful. Okay, so you're rebuilding your offensive line on the fly. You're putting in a new offensive coordinator. I'm sorry, but I got questions about the Texans.
And then I would probably put in third, I'd probably put that NFC West with the Rams. I think there's a good chance someone else wins that division.
The only way I think another team wins that division is if Stafford gets hurt.
Okay. So would you have...
Because defensively, that team was ahead of schedule.
So Eagles and Ravens, you think are more vulnerable of losing their division?
Than who? The Rams?
Because that's who they got at 2 and 3.
I would say yes.
Both of them?
I would say I would put the Lions 1.
Texans?
I would go Texans 2. And then I would probably go...
Eagles or Ravens?
Yeah.
I'd probably go Eagles in front of Ravens.
I'd go Eagles in front of Ravens because I think you've got a much tougher division in the NFC East this year. And I'm telling you right now, I wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys were hanging around at the end of the year.
And then I think we can all agree. And then the Chiefs.
I wouldn't have a problem putting the Chiefs at 5 or 6.
Yeah.
I really
the
wouldn't.
Teams that are pretty much set up, I think the Bills win their division. I think the Bucks win their division. And I'll agree with you. I think the Rams win their division.
I do too.
Those would be the 3 I'd be the most confident in.
Look, you didn't give Stafford all that money, and again, you're very young on the defensive side of the ball. Like you said, you added. You've got one of the top 10. You've got a top 5 receiving duo.
Yep. 877-881-1053. Text in who you think is the most vulnerable to lose the division after they held the crown the past year. Are they going to hold it the next year, or do you think another team is going to strip it away from them? What do we got? Fair or foul coming up next?
Fair or foul coming up next. We tease this a little bit in the crosstalk. Weed dealers are, I'll tell you what, right now they are doing a victory lap. All right. Why? Because your Texas legislature has said, you know what? It's 2025. Let's get rid of the fake stuff. What do I mean? We'll discuss it next. Don't go anywhere. Fair or foul.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, do you believe Schottenheimer's goal of one of the greatest cultures in sports is achievable with the Jones family in place? Whoa. Plus, at 11 o'clock, we bring back former producer turned hockey broadcaster Joey Erickson to talk Stars-Oilers Game 2. Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
DFW home sellers, don't make the mistake of picking the agent who promises the highest listing price. Orchard knows overpricing chases buyers away, drags out your sale, and forces price cuts. That's why Orchard agents price your home right from day one, so it sells fast and for more money. Orchard also gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home before selling your old home. Sell smarter, make more with Orchard. Get your free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Summer starts here at Sport City Toyota. I'm Gary Gray, General Manager at Sport City Toyota. Right now is a great time to buy. $29 down delivers any car on the lot. We want to keep 50 pre-owned units in stock at or under $20,000. You can own one today with $29 down and under $300 a month. Call us now, log on now, do it now at SportCityToyota.com. You better hurry because it all ends soon. Do not miss this sale.
Sport City Toyota.
At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, we understand the future of any community will always depend on the health and well-being of its newest members. Because when a mom and child's life together begins with the right support, the positive effects on those all around them are exponential. That's why we're proud to be launching the Special Beginnings program, providing a unique 360-degree scope of maternal health tools and services, including advanced technology revealing key health risks, along with our dedicated advocacy teams, helping new moms get the right care at the right time. As communities, we're only as strong as our most vulnerable, and with each promising newborn, a promise for a healthier tomorrow also needs to be delivered. Fortunately, at Blue Cross, being there from the beginning will always be our reason for being. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas. Through it all.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a...
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Of all the things that are going on in the world, boys, Dan Patrick and his cronies decided that, you know what, these vape shops are doing too much. Forget homelessness, forget all the other issues that are facing the world. By God, THCA is causing a real problem. A bill banning THC passed in the Texas House late Wednesday night. There still needs to be a third version of it, third reading. But in a 95-44 vote, Senate Bill 3 passed in the House, banning all THC products. Adults would face up to a year in jail for possessing any THC product. Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, who championed the bill, thanked lawmakers for passing it and said it's what? About protecting kids and adults. Quote, "We are deeply disappointed." Oh, no, I'm sorry. This was somebody else. Okay, so they didn't even quote him. Somebody else had something to say about this. "We are deeply disappointed by the Texas House's passage of SB 3, a bill that dismantles the legal hemp industry and ignores the voices of small businesses, farmers, veterans, and consumers across the state who rely on hemp-derived products for their livelihoods and well-being." This, according to the Texas Hemp Business Council. They said this after the vote yesterday. Now, what does this mean for those of you that are listening right now that may or may not be paying attention?
What does this mean for the shops that have all these products that
Glad
have
you
half of the
asked.
store?
I'm glad you asked, Blake. SB 3, authored by Senator Charles Perry, bans Delta 8, Delta 9, and all other forms of THC, including beverages. It also prohibits the retail sale of any cannabinoid in the state with the exception of CBD and CBG. Over the past decade, thousands of CBD shops have opened across Texas selling cannabis products with varying levels of THC, which has a psychoactive effect. When federal and state laws legalized hemp with agricultural uses in mind, they differentiated it from legal forms of cannabis by defining it as anything with 3% Delta 9 or less. The laws didn't explicitly cap other forms of THC, and thus stores across the state opened up. Last but certainly not least, John Burke, the owner of Shell Shock CBD in Richardson, who was in Austin, testified, said, quote, "Texans don't want this. Let us be. Let combat veterans be. If we want to have a blunt, it's no different than having an old-fashioned drink and kicking back." Fair or foul, banning all THC derivative products in approximately 8,500 smoke shops across the state of Texas.
Foul, because you're taking out small businesses. Every strip mall just fell to their knees. Because
boy, I'll tell you what,
when was the last time you went into a little strip mall and didn't see some kind of vape or THC hemp store?
I mean, what's the LED business going to do?
Right,
the LED light business right now is saying to itself, "My God,
just smoke one." Those are going out of business.
Where are we going to put our lights at now?
Yeah,
we can't put them at a CBD.
Right there.
It's a smoke shop when you see LED lights.
Yeah. It's bad. It's bad for business, bad for the economy, it's bad for the consumers, it's bad for the businesses. The only people it's good for is now the street pharmacists.
Weed man. The weed man just said.
The weed man on the back of your Snapchat, it just is grinning.
It's me again.
He's going to start posting. I know y'all said new legislation.
Boy, I tell you what, I got that Gorilla Glue. I'm just saying.
Purple runs on deck.
I mean, seriously.
Throwing deals out there.
Tell you what, we're going to see just nothing but pictures of flour in people's hands.
Flash on.
I got that good. Come get it.
Yeah.
And that's what's about to happen right now. Fair or foul? Trevor?
I mean, I'm not a partaker, so it doesn't. I could care less. But
you know people that are.
But this is what I'm saying is that I think
you traffic in that community.
Do you know anyone that has done a THC product?
Yeah, I mean, I know several people. That's what I'm saying. Like again,
absolutely,
I think
you do.
I think there's because I think the medicinal side of it.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's where I think they're lacking in knowledge of the medicinal side.
Who
of
is
these
they?
things.
Who's they?
The government, I guess, is
Dan
more
Patrick?
like the government, the people, and I think that's where we're lacking information wise because again, we're looking at it. Weed has been such a negative for so long in the country. Now, again, the last 10 years,
someone just texted in NARC, by the way.
Listen, I do what you want.
All caps.
I do not care.
3 exclamation marks.
I do not care. I'm not that guy, But I just personally don't partake. It's my prerogative, but I don't care. But medically,
Bobby Brown, thank you.
If it helps people's knees, it helps people's mentally. I don't again. My favorite running back of all time is Ricky Williams.
We got to running back somehow.
Listen.
Hey, Trevor, understand. I love Percy Harvin.
I'm bringing it back. I've got black friends.
I have no problem with weed being smoked in the vicinity of my apartment complex. I will not snitch to the leasing office.
I think it smells like crap. I hate there's a lot of things I don't like about it, but but everything else, I just don't care. Like, it really doesn't bother me. And I think, don't goad somebody's goat for whatever.
So fair or foul?
I think it's foul. I think it's foul.
A long way of saying foul. I don't agree with it.
Well, if that's what you want the segment to be, I'll just say fair or foul and then move on.
I loved it. I loved you politic, and I appreciate the filibustering. I'm not convinced you don't smoke after that 3-minute long.
Listen, just because I look like Silent Bob doesn't mean I
no.
participate like Silent Bob.
I'm more of a edible kind of guy.
More of a natural guy. Get it from the
right.
ground.
I grow my own.
The one time I ever did anything was I don't need to be turned up. I'm already
Whoa.
pretty loud.
You're already turned on.
Where is this
I walked in here turned on, okay?
Where is this going?
This cloth. Yeah, no, I don't again, I don't need that. So
honey or lavender in your marijuana?
Neither. I don't. Lavender ice cream is disgusting, by the way.
I'm talking about ice cream.
I know. I'm just making a statement.
Interesting. I think we're all in agreement on this. It's foul. I mean, I just feel like I'm kind of torn on it in some ways.
Someone said Trevor must have been smoking that Reggie Bush in college.
Boy, I know that's right. Seriously. I mean, look, could you do a better job? I mean, let's just regulate it a little bit more, I guess. I don't know. I mean,
can I give you one more?
Fair foul or blunt?
Both. The U.S. Treasury Department will stop producing pennies starting next year.
I heard that today on GBAG.
Finally.
Says it's phasing out the penny and it's placed its final order for the materials used to make them. The Mint will only keep making pennies only until the supply runs out. People can still use pennies, but no new ones will be made. That means stores may start rounding prices up or down to the nearest nickel when you pay with cash. President Trump ordered the change earlier this year because it costs more to make a penny than it's actually worth.
Yes, I remember seeing that. Everybody lost their minds over it.
So should I start stock holding pennies for 20 years down the road? Be like,
sure.
Do you have pennies? You have the coin that stopped being made? Got 50 of them.
When's the last time y'all paid with cash?
Oh no, sometimes I do that. Being a server.
That's true.
I was about to say there are realms that.
I mean, there's a lot of places now that don't take cash anymore.
Yeah, a Globe Life being one that stands out.
I think that's a weird thing, but I get it. I feel like that's what we're moving to is just plastic.
I mean, that's it. It's
and
a scary
cell
thought.
phones
I mean, think about it. If Globe Life doesn't do cash, they don't have to have cash registers. You can just have those little Apple Pay little screens, little kiosks, and you're saving. You don't have to have this transaction.
I mean, how are we going to tie an ATM machine to the back of our car and drive off with it if we're going to get rid of money? You know?
Dave Ramsey's going to be out here.
ATM thefts are going to go down dramatically.
Do you still have a coin holder in your car? I do. In my little, what's it called? Not your glove department, but your middle.
Oh, the middle console?
Middle console. I've got a little spot where I keep all my coins. So when I go to a drive-thru and something's $11.23, I don't hand them $12. I hand them $11.23.
I just throw change in my cup holder.
I don't keep pulling it out. Mine's all looks rusted out. Hey, chill. All right. Hey, yo. I don't it's all coined. I don't know. It looks like it's green.
You just don't like pulling it out. I get it. It's tough.
So you got to clean it, Trevor. Clean your money.
Just
the 3-minute long explanation on why he doesn't smoke weed and he doesn't like pulling it out. We've learned a lot about Trevor today.
You can take it to a Coinstar at a Walmart and get it turned into dollars.
Yeah, you can.
It's a fun experience too.
It's fantastic.
Every once in a while you get like $60
every now and again.
So many coins.
Absolutely. I got a Coca-Cola can that $100 every time.
Yeah. Boom. In case times get rough, just I just need
out there
just right now.
These streets ain't playing. All right, that's 2 hours in the books, ladies and gentlemen. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Franklin Injury Attorney text line.
It said strippers are going to get a QR code tattooed on them since
they probably already got it. You know what I'm saying?
Don't worry about the cash.
All right, coming up next, let's talk a little Dallas Cowboys and more. Don't go anywhere.
Late night for a reason.
A new way of life is evolving.
It's Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even...
that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Ready for summer at
dfwsecurity.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is The Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 of the program happening right now. We're going to dedicate this next hour to Tim Collins. By the way, don't forget Sean and RJ's Firehouse Tour going down tomorrow morning in Mansfield. It's another Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour, and that means free delicious Whataburger on 105.3 The Fan. We'll be at Mansfield Firehouse, number 3 at 3100 East Broad Street. We, as in 105.3 The Fan, will also be giving away a one-of-a-kind Sean and RJ Firehouse T-shirt while supplies last, so get there.
I'd want one.
Get there early. I would absolutely want one. Come support our firefighters and grab yourself some free Whataburger Friday morning with The Fan in Mansfield. Now, we had Bobby Belt on to kick off the second hour of the program, and he said it is no shortage of goodies. When Whataburger shows up with food, they do it the only way Whataburger knows how, and that's tremendously. All right. He's talking about you're going to have 6-7 different breakfast items. We're talking burgers. We're talking burritos. Hell, you might even get some hotcakes in there. I think that's a McDonald's thing, but nonetheless, they've got pancakes. I don't know if they bring them or not, but you know what? Go there and find out. Coffee's off the chain, and you get 105 The Fan. You get Sean, you get RJ, you get Bobby. It is a must-see experience. And Alec Medford, the redheaded baddie, is allegedly going to be stopping through tomorrow as well.
Sounds like a must-do event. I know a bunch of you guys have flexible schedules, so if you're available from 6 a.m. in the morning to the rest of the morning, stop out for at least 5-10 minutes to let the guys know you appreciate everything they do. Talk to the firefighters and get some grub.
Why not?
At the end of the day, even if you want to go for selfish reasons, get some grub and just laugh at Bobby and hang out for a second.
And say, you know what? And say thank you to a firefighter.
Say thank you.
Okay? Say thank you to a firefighter. It's a thankless job.
It is.
It is. And, well, I'm not going to even say anything. That video we saw earlier, rough. But that's not here in Texas.
Where was that?
I want to say it was Brooklyn. So, firefighters across the world, God bless you all.
I think Tim Collins would be a great firefighter.
I think Tim Collins strikes me as the guy driving the fire truck.
Right here, guys. Let's go to the left.
You see Tim go like when the fire alarm goes off, sliding down the pole.
I'm not going to comment on that. No comment.
It's a firefighter pole.
Zero comment from Blake. Blake's trying to get vacation time. Zero comment from Blake over here.
We love Tim Collins here at 105.3. He's a fatty.
He is a fatty.
He's a fat. Tim Collins is the number one fatty, hands down. He won't admit it. He won't admit it, but he knows he
can't turn it off. He's in the vortex.
He loves it. He loves it.
He's listening for timestamps, but he ends up staying for the conversation.
I guarantee he hate listens. Tim Collins hate listens to 105.3 The Fan from 7 to 11 every time it's Fan After Dark. But then he just shakes his head, and it's like one of them deals where we're the problem children, and you love them, but you're angry with them sometimes, and that's the way he listens to Fan After Dark. All right. OTAs, it's like a 3-week process. We talked to Bobby about this earlier in the show. We've got a little bit of CD action here. We've got some Dak, and we've also got some Shoddy. But let's go with cut Dak 4. And what's important about this is as Dak Prescott, he hasn't been quote unquote cleared for contact just yet. However, I think he said something to the effect of, look, if football was going to start, or if this was a big game, he'd be there. And from all indication, he looks great. But what have we heard about? We've heard about, him coming back from injury, but more importantly, we've heard about the culture that Brian Schottenheimer is trying to create in Dallas, and this is what Dak had to say about it.
Yeah, I think one, the approach of how we're building it. I think a lot of times, may in the past, I've said it, and I've maybe just been talking, and not just talking or naive in a sense of talking about how great just the offenses was, right? And not necessarily the team, and not necessarily offense connecting with defense, connecting with special teams. So I believe that Shoddy's doing it the right way from the top down of take the offense and defense away from it, take the positions away from it, take the coach and player aspect away from it, and let's connect. And you're talking to one of the most optimistic people I think you'll find. I've seen it the way that it's going. I see the way that people are buying into it, and it's hard for me to think anything different.
Dak is in midseason form when it comes to just, giving out positive vibes and feeling good about where he's at. Week 6, week 7, we may feel differently about it, but at the very least, he's in midseason form with the media.
Yeah, Dak Prescott is a veteran at the podium. I think that's why having like a George Pickens around him, it's just going to be good leadership all around him. I think they're all going to blossom, and Bobby Belt called it. Brian Schottenheimer is going to win everybody over in the offseason, but like we've all kind of said at certain points, it's all great, and he's doing what he should be doing, but it's going to really matter when we start playing football games. And if you lose the first 2 weeks, a lot of people are going to go back to what they thought originally, that the Cowboys did not make the correct hire, blase. But I think Schottenheimer, on a positive note, is trending in the right direction, is saying all the right things. This new age coach seems to be rubbing people the correct way, and people are enjoying what Schottenheimer is bringing to the Dallas Cowboys in kind of a new vibe. The leadership, the character, just the way that the team is being talked about seems to be in a little bit of a different tone.
Well, and I will say this, if you were to lose the first 2 games, I don't know that anybody's going to lose any sleep over losing the first game, right? You're at Philadelphia. It's the very first game of the season. Philadelphia's getting their Super Bowl ring there that night. It's nationally televised. Everybody and their mom is going to be watching that game, and then throw in the added aspect of Philadelphia has embarrassed you as a franchise. All right, and I get it. It's a hated rival, and rightfully so, but they have embarrassed you. They have, I want to say, what in the time since the Dallas Cowboys have gone to their last NFC Championship game, Philly's been to 8. Okay, so that tells you all you need to know about kind of where things are at in the grand scheme of things. So I don't know that anybody. So I'll tell you this: no one's going to lose any sleep over losing week 1. Now, if you go out and get housed and look totally unprepared and get undressed on national television, that's a different conversation, because then that's a preparation issue. That's a, okay,
guys running
shoddy.
the wrong routes, defense looks unenthused out there, guys running wide open.
Or if they just get beat, right? Or if it's just a matter of, I don't think it's going to be a matter of guys running the wrong routes. I think it's just a matter of, how prepared do these guys look? And from if Schottenheimer's telling everybody about the culture and what he's trying to implement here, and you go out and get dog walked in week 1, yeah, that's going to be a problem. Now, you go out there, you play your ass off, and you lose by a field goal or something like that. That's one thing. You should beat the Giants at home in week 2.
You can't lose to them.
You cannot lose to Russell Wilson, and that's provided that you have a healthy Dak Prescott and the rest of this offense. There's no reason why you should lose to Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, or God forbid you lose to a rookie in Jackson Dart in week 2 at home. And now, granted, you're not getting loved up just yet because that is a noon kickoff. So Fox is kind of like, well,
we got to prove it to us.
Go ahead and over the course, then you got a handful of noon games, but that kind of tells you where Fox thinks of you. That your home opener, we're putting you at noon.
And the Cowboys are almost always
that's a 3:30. That's a 3:30 afternoon. That's a game of the week, Fox game of the week type deal. Yeah. Tom Brady, Greg Olsen, Madden, Summerall, insert, number one team here. No, you're getting the Ian Eagle and Greg Olsen number 2 matchup is what you're getting.
The Ian Eagle, I just feel like is always like a Houston Texans game.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Ian Eagle is on CBS anyway. But yeah, you're getting, insert random Adam Ross or Adi Amin or what. I think he's a terrorist, but you get what I'm saying. Yeah. Some random guy that's going to be doing the play-by-play.
Why would you say
if
that?
Idi Amin came back and was doing play-by-play football, now that would be impressive. All right, so that was what our boy Dak had to say. And, of course, this is now, we know we've got George Pickens in the mix. You've got CeeDee Lamb. How many number 1 wide receivers does Dallas have now, CD?
We can complement each other. If he's tired, I can guarantee you I'm not. So just being his backbone and being here for him and letting him know that he got some help on the other side for sure. That's a dog and that's willing to win. And I'm going to do everything in my power to do that. As we all know, the show don't stop for sure.
Did he say if he's tired, I guarantee I'm not?
Yeah, like he's saying if George is tired, I guarantee CD will not be. Like they're not going to both be tired at the same time. So
I got what you're saying. I was calling out George's conditioning.
No, I think he was saying if one is tired, the other one won't be, and vice versa. That one of us will always be ready. Always, and I think that's a great point. Like people love to make it this. I saw on social media who's going to cry when they don't get the ball first. It's like, look at the running back room. It's not like the running back room screaming that they got some bell cow that they paid $25 million that they got to get the ball to every time. They're going to be throwing the ball to those two guys and then running it when they need to. Like Pickens and CD are going to get 45% to 60% of the target share. It's not like there's much else to spread it around. Those are your two guys on offense.
I mean, if you're
Jake Ferguson's going to steal a couple of catches, but it's not like you got another guy that's who the ball is going to go to. Pickens or CD almost every other play. You're going to have Ferguson every once in a while, another running backs every once in a while, but I don't think either of them, they're both going to get their targets. They're going to be happy, both of them.
If Jake Ferguson doesn't have a good year,
like I don't think Jake Ferguson will have the receptions. I think he'll have the impactful, the touchdowns, the big catches.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, if I told you, all right, look, he may not go over 1,000 yards, but he's going to have 65 catches for 800 yards and 10 touchdowns and play a vital role as the number 3.
10 touchdowns would be awesome. I don't think.
Well, think about it. I mean, you got to who are you covering in the red zone? I mean, right now
you got 2 great red zone threats. And
look,
and
if you're Jake Ferguson,
you should get single coverage every time.
You should be licking your chops. Yeah. All right, because look, if I'm a defense, am I worried about Jake Ferguson? No.
You're making sure your safety is leaning towards CD or George, whatever it may be.
Stop 88. Stop 13.
Mm-hmm. Temporary 13.
What, you don't think he's?
And he said it's temporary. Like this isn't like his full set number. It's not like
he might change it.
Yeah, you just have to pick a number.
He's just waiting for Marquise Bell to get cut, and then he's going to take 14 over.
Hey, you said that. I have no idea. All I'm saying is he did not stamp 13. He made it very clear this is a temporary number.
Yeah.
You have to have a number while you're out there. I'm the closest to 14.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So he wants 14.
I would assume so.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair assumption.
And he ain't trying to pay Marquise for it. I almost feel like somebody in the Cowboys front office said, look.
Rock 13 for a little bit. We'll make a lot. We're talking about his number. If it was 14, we wouldn't even be talking about it. So we're getting a little hype about the number. People have something else to talk about. And then when we cut Marquise.
Yeah, just chill to the next episode. Marquise he's a practice squad player at best. Okay. What did Marquise do last year? 877-881-1053.
See, I don't like doing that because then I don't know what I'll
I'm just asking in general. Like what? I mean, I remember him. I mean, I want to say he had a couple tackles.
Wow. See, we're disparaging the man before I've looked it up, so I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to speak because we had a lot of guys playing last year. Marquise Bell.
The only reason we're talking about it is because he's number 14. Well, I mean, let's be real.
I'm really scrolling to find his name.
Let's do it numerically. Look up at the numerical roster.
Hit Control F, and that'll help you find it.
I need both of you guys to shut up.
I'm trying to help.
No,
Bell.
They keep telling us about how
Marquise Bell. Here we go. Here we go. Found his name right here. He played in 9 games.
Okay.
I don't even know what stat I'm looking at because it's so far down. Had 5 solo tackles.
He's a big dude, 6'3", 205.
He had 5 tackles last year.
Okay.
That's it. And 1 assist. No other stats logged.
He was I think it looks like he was an undrafted free agent from Florida A&M. So there you have it. There's your Marquise Bell update of the day.
The year before that, though, 94 tackles.
Going into year 4. I was going to say, I mean, the guy,
Well, that's because we had nobody playing linebacker. I don't know if you remember. It was him and Damone Clark playing linebacker. And remember when C.J. Stroud got on the podcast and Jordan Love and they kind of said, we knew you didn't have any linebackers. You had safeties playing linebackers.
Yeah, it's never
This is who they were referring to. Marquise Bell.
Hey,
and
God
Clark.
bless Marquise going out there doing the damn thing. So yeah, Marquise after play, like you said, played 9 games, 17. I mean, he's going into year 4. I mean, special teams.
Another point that I want to bring up was the secondary room. There was a lot of talk about it in the voluntary OTAs. I talked to Bobby about it pre-show. Deron Bland got a lot of work at nickel.
Yeah,
and
played him in the slot a lot,
yep,
right?
Yep. And then also getting some nickel work was Wanye Thomas, and Izzy McQuamu as well, getting some nickel work. I think if Deron Bland's your nickel week 1, things did not go well. I mean, Siobhan Revel's not ready, and he's playing there. I think, actually, I'll say this. The best case scenario is that Deron Bland is your nickel in like week 7. Because that means Siobhan Revel and Trayvon Diggs are both healthy, and they're both your outsides, and neither of them can play the nickel. And Deron Bland's a great nickel.
Yeah.
But also on the flip, if Deron Bland is your nickel, that means Kalen Carson hasn't stepped up. Izzy hasn't stepped up. Like, no one else stepped into that position.
Right.
And now he's having to play out of position, and you've got Kyer Elam starting. You've got Andrew
Although they
Booth
said
starting.
he looked good.
They have said Kyer Elam has looked good. So are you okay with giving Kyer Elam a fresh start and saying, hey, are you mad if he's starting week 1? Can you have a fresh start, or do you already think you're doomed if he's starting?
Oh, I mean, if he I'm going to trust Eberflus. I mean, I don't. I mean, look, this team understands the importance of getting off to a good start, right? Like, you've got. I'll say this, and then we'll go to break. I expect the offense to be ahead of the defense going into 2025.
Agreed.
All right. I'm okay with, because think about it this way. That defense got better as the year went on last year under Mike Zimmer. All right. Eberflus, I think, has got something to prove. I think with the culture that you've created, I think you've got a better group of linebackers. I think the secondary is good, not great. And I think you've got a front 7 as far as defensive line is concerned that's still figuring things out as well. So I think from an offensive standpoint, I think you're going to be ahead of the curve. I'm okay with winning games 27-24, 31-27, that type of deal early on. If you're still winning those kind of games at the end of the year, that's a different conversation. All right, coming up next, where are you taking us, Trevor?
So I need some advice from you guys. I've got one small thing and one bigger thing that I'm going to need to ask you guys to be able to help me out if I'm going to come off the apps.
Time to put the kiddos down and turn your radio up. It's
the cool and the crazy.
Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't.
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
In the high-demand fields of IT and cybersecurity, attend classes live online or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify.
This next segment on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333 With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, we've got an extra credit coming up at 9:40. Topic will be tonight. It's going to be Trevor and Blake squaring off in a extra credit battle royale. Topic tonight, THC.
Okay.
THC.
Boy. All right.
Multiple choice.
Okay.
Multiple choice. Okay.
The music will be great.
He's afraid. See, here's what I think Trevor's worried that if he answers a bunch of them right.
No, I don't care about that.
He's going to be
afraid
like,
I'm not going to answer any of them.
I know I'm up 9-4, but I'm not a smoker. I'm just telling you guys right now. I just read a lot.
I'm a knowledgeable guy. I know a lot of crap.
I know you do.
I'm going to know a lot of crap.
A lot of useless information.
Exactly.
Raise your hand if you're right there with Trevor on that. So, and then we've got a top 5 tonight. If you guys want to start chiming in with ideas for what the top 5 should be tonight, let us know. 877-881-1053. 1053. Before we kick it off to Trevor, I see you eyeballing the text messages over there, Blake Elliott. Anything that's piqued your interest and or tickled your fancy?
Sean could never be a firefighter with those tiny hands from the 817.
Damn.
972, Jaden Blue is a great receiving back.
Okay.
214, you guys make my night every night you're on. Different 214, I just don't trust Dak.
Okay. Fair.
681, hey guys, love the show, but can Marquise Bell just give his number to Pickens so I can get my jersey shipped? And he can change his to 44. Marquise Bell.
That's not a bad number either. 44 is a tough number.
Not good for Pickens, but good for Marquise Bell.
Well, yeah, you don't want a wide receiver number 44. That's ridiculous.
What's the most awkward number someone could rock but still be icy as a receiver? Like nothing below 20. Nothing below 20 is valid.
48.
You think it's if I saw receiver number 48, there's no way you could have drip.
Just doing numbers. Just running past people at number 48.
I was thinking 50 flat.
I mean, that's a weird looking number for sure. I mean, I think we're both
like a linebacker number.
Yeah,
though.
I mean, we're both on the same page.
Yeah.
Maybe 41, Dirk-esque.
I think any number in the 40s is a wide receiver. Like, okay, I mean, did Doak Walker call and want his receiver back? I mean, what are we doing here?
90s are cool. I don't think that's awkward. 80s are obviously its thing. Below 20s are its thing. It's pretty much if you're a receiver and you're from 30 to 75, it's kind of awkward. Or 79.
I don't even know if you're allowed to wear anything.
Do they still have a position locked?
I think so. I mean, I don't think you can wear I don't think you can be
because linemen can wear like zeros now, right?
Defensive linemen can.
Oh, okay. So I do think they have to give you have to have a realm because.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think O linemen can still. I think O linemen it's still 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Is it 50s too? I didn't know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, yeah, because
that's right. That's right.
Yeah, because Cooper Beebe's like what 56, 57, somewhere in there. But yeah, and hell, what number is our boy Booker? He got his number already, didn't he?
I don't.
No, he did. I think it's 71. Don't quote me on that.
Okay, here we go. The NFL has positional restrictions on jersey numbers. Specifically, quarterbacks, punters, and place kickers are limited to these numbers 0 through 19.
Okay, I knew that. Yeah.
I didn't know a quarterback can't be over 20. So if a quarterback wanted to be number 20, he couldn't.
No.
And punters and place kickers. Shout out Brandon Aubrey, number 2. Running backs, tight ends, fullbacks, H-backs, and wide receivers can wear numbers 0 through 49.
Okay.
And 80 through 89.
Okay, so they can wear the 30s.
Running backs, tight ends, we'll just worry about those. And wide receivers, so your skill positions.
Yeah.
Go 0 through 49 anything. So they could wear number 49.
They could totally wear 48 or 49. Absolutely.
And 80 through 89, which is almost every receiver. What if a running back had like 80, 86?
Well, I mean, think about it. Darren Sproles was 43.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Running back wise.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think there's not that realm there for running backs, though.
Running backs.
I don't think it's that specific. I think the 20s to me is what I think running backs, 20 through 30.
20s through 30s and a little bit of 40 mixed into for good measure.
And then the low numbers, I'm sure, are popular among the younger cats coming in.
Oh, I mean, that's all you see.
The Genties, the Bijans of the world. And then it says offensive linemen are restricted 50 through 79.
Yeah. No, which makes sense.
You don't want to see an O lineman with 14.
I mean, does anybody? I mean, well, you and I talked about this the other day about wearing O lineman jerseys.
So yeah, you got to be wearing 50 through 80 if you want to buy an O lineman.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, who's buying a lineman jersey? I mean, unless that's your.
I mean, I'd probably get a BB jersey.
There you go.
It tracks.
Just saying.
That sounds about right. I can see you.
Defensive linemen can wear 50 through 79, the same as O linemen, but they can also wear 90 through 99 or 0 through 10.
Yeah.
And then linebackers can go 0 through 59 and 90 to 99.
So linebackers can go 0 to 59?
Yeah. He just took out the restriction and 90 through 99. So they can't. The linebackers can't do 60 through
89. 89. Which that makes sense. But I mean, I remember back in the day, I mean, you had I think it was Kevin Green for the Steelers was 90. I think Levon Kirkland was in the 90s. What's our boy James Harrison? I think he was 92.
94. Yeah, 92
Yeah.
for James Harrison. Yeah.
So the Steelers have a rich history of linebackers.
Number 0.
wearing 90s.
The number 0 is allowed for every position except for offensive and defensive linemen.
Okay. Well, but wait a minute. I thought you just said that offensive line or D linemen could wear the single digits. They just can't wear 0?
I guess it's not 0.
Okay,
They can do
so they can wear 1 through 9.
0.
But linebackers can wear 0.
They can.
As our boy Overshone has proven. So tell you all that to tell you this. We will TBD on what's going to happen with George Pickens. All right, let's hand this thing off to the one, the only, Trevor the Creator.
All right, guys. I am in a tizzy.
Oh.
I'm frustrated with my, for lack of a better term, action. Not looking for action. That's not what but it's just the fact that how difficult it is on a dating app to pull any type of female. And I need to know from you guys, from Fred, I know you frequent them. I don't know how
Not
much
anymore.
you frequent.
No. Gone.
And then that's my other side of my coin. Should I try to revamp what I've done, or should I just let it go and do the best I can while just walking out in the weird world that we are in of trying to talk to females personally?
It's a great question.
I'm a little lost.
He's asking, should he be on dating apps or just go out into the wild and try to pick up women?
Why not both?
Because it's the bandwidth. It's a gig economy.
Well, you have your dating apps running in the background. You've got your pictures out there. And then you just go and do your daily Trevor activities and meet women.
I don't do a lot of daily. I don't do
but
a
why?
lot of
Are the
activities.
apps holding you back? Why is that the conversation? Is the app making you not want to go out?
Well, it's just less
I'm gonna be a
drive to do that.
Why? But why is there less drive? Give me a reason.
It's easier to just right or left or an X or a heart or a leave a small comment.
Let's dig deeper. Let's dig deeper. Why do you think it's easier on the apps versus in person? What's making your brain think it's easier?
Because you can be ballsier. You can make a comment. And now again, I'm not some nasty fiend.
Right.
What I'm saying is that it's easier to swipe on 15 people and then go back and play cards or whatever.
Now,
do
is
something
this a fear of rejection in a personal space?
For me, it absolutely is. That's why, like in my therapy, I had to ask 50 girls just for their number or that I thought they were attractive. Because immersion therapy.
Your therapist really trying to put you on game.
Straight up, because it's a weird. It's
you got to ask 50 girls their number. You got to sleep with 10 of them.
Wow.
5 of them, you got to get to want to marry you.
No. It was the hey, Trevor, don't be afraid of the no.
Yeah.
I've always been afraid of the no. That's just the way I am.
Afraid of the no, dude.
I know, but it causes anxiety for me for whatever reason. I don't know. Thanks, Mom. I don't know.
Oh, don't be blaming Mom.
Well,
Mom is kind of strange.
That's what I'm saying. So,
Mama Trevor just listens.
That's I'll tell you what my therapist said. That's the story you're telling yourself. So you need to notice it, acknowledge it, and then shift.
Bring it from the subconscious to the conscious.
Yeah, because that's the story you're telling yourself. Like, I'm afraid of being told no.
And you're already expecting the worst before you've even had the conversation.
Oh, absolutely. You kidding me? There's 15 things that run through my head before I walk over to any.
You've already discounted yourself, and the girl hasn't even said anything to you. So the moment she says, you don't like me? Okay, cool, I'll walk away.
And look.
And they can sense that. They can smell that.
Call it what it is. Anxiety does not look good on a dude. I'm not saying it's, we all get it.
Trust me, I get what you're saying.
So you almost just need to throw caution to the wind and
expect a no, but move forward. Not expect a no in a bad way, but be like, probably going to say no. I'm going to put myself out there. And if they don't say yes, they're losing the opportunity, Trevor. Not you losing the opportunity. You got to flip the script. So whether it's a good-looking girl, however you view them, they're losing a chance to hang out and meet stuff about Trevor.
So what I'm hearing, and again, I'm doing what I do. I'm digging more into things that are being said because that's what I want to do.
Do you have more than $36 for a date?
I do.
Okay. By the way, we got to follow up on that.
That's right. Yeah.
We haven't heard back. We haven't checked the text messages quick.
I've been looking at him. He hasn't texted in. I've been looking at him.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we could be. So our boy, and you know what? I forgot to look at his phone number.
Yeah. He knows who he is.
He knows who he is. Homeboy from the other night. Let us know how yesterday went.
I'm gonna glean.
Getting a date. Let me know if you got it on through an app or whatever. What again? Like what I'm hearing is
he said he did. I think it was Hinge. Anyway, continue.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm so tired of the apps because it's difficult for a goofy, funny guy like me to show that through. Just pictures and
Can't you do voice prompts on there and videos?
You can, and that's what I'm saying. I do the best I can to show. I don't take great pictures for whatever reason,
right?
And so it's really I think I'm a decent looking guy. I'm not a 15.
I'm gonna look at his Hinge profile after this.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna glean at it from the Blake perspective. What a girl would be thinking through this, because you gotta shape your lens, and the biggest thing is. How are you going to love someone or expect someone to love you if you haven't fully
done it
yourself?
That's fair. Thanks.
Wow.
Thanks,
Dante
Tracy.
DiVincenzo missing a 3-pointer. What a concept. I would just say, man, it's one of them things where
getting blown out every game, man.
These playoffs have been terrible.
The West Conference Finals have sucked.
Keep one. Just for the simple fact of why not?
That's fair.
Okay, keep one.
That's fair. Okay.
Whichever one you've been most successful with, keep that one.
Okay.
All right.
Just don't rely on it.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. I need to. I feel like I need to pull away and to move into just going out and go hang out or whatever the case is.
Plus, you've got your little outside of work activities that you do. I mean, I would imagine that meeting women in that environment would be fairly easy, right?
Are you coming across women and you're not being successful, or are you not having the opportunity to come across women in public?
It's a little bit of both, but it's more of the not having the opportunity. Again, the circles I frequent are several nerdy guys, and then
find out where the nerdy girls are. I mean, I'm no Dr. Ruth,
I
but
don't need a nerdy girl in general. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe you do. Maybe you do.
What are you looking for?
Maybe you do need.
What am I looking for? Golly.
Maybe you need to find a nerdy girl to rule it out. And look, it's easier to find one when you got one.
Oh, I mean, well.
Okay, take that for what it's worth.
That. It's easier to get a job when you got a job. I mean, I don't know if I believe that, because I
shows you're employed. Shows that somebody wants you.
Hey, I believe that.
Well,
with
that's what
every
I do.
Fiber of my
I have a
body.
picture with a girl who's a close friend of mine, and I don't know if that's a positive or a negative.
Depends how the picture looks.
I mean, it's just.
I don't know, ladies. If you're listening, 877-881-1053 on the dating realm. If a guy's got a picture with the guy, now is it just like you with your arm around her, like, hey, we're buddies?
We're just standing.
We're friends.
I want a girl to know that I'm not a little person, like I'm not a small guy.
Yeah.
And so, we're standing there, and she's an average-looking woman.
How much physical contact in the photo?
It's like you would have any of the stuff, the shippy picture with on GBAG the other day, where they're just standing there like, look at us.
What's
up?
So no arms around each other?
I mean, my arms are around her, but it's not a
You're showing that, you know what, a woman can't tolerate me.
Exactly, that I don't smell bad enough that you can.
Or at least I did in this picture. Anyway.
Exactly, so.
And then I paid her $20 and
she walked away.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
You got to do it. No, I'm wholeheartedly in.
877-881-1053. Text in your advice for Trevor. I didn't know this was going to become, but I'm here to give us Ranger Stars. But if you, how you think you could?
Stars. Rangers bats suck, and the Stars play tomorrow. I'm here for it. This is what though. But think about it this way, because look, here's the beauty.
Way better than this game on.
Because real quick, we got to go to break because Tim Collins is going to hate text me. More people are struggling with what Trevor's going through right now. Coming up next, Extra Credit THC edition. Blake, Trevor, the smoke off begins next. Don't go anywhere.
Coming up in the next GBAG Nation, we'll talk with ESPN hockey voice Sean McDonough at 4. Nation runs 2 to 6, then Rangers baseball on the Fan.
Hey, Tolos in Texas, your home is more than just a house. It's your legacy, and Greystone Roofing is here to protect yours.
I'm Josh Vining. My wife Alexis and I built Greystone with one mission, to exceed expectations. With over 2 decades of experience, we don't just fix roofs, we build trust.
From the first inspection to the final nail, we'll walk you through every step with honesty and transparency.
When it comes to your roof, don't settle for storm chasers. Trust Greystone Roofing. Visit greystone-roofing.com today. Texas tough, family strong.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings.
Hey, it's Gavin Dawson for Window Nation. Summer is officially here, and so are the rising temperatures. Before you know it, you'll be wondering what else you can do to keep cool during the dog days of summer. Beat the heat and keep the AC in your home with Window Nation's energy-efficient vinyl windows. During their semi-annual sale, buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free, and free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment, especially when prices are rising. So how exactly do they keep their prices affordable? Window Nation works directly with the top window manufacturers in the country, which means all their windows are assembled right here in the USA. Plus, their windows come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Window Nation's semi-annual sale ends soon. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free, and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, pay nothing until 2027. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
Gary Zanobi here from Rhino Shield to tell you you've been tricked by the paint industry. Big names, flashy labels, empty promises. But Rhino Shield isn't paint. It's a ceramic coating that flexes with your home, resists cracking, blocks moisture, and fights mold and mildew. Backed by a 25-year transferable warranty, Rhino Shield could be applied to any surface and is built to last, especially for Texas homes. Don't fall for big box paint. Visit RhinoShieldTX.com for your free quote today.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Take the HOV lane of the Fans Commercial-Free Expressway and have some fun with Sean and RJ at 7:40 a.m. No tolls required because it's driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, a first-class buying experience. Visit mbplano.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for...
of Fame luncheon presented by Chick-fil-A, Friday, June 27th at Live by Lowe's. The stories will be flowing with roundtables featuring Elvis and some of his favorite former teammates. Get your tickets now at Rangers.com/Hall of Fame.
This segment of the Fan After Dark is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. And if you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone. All priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibu, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, thanks, Trevor. I appreciate it. And has anybody texted in? Any women want to go out with it on a date with Trevor yet? Anybody? 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053.
Just shoot your shot in public. Tell them out on radar here. I've never had any issues talking to women and getting dates. It's all about self-confidence. Yes and no will always exist. Trusting yourself and nothing else will matter. I feel exactly what he's saying. Dating apps sucks. I'm in the same boat as you. No pics with chicks and get a haircut. I hated it, but my matches times 10. Practice with nerdy girls, Trevor. Tolo check here. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Tolo check here. If you have an image with another woman on your dating profile, then you're going to give off swinger vibe.
Oh, good to know.
Also, ditch the pictures with fish and always have at least 2 images of your head without a hat on and your teeth are visible. There you go. She's giving you some in-depth.
Wow, that's a good one.
The hat one's going to be
teeth
tough,
visible.
I just don't take I have plenty of hair, but I always wear a
Well,
hat.
then you better show that bleep off then,
Yeah, I guess you're
partner.
right.
I mean, you got to you're getting behind enemy lines intel.
I mean, again, it's fair. Thank you so
That's
much.
fantastic.
Thank
Shout out to
you.
the Tolo chicks.
So I said, look for your woman at Walmart because people are in their full element there. So generally, what you see is what you get.
Walmart. That's a tough call.
Just walk around. I don't know what I'm going to share. I'll share it at 10 o'clock. I had an interaction today.
At Walmart?
Chick-fil-A.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Do your thing.
No, Trevor, you do your thing. Play some music.
His
Ringing the
name.
bell.
Fred
and Blake.
It's a merry-go-round, you dumbass. Do you need the dumb in front of the dumbass?
I did his homework. Not like he bullied me. It's kind of redundant.
Okay.
I've never even heard that word in my life.
But as my own personal form of punishment, I figured out how you're going to earn that extra credit.
All right, let's go. Here we go. You guys know what time it is. Time for a little extra credit, and it's going to be a Blake versus Trevor showdown.
Let's see if Fred can figure out ChatGPT this time and have questions and not have it load. I think at some point, this stupid app, I can't see it.
Already got it figured out.
It refreshed and I can't find.
Look at him trying to waste time. Because he knows the deal here. I've already got that figured out. Ben had it figured out from before. Okay, so here's the drill, boys. You guys know how this game works. We're going to have 8. Now, we kind of implemented something before where we were doing bonus points.
If you get it without the
multiple choice. If you do it without the multiple choice.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah, correct.
I like that.
2 and 1 now.
That's it. Yeah. So you've got a chance, couple seconds.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to sit here and wait all night. Okay? So boom, done. All right. So the topic tonight, THC, THCA, Delta 8, and Delta 9 in honor of SB3.
So not real flour. There will be no questions about real flour.
Oh, there's real flour. Oh, no, there's real questions.
Oh, and I watched the whole documentary on this. I'm going to get so many wrong.
THC, THCA, Delta 8, Delta 9.
I'm going to get smoked.
I just want to go ahead and put it out there to the community. I'm sorry for letting you.
It's too late.
I already see myself.
Too late. All right, who's going first?
I think Trevor's got to go first.
Trevor's going first.
Let me go first and be first in something. I mean, come on.
Okay. Question number 1. What does THC stand for?
Give me multiple choice.
Okay. A, tetrahydrochloride, tetrahydrocannabinol, trihydrocannabis, tetrahemp compound.
That's actually 4 really good answers. I can see it.
Compound.
Tetrahemp compound, that's your answer?
That's my answer.
That's incorrect.
Okay, I'm going to need them again. Well, they all sounded the same.
Tetrahydrochloride, tetrahydrocannabinol, trihydrocannabis.
The last one.
That is incorrect. The answer we were looking for was tetrahydrocannabinol.
Wow.
Okay,
I thought it was going to be cannabinoid or cannabol was.
No, you are wrong. Okay,
we're
ready?
over two.
Here we go. Blake, what is the primary psychoactive component of cannabis?
I know this. Psychoactive. Give me the answers. I want to.
CBD, THCA, Delta 9 THC, CBG.
Ooh. So this is read it from the topic. And sorry.
Jiminy Christmas. What is the primary psychoactive compound of cannabis? CBD, THCA, Delta 9 THC, all one answer, or D, CBG.
Let's just go with B.
THCA?
Yeah.
Incorrect.
That's what I was going to guess.
Okay, well,
isn't Delta 9 a subsect, right? I remember the I don't need it.
This is just.
We'll go CBG, the last
The
one.
answer is A, though. I just remembered.
All of you guys are wrong. Once again,
It's not even A?
The correct answer is Delta 9 THC.
What
is the primary psychoactive component of cannabis?
Huh.
You said THCA.
The more you know.
Okay, so you guys are both wrong. We're 0 for 2 to start things off.
Don't act like you're sitting there so smug, like you know all
Spoken like
this.
I could have answered both of these already. Thank you very much. Number 3. Which cannabinoid is non-psychoactive in its raw form?
Give me the multiple choice.
Delta 8, Delta 9, THCA, or THCO?
Okay, and what was the question again there?
What cannabinoid is non-psychoactive in its raw form?
The first one, the
Delta 8?
I think it's
Incorrect.
So it's Delta 8, 9, and what else?
Delta 9, THCA, or THCO?
Well, I haven't heard of THCO. I know that. I'm just going to go with that one, THCO. I've never heard of that.
Incorrect. The correct answer we were looking for was THCA. You guys have memories like smokers because ain't none of y'all getting anything right. All right, whose question is it? Yours, number 4?
Wow.
Here we go.
I think it's the longest we've gone with no one getting one right.
Seriously. All right, number 4.
Because all the multiple choice sound good. They're not like very far off.
All right, here we go. Number 4. What must happen to THCA for it to become psychoactive? A, freeze it. B, dissolve in alcohol. C, decarboxylate it, aka heat it, or D, mix with CBD.
It's either C or D. This is THCA.
THCA.
I'm just gonna go with D.
Mix with CBD?
Yeah.
That is incorrect.
I'm gonna say C. Oh my God!
Finally, a breakthrough. Yes, for THCA, in order for it to actually get you high, you got to do what?
Mix it with something.
Put that fire to it, y'all.
yeah.
Put that fire to it. And again, this is all stuff I've read off the internet.
Science.
All right, here we go. Finally, off the board, number 1, Trevor. All right, whose turn is it? Trevor's? Oh, you can go up 2-0. This might be a lead you don't overcome.
Could be 3-0.
All right, here we go. Delta 8 THC is often described as A, stronger than Delta 9, B, more intense than CBD, C, a milder, smoother high compared to Delta 9, or D, illegal in all states.
Let's.
All the noises.
C? Hey, let's go.
A milder, smoother high compared to Delta 9. That is exactly the answer we were looking for. 2-0. 2-0 from the non-smoker to the whatever Blake is. All right, number 6. Which of the following is most abundant in raw cannabis flower? Is it A, Delta 8, B, THCO, C, THCA, D, Delta 9?
I don't think it's Delta 9. And you said A was what?
A is Delta 8.
It's not that. It's either B or C. So give it to me again. Those
THCO or THCA?
Back to the O and the A.
The O and the A, brother. O and the A.
I'm just going to rock with O again. Give me O again.
And you will remain O-fer after that one. Ayo!
So THCO is made up.
I'm going to bell ring myself on that one. Which of the following is the most abundant in raw cannabis flower, Mr.
THCA.
Is that your final answer?
That's my final answer.
Boom!
Man.
The non-smoker running away with this as he jumps out to a 3-0 Nothing.
I keep getting it down to two answers, and I guess the wrong one, and Trevor's just getting it.
All right, here we go, Mr. Trevor. Number 7. Which cannabinoid is produced synthetically from CBD in many Delta-8 products? Is it A, THCA, B, Delta-8, C, CBN, or D, Delta-9?
CBN?
I spaced out. That question hurt my head. I think I need one
Which
of these
cannabinoid
products.
is produced synthetically from CBD in many Delta-8 products?
Okay.
A, THCA, B, Delta-8, C, CBN, or D, Delta-9?
Let's go A.
THCA? Incorrect. The correct answer we were looking for was Delta-8 is the cannabinoid that's produced synthetically from CBD in Delta-8 products. All right, number 8. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. What is the legal THC concentration limit for hemp under the 2018 Farm Bill? Okay. Now, if you were listening to Fred during Fair or Foul, you'd know this answer.
I usually space out when you're
thanks. I appreciate you telling me that. Thanks for that there, Chief. And I don't mean Chiafalo. A, 3% Delta-9. B, 0.5% total THC. C, 1%. Or D, 0.2%.
What's the legal limit?
Yep.
3, 0.5, 0.25, and
0.3, 0.5, 1%, or 0.2.
Let's go 1%.
Incorrect.
0.5?
Neither one of you are worth a damn when it comes to listening because, as I said earlier, 0.3% is the answer.
That's what I meant.
We were looking for. So bell ring to Fred.
Right.
You have not. You are 0 for the day. All right, number 9. Back to Trevor, who is just like I said. And if I'll tell you what, you answer this. Let's go ahead and just shut the door shut or slam the door shut. Number 9. Which cannabinoid is more stable and less potent than Delta-9? Is it A, THCA, B, THCV, C, Delta-8, or D, THCP?
I'm going to say Delta-8.
Take them home, boys. Take them home. Wow. That is going to do it. Point of no return. Look, his hinge profile may suck, but I'll tell you what, my man knows about the oshki woshki. Hey, you might need to put a picture of you with the oshki woshki peeshki weeshki on the hinge profile because you never know. Tell you what, if a lady's got that, I'll tell you what. You're going to go home smiling in more ways than one. All right, final hour of the program. We've got a top 5 to get to and so much more. This is The Fan After Dark.
30 straight minutes without interruption. It's our Time Experts commercial-free expressway at 720. With Sean and RJ, 1220 with KNC, and 520 with GBAG. Right here on The Fan, on your smart speaker, and on the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
SportsCityToyota.com/blog for details.
Summer.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Well, he's been around.
Yeah. And then wrote Blake or she. We don't know. I'm not going to misgender.
Okay, well, tell me otherwise. I'm going with the chances are that it's probably a dude. So
Blake knows about as much about weed as Trevor knows about women.
Oh! Ouch! You two going to let him just talk to you like that?
I don't mind my weed knowledge being questioned. I don't need to have knowledge on it. I'm not trying to study in it.
Yeah. I'm taking shots. It is what it is. You know, I get shots from y'all, get shots from the text. It's all right.
What do you got to say to it, Trevor?
I mean, what is there to say?
I don't know. Whatever you want to say. Nothing?
Yeah, I got nothing. That's why it's fun.
He's got nothing. Minnesota has sort of at least made it watchable. They were down by as many as 22. They've trimmed it down to 13. And, you know, God forbid somebody makes a big shot here. They get this game to within 10
Alexander
and
Walker!
a foul.
What'd I tell you? And you were doubting him. He's almost got 20, baby.
Well, as a result, if he knocks his free throw down, it's going to be a 10-point game. So,
is Julius Randle even on the court anymore?
You know, if all right, you got Ant taking 17 steps along the baseline. So, I mean, you know, I did watch real quick, and I'll just throw this in there. We'll get to the rest of the segment because you had something you were going to say at 10 o'clock.
See.
I watched the last 3 episodes of The Last Dance with MJ.
Had you not seen it before?
Oh, no, I have. Absolutely.
Oh, you just rewatched
I rewatched the last 3. That's your GOAT. Anyway, continue.
That was it?
That's all I got.
So easy. If I was an ad space, I would target Fred's house every day. Oh, I could just change. So easy. If I was a commercial or an ad that said, "Oh, I want this agenda to be pushed in Fred's household." You know what, I saw this ad last night. I think Bounty's my new favorite paper towel company. The way that it picks up the dirt off of the counter, I'm a Bounty guy now.
Night and day. Couldn't be more incorrect. Continue.
I was just gonna say I was at Chick-fil-A for the show.
Yes.
Wanted to get a little grub. And
did they tell you our pleasure?
They did not. Last time I was at Chick-fil-A, I did have a fatty recognize me.
I remember. Okay, that's right. I remember you telling me about that.
This time, no fatty recognized me, or at least didn't vocalize it. I'm sitting in the line, you know, regular day, order my food, waiting for my food.
What'd you order?
I got the new barbecue sandwich that they have.
Okay.
And then they have
How was it?
It was good.
All right.
And then they have like a pineapple dragon fruit drink that you can do a tea, lemonade, or Sunjoy, which is an Arnold Palmer. But it's pineapple dragon fruit, just like syrup. Is what I figured. I'm just watching them. And so I got the tea version. It was phenomenal. Okay. Not too much. It was great. Either way, I'm waiting for my food. Standing by the door. Homeless gentleman walks in.
Yeah.
The reason I'm bringing it up is because usually, you know, if you run into someone homeless, you're driving on the side of the road, you decide to roll your window down or not.
Or you're real world interaction.
Or you're walking to a gas station. Yeah. It's not very unusual to have someone homeless kind of loitering outside of it.
Okay, good, because I've got one for you after this. Yes.
But being inside the Chick-fil-A, I think the place matters. Like a very well lit middle of the day.
What part of town?
Off Market Street.
Okay.
Yeah, off Market Street. Over there. and just walks straight in and walks right up to me. I'm by the door. So he walks right into the, Chick-fil-A has 2 doors, initial door and then the little lobby.
You think
door.
he was a fatty?
Walks right up to me. Now, mind you, the 3 people that ordered in front of me were all ladies. So I don't know if that played a factor.
Probably did.
He goes, I already knew it. I saw the spiel the moment he opened the door and looked at me.
You knew what was coming.
He said, "Hey, brother." Just like that. And as soon as he said the "Hey, brother," looked at me like, "I'm black. You're black.
Come on."
Like, he said, he goes,
"Let's be black together and give me some money."
he started it with, I haven't. I said, "Hey, brother, I'm sorry. I don't have any cash on me." Before I cut him off.
It's getting hard for homeless people out here.
I was just
who's
like,
got cash?
I was just going to be like, "Hey," the reality is if I start giving money to every homeless person, I'm going to be in the same situation as you guys. I don't got $60,000 just sitting in my account just to
give every homeless person.
If I start just giving it out every time, I'm like, "Hey, I'll pray for you, whatever." And he goes,
That's thoughtful.
And he goes, "I know I don't need any cash.
Oh,
I don't need any cash." He goes, "I know everyone's got plastic nowadays." He started like the sops, like
my man's got a square right there. You can't swipe it though.
He said, "I just haven't eaten anything all day, brother, and was just wondering if you could get me a sandwich."
Me a sandwich.
I said, "I wish I could. I just don't have any money to spare." I'm not lying either.
Wouldn't buy
Payday's tonight.
A sandwich.
So, first of all, am I bad for that?
I mean, he did ask you for a sandwich.
He walked directly up to me,
straight up to you. I'm guessing the 3 women in front of you were all white or non.
No. There was
There's a couple of sisters in there.
It was a Hispanic girl, a black girl, and then I think another black girl. Yeah.
2 black chicks, and he went straight up to you.
Yeah, I was the closest to the door.
Okay.
It wasn't like a wandering around and then I found Blake. It was like as soon as he opened that first door, he said, "Hey, brother, come on, man. I'm not
hit you with the brother too.
Cash. Don't worry about cash. No. Because I'm thinking it's not about. I just want a sandwich." And I'm just like, "Okay, no, sorry. I don't know what to say. I'm not being rude."
Okay, what was his reaction after you said no to the sandwich? I don't have it.
He said, "I understand, man." Walked back out the door, right?
Yeah.
Comes back in, starts chasing other people down.
Yeah,
2 other brothers walk in. These guys are probably like 6'4", bigger black dudes, probably like, I don't know, 25 to 30 years old.
Okay.
They're standing in line. One gets called up. This guy sprints from outside to get back. Now he's in line behind this dude that's about to order.
Yeah.
This guy's the next to get his name called to go order. He taps him on the back. "Hey, brother," I hear the same. So, "Hey, brother, I'm not asking for cash.
Yeah.
Can you buy me a sandwich?" Now he's in a lot more vulnerable position because now he's standing in the line. It's very obvious what he's doing versus like I was off to the side.
Yes, right.
So the only person that probably saw the interaction was me. Like I don't think anybody else gleaned anything unless they were just staring at us.
Yeah.
Now he's in the middle of the line. Guy's looking at him crazy. He doesn't. He just walks over. Hey, next in line. He walks away from this guy. Young lady that's kind of waiting as well. Black lady with her child there.
Yeah.
Just hands him $20. Like she hears the conversation going over and she just slips him a 20. Like I just see her grab it out of her wallet, hands him 20. I thought that was nice. She probably has the money to spare.
Yeah.
Gives it to him. He goes, "Man, I can do a lot with this," and walks out and leaves. But didn't even get the sandwich, which is why I'm not a huge fan. Me and my mom used to do that all the time. We would drive homeless people to El Phoenix and go get them food, give them money.
Right.
And we got done wrong one time out of that.
That's all it takes.
Pregnant lady, not really pregnant, knife, bad situation. So I kind of, not that I don't care for it. I stop, roll the window, God bless you.
Yeah.
We'll talk to them.
Absolutely.
But I'm just not a big fan of giving out money to people I don't know. I just not. I know enough people in my own life that could use the money.
Oh, 100%.
Giving out to random people. Sorry.
So I got okey doke today.
Okay.
I got okey doke today. So I'm in Wiley. I just got done taking
my
care
digs, bro.
I got done taking care of it. You live in Wiley?
I live in Murphy, right next to it. So yeah.
Okay, so I was in Wiley today.
People are always running scams too. They can give you the best sob story. I just need a sandwich, man.
Was it a guy with the sign?
Well, no, here was the thing, and he caught me just in a good mood, right? And he just kind of caught me off guard or whatever. And so I didn't know what his situation was. I'm getting gas.
The gas one will get you to him. Just $5 in the tank.
Here's the thing. He's in his car. And he says, "Hey, man, can I get a couple dollars? Trying to get some gas." I can't remember what he said.
But what is $5 going to do? I mean, if you're going to get gas,
get him
gas.
to where he's trying to go. So I told him, I was like, "Look, I'll give you $5 in gas. I don't have any money, but if I got my card, I'll get you $5. I mean, I'm filling up my tank. I'll put 5 on it for you." Yeah, I guess. So he gets out of his car, starts putting gas in it. You know how when your tank is topped off and it stops?
Yeah.
That's what his is doing. I'm like, oh, so you didn't really need gas. You just wanted a couple dollars just for the sake of a couple dollars.
Mm-hmm.
And he had nice clothes on. And so now I'm looking at this dude like, what is your game? You're just hustling people in a gas station in your car?
Gas station is wild. Because
the gas station is a very common place for people to do this.
100%. I guess...
Leave today, Trevor, and go to this gas station to see someone not walk up to you for money.
People ask me here, but for gas, I'm not. No, gas is gold to me.
I'm just.
Well, I figured, hey, I'll give you $5. I mean, I don't. You never know, and this is what. I guess the deal is this, right? Whether it's a homeless person, whether it's somebody asking for money or whatever it is, like you gotta on part of you thinks, all right, for somebody to have. The like you said, you don't like being told no, right? You don't like the rejection.
Fear of rejection.
Okay, the fear of rejection. Obviously, you would think that homeless people don't like asking for money or don't like being in that position, okay? But what's happening, I feel, is that you've got folks that are starting to run game on people, and it's like...
They know
you're playing on our emotions, okay? I don't know what your story is, okay?
It's just whatever you sell to me in 20 seconds. And I just already have no in my head.
Well, and see, that's what I'm saying. Like, look, I gave a homeless dude in Houston. I used to drive by this dude every day. He was staying on this bridge that I down the street from where I lived. I gave this fool a pair of damn near brand new Nikes. Okay, because I had them, I didn't like them, and I seen him on the corner, always wearing these beat up shoes. And I told him, I said, man, what size shoe do you wear? He's like 11 to 12. I said, I'm an 11 and a half. I'm going to bring you some shoes tomorrow. I bring this dude a pair of almost brand new Metcon Nikes. This dude looked these things up and down like he had to question whether or not he was going to take them or not. I'm like, bro, you're damn near doing the Fred Flintstone over here with your feet poking through your shoes. I'm handing you a pair of brand new Nikes and you're going to eyeball me up and down as to whether or not what kind of shoes I'm giving you right now? Like, I mean, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? So it is I think there's obviously, I don't know that, I used to think that nobody wants to be homeless. I've changed my mind on that. I do think there's a segment of people that they prefer to be homeless because they don't want the, I guess, the real world, real life struggles. Okay. And look, God bless you if that's the case. And for the folks that are out there like that, God bless them. But for the folks that are out there running scams and, you have no desire of taking those $2 or $3 that you're getting and you're just going to buy dope or booze. Okay.
Well, we didn't get a chance to talk about this because I don't know how we just skipped over it, but we talked about the Western Conference Finals. We didn't get to talk about the greatest game, I think, of the NBA playoffs so far.
Oh, hands down.
Pacers, Knicks. If you missed it, it's going to be cut 8. This was actually, let's go cut 7 first. This was Tyrese Halliburton hitting the shot to send it to overtime versus Knicks after they complete another fourth quarter comeback.
2-point game. Indiana with it. Halliburton. He'll take it. He'll backpedal a 3 for the win. And
So that was an amazing shot. Halliburton drives, realizes that I guess he wants a three-pointer.
Well, plus the ball got snatched or ripped out of his hand,
Mikal
too.
Bridges kind of popped it out. He dribbles back up to the three-point line, hoists up a shot. It hits the back of the rim, pops back up in the air, and drops straight through. An amazing game. Aaron Nesmith with one of the best flamethrowers, 20 points in 5 minutes. And I looked it up. It is the most points a player's ever had in a 5-minute span in the playoffs in the second half.
Wow.
So it was the greatest 5 minutes we've ever seen from a player. And it was a role player who just started just splashing threes left and right, brought them back in the game. We thought the Knicks were the comeback kids.
Yeah.
We did it all in the Celtics. Now they're meeting their maker. The Pacers are the clutchest team I've seen with my own 2 eyes in a playoff series, and we're only 3 series in. And Tyrese Halliburton has what? He is now 12 of 14 on game-winning shots or game-tying shots in regulation and OT. Insane. And we gave you the American version. Well, it's not. Why not give you 2 versions? This is the Korean broadcast call when Tyrese Halliburton made that same shot.
할리버튼 5초, 할리버튼 갑니다. 4초, 3초, 2점을 노리나요? 자, 빠져나가면서 할리버튼 쏩니다. 들어갑니까? 할리버튼의 초크 세레머니까지.
Okay. I mean, look, they captured the energy of the moment.
I love it. And you know me, I love Squid Game, so I love watching my stuff in Korean. So I feel at home here.
June 27th, right around the corner.
Is it a new season?
Yeah.
Yes, the final season.
Nice.
I have heard a rumor that they're going to make like spin-offs, like American Squid Games.
Oh,
and, like,
you know
British
it's
Squid
all.
Games.
You already know it's
I'm not mad at
happen. Well, we'll see.
I'm excited for The Bear to come back. That comes back out. June
I've heard
26th.
that show's not as good as people think.
No, they're wrong. People are wrong. They don't. They don't like food.
I think if you haven't worked in a restaurant or don't care about it, yeah, you probably
Maybe
won't
that's
like it.
maybe that's fair.
But if you've worked in
but
any kind of restaurant or any back of house, and it's relatable.
Well, they said it's just a dude in the back. They said it's just a show about him in the kitchen cooking.
Well, yeah.
Well, that is the basis. That's your base.
That's the simpleton's view of
But
the
it's
show.
there's so much more because the family drama. Like
Yeah.
it's a very good show.
Okay. I haven't seen it, so I'm
And
just
you could
going
say
off
the same
of
about The Office.
reviews.
Just out of people in an office company just sitting around.
Well, but the writing is.
Agreed.
it's just
that's
people
next
getting
level.
down to one person killing each other. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, come on, we're not comparing the
Pacers Knicks was the most watched Eastern Conference Finals opener since Cavs Celtics on ABC in 2018. I was told that if the Cavs and the Celtics lose, nobody's going to watch. They both lost. We got Knicks Pacers, and it's the most watched game.
Having the Knicks doesn't hurt.
Pacers doesn't hurt either. Tyrese Halliburton.
Pacers doesn't hurt, but I mean, let's not pretend like the Knicks aren't the draw.
Oh, they are.
I mean, if it was Pacers Cavs in the final Eastern Conference Finals,
That'd be bad views.
I mean, we're talking. They're getting WNBA numbers at that point.
Another Anthony Edwards loss. 32 points.
How many scored tonight?
32.
Meanwhile, your boy Julius Randle
selling all the parlays out there.
6 points, 2 of 11 shooting. So this team just can't get it together.
Angel Reese numbers out there for Julius Randle.
Yeah, seriously.
Actually, Angel Reese had a better game. She had 10 rebounds. Julius with 5.
He did have more points than she did, though.
He did. Angel Reese had 0. If you miss Angel Reese's stat line, you don't think I'm just filibustering.
We're not. It's not.
Angel Reese, 0 points, 0 assists, 3 turnovers, 10 rebounds, 8 of those being offensive, 0-6 from the field, and 0 for 2 from the free throw line. And also, she has Angel Reese through 2 games, 5 of 22, 10 turnovers. The Sky have a 60 point differential, negative 60, which is the worst in the first 2 games in WNBA history. And Angel Reese also has the lowest plus minus in WNBA history through 2 games.
A lot of basketball left, boys.
A lot of basketball left.
A lot of basketball left. So let's not hate on our girl Angel Reese just yet. All right, top 5. What are we thinking? Top 5. What are we thinking?
Let the Tolos decide. We haven't done that.
We can't but we got to come back with a.
You're right.
Segment.
We'll think about something on the break. Coming up next.
Fan After Dark means wheels off on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
QC Kinetics provided amazing pain relief for a former professional baseball player.
halftime score?
I thought my guy was homeless, but he was in a car, so he was just scamming me for money.
So I said, what are 5 obscure hypothetical things that a homeless person would ask to you, and you would be convinced enough to say, sure, why not? Whether it's money or non-money related stuff.
You would say, sure, yes, sure, and then maybe throw him $1 or $2, or maybe put $3
I would
in there
say
too.
half of mine, I think some of mine are kind of more directly money related, and then some are kind of more hypothetical.
Oh, mine are all hypothetical. So I hope that's the direction we're headed here.
The fun part about it. Hopefully we're all in different directions.
No, this is I have a feeling all three of us are going to go in wildly different directions with this one. So, all right. So the part that I took from Blake when he suggested this during the break was, these are just questions that you would answer yes to, and then maybe throw them some change. Okay. My number 5. Hey, I'm a former Ford technician. Can I take a look at your transmission? Yes, you can. Here's a couple dollars.
Yeah, you probably would say yes if someone just randomly walked up while you're at the.
Farther out of what.
So you would trust someone to be up messing with your car, though.
Well, the fact that he said, "Hey, I'm a former Ford technician," he qualified it with that.
Believing it off rip.
Well, I mean, I'm going to know as soon as soon as he takes a look. Because I might ask him a few qualifying questions first to make sure that this is the case, but. Yes, if he said, "Hey, I'm a former Ford technician."
Model here.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I'm a former Ford technician. Can I take a look at your transmission for you?
Okay, here's my number 5.
Number 5.
Hey, I've got a coffee date down the street. Could you buy me a coffee so I could blend in?
Wow, that's quite the question. Homeless person with a coffee date, huh?
What's wrong? They can't have coffee date?
I only got $36.
I didn't say they couldn't. I didn't say they couldn't. These are hypothetical situations.
He met a fine gal. They're going on a coffee date and have the money for the coffee.
That's
so
true,
I'm going to spot him money, and it's for a good cause.
It's for a date.
Yep, it's for a date. It's for love.
I mean, I met a former Ford technician, so anything's possible. All right, you're number 5.
All right, so mine. I mean, I went a little more like what could actually happen.
Because ours couldn't?
Yeah, sure. You're absolutely right.
How dare you?
I'm off base. Yeah, you're right.
You.
Can I borrow your phone?
I would never. Sorry, I would never. It doesn't matter how much money.
Number 5.
But that's what I'm saying.
To a rousing start.
The easiest thing is like, hey, can I borrow your phone? Can I call somebody? Like, yeah, sure. What's
Which
the
is
number?
wild because I've never had a homeless person ask me that.
I have. I would say no quickly every time.
4 of these have happened to me. So 4 of them have happened to me, and I was like, yeah, sure.
Was this one of them?
This was one of them.
So these are all real life examples from
Wow.
Trevor. I completely made up all of mine.
I was going to say none of mine are true.
Oh, well, these are all real life. So listen, I used to do a lot of this stuff, like, and I'm not trying to high road or anything like that.
Yeah.
Like me and my buddy, when we lived in San Antonio, we used to do a lot.
Let me find out you're the creator of bum fights.
Wow. You do that,
He's
Trevor?
like, hey, yeah, you can borrow my phone. You have to call an ambulance.
I just would never. I wouldn't let anyone get my phone. No, I have to know you personally.
I don't know where those hands have been.
Yeah,
and that's on the thing I use every day. I'm good.
Yeah, but you'll let him look at your Ford.
I didn't say that. Was
Again,
Fred.
these are all hypothetical pretend situations.
Hey, all right.
And you said that's actually happened to you in real life. So
multiple times? Just lending your phone off? And I touched it.
That's only happened twice. It's only happened twice. The second one, that was a little tough, but it was what it was.
How do you know they're not going to run off with it?
I mean, if they do, listen.
Are you prepared to chase them down?
Listen, I am absolutely a they need it more than I do guy.
Oh, hell no. Hell no. Hell to the no.
We ain't playing that.
But I am that guy. Is like, they probably need it more than I do. Okay.
Hope you don't mind being on speaker. Go ahead. Speaking of the microphone, there you go.
That's what it was. That's what
Oh,
I
you
said.
did? Okay.
No, I was like, hey, I'll dial the number.
I'm going to walk inside real quick. You go ahead and handle your phone call.
Because I've had people that walked off like, no. And I'm like, listen, like, I don't mind you borrowing my phone, but I'm going to hold on to it. I'm going to put it on speaker, and you can talk to whoever you need to talk to.
I mean, it's the least thing you could do, right? I mean,
I say no.
No, I want to hold it myself. You know what? I'm going to stop you right there. I'm going to stop you right there. All right, you're number 4.
All right, my number 4 is, do you have any spare clothes, anything, any jacket, anything like that? So I have, if you saw my car, I've got weird stuff sitting in my car. So it's like, hey, yeah, man, here's a jacket. You can have that or whatever. Seriously, no, absolutely. I think I've got a pair of socks.
Got a
back
Sean
there.
and RJ firehouse.
Look at Caruso with no
shorts.
headband.
I know I got a jacket.
Okay. All right. So number 4, do you have any clothes? All right, you're number 4.
My number 4. So this is the homeless person talking to me, to Blake, and I would say yes to this question. Can I do a music rendition of a song of your choice for $3? I would say yes to that. That's worth my $3. I would say give me Juice WRLD.
It's good to see that you and I are the same on the same page.
Juice
here
WRLD freestyle. Get do it $3. There you go.
Done. $3 with 50 cents in pennies too, just because. All right, my number 4. Can you take me to the smoke shop? I heard SB3 just passed.
I like.
Got to get him there quick.
Got to get in there.
Got to get him there quick before it gets down to the nitty gritty.
Say yes.
And then my number 3. Is there any way I could get 2 cheeseburgers?
Right in line with you.
Okay,
so I can't hate the cheeseburger
right?
community.
Hey, look, and you guys know, hey, 2 cheeseburgers, $4. Got you. Got you. $2 or $4, 2 cheeseburgers. There you go.
Number 3 falls right in line with the other one. I'll tell you 5 jokes for $1. I would give that guy $1. Or
okay.
gal.
I mean, that's 20 cents a joke.
And if there,
that's great money for you.
Any of that, I'll write that down.
I mean, if that's a funny joke, you might throw an extra $1 in there just for bleeps and grins.
One guy did reads for people. You remember a long time
Yeah,
ago?
Ted Williams.
Now I think he fell off the bandwagon.
Well,
again,
so Ted Williams, and I want to say we talked about this we were hosting GBAG one day. So he got hired by Kraft Macaroni and Cheese.
Oh.
And then promptly went back to doing crack again. So, yeah, it was short-lived. Great voice. Yeah, but he was, to your point, he was doing people's voicemails for like $1.
Wow.
And there you go. I mean, hey, can I get a couple dollars? And then he would do, hey, this is Ted Williams. And then, hey, all right, bet. Let me do my
work. Yeah,
hey, there you go. Working for his money, and then went back to crack. Okay, number 3. You.
Oh,
it's you.
Well, shoot, my bad.
Are you a number? Number 3.
Yeah, number 3. Could you pray with me? So again, these are all like used to do. I know I went super.
You went like super real.
Those
are all real things.
That's where I thought it was. We were going. I wish I would have gone goofier, but
that's
it is
okay.
what it is. But I've had several people do that, and man, I am somebody that will absolutely do that. And
okay, so God bless you.
My number 2. This one is tough, but there were guys that I knew because I worked at the Y.
Okay.
And can I get a ride to X place, which is where they put up homeless folks,
like the homeless shelter.
And whenever my shift was over, there was one certain guy that I would do that for.
Okay.
And so again, like there's a world where I'm okay with doing that.
Yeah.
Simply, again, I'm a grown man. I feel I can take care of myself. So that's something that I would do.
It's fair. I like that. Look at his are so much different than ours.
I know.
We've literally just made up scenarios in life.
Yeah. My number 2. Can I be your personal bodyguard for $3? Maybe $2.75. I would say yes in a heartbeat. You want to follow me around and be my personal bodyguard?
So
maybe $10 if I'm feeling generous.
Yeah. What's he going to protect you from?
So while we're doing the show, they're just standing right out here by the door and just making sure that we're all good the whole show. Walking me to the car.
Yeah.
Walking me inside anywhere.
Okay.
$10 a day. Better than $0 a day.
Are you worried about he might turn on you?
That's what the 9mm for, in case.
Okay.
Just in case.
I don't even know what to say to you.
Don't turn on Blake. Okay. Wouldn't be smart. Don't bite the hand that feeds you.
Let's see. Here we go. Okay, here we go. I had to make sure I read this correctly. My number 2. Do you think that producer Trevor should try and get new hinge picks?
Wow.
Do you think that producer Trevor should try and get...
And then he's showing the profile? Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Because he knows we've already looked at him, right? And so he's asking me, hey, we're just more in agreement than anything else. And then number 1 Is Fan After Dark the best show on radio?
And
he's a fatty too.
We're right in line. My number one has right to do with Fan After Dark as well. Mine's a little bit more of an experiment to get there. So it's some asking for money.
Yes.
Hey, my girlfriend kicked me out, and I'm a big fan of the Fan. And I'm also a big fan of the Fan After Dark.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if I could get $5 for a radio, because when she kicked me out, I can't listen to the Fan After Dark anymore, and I want to continue listening to be a fatty, so I need $5 for an old school radio. And I would say, here's $5.
Yeah.
Fatty.
And I would say, look, I appreciate all the kind words. A, where are you going to buy a $5 radio at?
Radio
B,
Shack.
where are you plugging it at? C.
I didn't say he was homeless. Actually, I did. I guess this girl kicked him out.
Kind of the gist of the segment. I thought that was the gist of the top five.
Yeah.
That these people are all. I mean, just random people that are just floating from place to place. Like that's like the guy that ripped me off earlier today.
Yeah, I guess they are homeless in this scenario.
So they need to be.
Local 7-Elevens.
Yeah.
The one by my house was playing Fan After Dark one day, or not Fan After Dark.
The Fan?
That'd be crazy. They're playing Fan After Dark while I walked in 7-Eleven.
Why aren't you on the show that day?
They were playing GBAG. I heard Lucius while I was in 7-Eleven one day.
Nice.
And it was a big speaker. I said, "What if I threw the Fan?" He goes, "I don't know. The owner loves it."
The owner's a fatty or a Tolo.
A Tolo, at least.
God bless.
I would assume they keep it on. I would doubt. Fan After Dark's coming. I gotta change it.
If they're a Tolo and they change it when Fan After Dark
Whoa! Change. Let's do radio. Let's do music. Let's do music.
No, they're gonna have more problems than they know what to do with. That's the case. Would it be the first ever time that a place didn't get robbed but was held up and told to change the station? I'm not here to take anything, but if somebody doesn't change that station back to 105 to the Fan, I'm kicking over this.
Why do I feel like that happened
rack.
in a movie? There's something that happened in a movie. It's something.
Absolutely, I'm sure it did.
I'm sure that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to.
I'm
think,
sure it did. All right, so Blake has imaginary homeless people that just got kicked out by their girlfriend buying a $5 radio. I'm guessing one should be good.
I mean, one is it ties back to what happened with Blake. Can I get some food?
Yeah,
and that's easy for me. Again, it's another one of those things.
So you just said yes today easily,
man. I'll tell you what.
It's make me feel like an a-hole.
I know who I'm asking for money after the show.
Because the only negative with
Can you spot me 5, Trevor?
He's making no cash.
Trevor,
I don't do. Again, I don't do cash anymore. I won't do cash anymore. But the fact.
Can you Venmo me 20?
You know what I just figured out? I know where we're going after the show. Continue.
But the fact that she handed him a 20, what scares me is that he knows, like, I can't have cash, so can you just do this for me? That's the only thing that scares me about that lady giving him a 20 is that maybe him saying,
he left.
I know. He can do a lot with that 20. That's the only thing that would
He was telling everyone he just needed the sandwich. He got money for the sandwich in line, next line, he left.
Yeah.
Once he got the money.
He didn't get a sandwich, right?
No, he left immediately after.
That's what I'm saying. That's the only thing that would
fairness
scare me.
to him, though, I will say this.
He said, I can get an even better sandwich now.
Well, or if I've only got $20, I mean, I can probably go get McDonald's a whole hell of a lot cheaper than I can Chick-fil-A.
He was just trying to get the money from the Chick-fil-A crowd.
Well, or it was one of two things. One, if you go ahead and buy me a sandwich, okay, great, I got me a chicken sandwich. If you go ahead and give me money, I'm going to go ahead and take off and go buy a cheaper sandwich somewhere else.
I hope that's what happened.
I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb and say probably not, but nonetheless, hey, maybe he grabbed a sandwich. Who knows? You know what? God bless the guy wherever he's at. Maybe he's a fatty.
That's what I'm saying.
If you're listening, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. One final segment to go before we put this bad boy to bed. Don't go anywhere. It's Fan After Dark.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, the Firehouse Tour is back. We are out in Mansfield at 3100 East Broad Street. Stop by, grab some Whataburger, and say what's up as we get you set for Stars Game 2 and another Ice Cube ticket giveaway Friday morning on The Fan.
Danica.
States has a low V product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
We're taking you into Memorial Day weekend with our Firehouse Tour tomorrow morning. Where are we going to be, Chop?
We'll be at Mansfield Firehouse, number 3, 3100 East Broad Street. Of course, we're taking care of our Tolos, Bobby.
Come get your free Whataburger breakfast and a one-of-a-kind Sean and RJ item while supplies last.
Proudly presented by Whataburger, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Firehouse Movers. We'll see you at Mansfield Firehouse 3 tomorrow with The Fan.
This final segment on The Fan After Dark is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibu, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Shout out to our boy Trevor, the creator. What a job he's done tonight. Just a phenomenal job, if we do say so ourselves. Glad to have each and every one of you on board for what has been a fun show tonight. All right, so we've got Stars tomorrow. Game 2 here in Dallas, Friday night, 7 p.m. Make sure everybody's locked and loaded for that. And then, of course, weekend-wise, we've got a busy weekend here at 105 through the Fan. Obviously, we're going to have plenty of Rangers baseball to get to. Obviously, a must-win series from your Texas Rangers this weekend. Number one, you need to win it because you have lost 4 straight. You just got swept by the Yankees. Your bats were anemic, especially today.
Bats were Blake during extra credit. Over.
Yeah, that's exactly what they were.
Mm-hmm.
I think we got one hit, too. Like only one hit, which is just...
No, you had 2 hits today.
Was it 2?
You had 2 hits today, at least 2. You might have had 3. I know when I was looking at it earlier today, as I was bebopping around town, you had 4 hits today. Haggerty had 1.
Haggerty's been nice. He had a homer the other game.
He's been solid. He's batting .290 for you right now. Josh Young had a hit. Marcus Semien had a hit. And Jock Peterson, in a pinch hitting role, had a hit, lifting his batting average to
1.2.
1.2? That would be over 1,000, so that's not even close to being
phenomenal.
Right. That means he's hitting more hits. He's got more hits than actually at bats.
He's batting.
You get 2 for a pinch hit.
I mean, holy mackerel. That's incredible. Tell us more, a wise one.
It's not good. 120.
120.
141.
What I was meaning to say.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's just split the difference, boys. 134 was the number we're looking for as to who's leading the team in batting average.
He's leading the team in batting average?
Or no, actually the complete opposite. Leading the team in worst batting average. After him, Ezekiel Duran's batting 129, but he's a rotational. Yeah. Nobody's worried about him.
Is Semien still under 200?
Glad you asked.
Yeah, that's what I
Glad
assumed.
you asked. Marcus Semien, let's go ahead and guess his.
198.
Okay.
191.
191. Both of you over the number we were looking for was 180.
Wow.
180.
Ugh.
So right now, Wyatt Langford, he's batting 245.
I think Wyatt and Josh are the only guys that are like batting in the top 50 in the majors.
Josh Young's batting 284. Berger, who went 0 for today, he's up to 221.
Hey, that's a W in Berger.
No, and I said this. We talked about this earlier in the show. I don't know if we talked about this in the show, or if we talked about this in the pre-show, because we had quite a lively pre-show as well. Can
we stop having Michael Malone doing these stand-ups after the game? It just feels disingenuous. I'm okay with him being part of the 5, but we're having these one-on stand-ups after the game of him breaking it down. It just feels like hate watch.
Well, I appreciate the fact that he's doing a stand-up.
He did say he would have voted for Jokic today, too. Now, he took back all of his comments of SGA should win MVP. And he literally said today, I'm getting a lot of heat in that. I just want to say if I had a vote, I'd have voted for Jokic. All right, then why'd you say that the day before about SGA?
Because he's got to love up SGA, and he's probably pissed off at the Nuggets.
He probably realized he's getting texts from friends and family from Denver, like, really, bro? You're going to sell out
seriously
a week after we fire you? 2 weeks ago?
And he's probably like, yeah, I am.
And then he changed his tune today and said that Jokic is the MVP.
Well, that's his boy. I mean, he can't. Hell, Jokic probably texted him. Adolis Garcia, who also went 0 for today.
He's batting 220, I'm going to say.
Okay, close.
I think he's 216.
Oh, my goodness. 215.
Hey, we're in tune. We're in tune.
It was the number we were looking for. Kyle Higashioka is batting a whopping 219. And then last but certainly not least, Josh Smith.
You already gave Smith
282.
What were Josh Young and Jonah Himes? Those are the only I didn't hear. You might have said it.
No, I did. I said Jonah Heim is actually, we skipped over Jonah Heim. Jonah Heim's batting 260.
Okay.
Josh Young batting 284, and then Josh Smith
280,
batting 282.
Yeah, so all of them are doing their thing. They're fine.
Well, I think Jonah hurt his finger, and that's what I'm trying to.
Well, he hurt his hand yesterday, but they said he like a pinched nerve or something like that, or a compressed nerve. But they said an hour after the game he was fine,
okay,
and so
that's good.
So he DH'd today.
I didn't hear that. I'm glad you heard something. That's why I hadn't seen anything yet.
One of us Tolos.
Yeah, you're right.
Can I read some texts we've gotten?
Oh, I would absolutely.
I'm just going to read them in order.
Okay.
945, hi. I used to be an Uber driver. Can I get $5? Fred doesn't tip.
No, I don't, because I don't ride Uber. So thanks.
469, you don't get high on an empty stomach. My man was able to fly on a full stomach.
You don't get high on an empty stomach.
Who are you referring to? This I don't know.
I don't know.
214, St. Trevor is a hard nickname. Not going to lie. Trevor's going to be the next American Pope.
Wow.
From the 214.
First Dallas Pope? That's pretty cool.
Wow.
You got to be Catholic first, but it is what it is. I'm not
he is celibate, though.
By choice?
Here's a real question. Here, let's do this since it's late night. Who gets laid first? Trevor or Carter? 877-881-1053.
Only in these conversations at 10:47.
I mean, we're not going to do it at 7:47. 10:47. Boom. Here we go.
I'm going to go with Trevor because
I am too. Although right now
Carter said he was close.
Carter is
and he just vacation too?
He's in Communicado right now with a young lady.
Yeah. Good for him.
So he's got a leg up on you right now.
Yeah, that's good.
And in a good way.
That's good.
He does have a leg
now,
up.
which leg is it? I don't know. Okay, but nonetheless. So Carter or Trevor, 877-881-1053. Who breaks the slump first?
817, that was me at Chick-fil-A. I donated the $20 to a local charity.
Yeah, I'm sure you didn't.
817, he went for the 2 McChickens and a 40.
Yeah, there you go.
940, give me 3 40-ounce beers.
Okay.
214, are you thinking of the scene on 40-Year-Old Virgin about turning off the Michael McDonald video? I don't know who they're referring to.
That was from whenever you were yelling, like, turn that off when he was holding store up or whatever.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
3215, on that note, I just did a dab. Okay. 325, don't worry, Blake. This fellow Blake got you as a bodyguard. Appreciate it.
Done.
817, I'm a black belt in jiu-jitsu. I will do it for free, Blake. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Got 2 bodyguards ready.
Okay. Ready to go.
Next fan event.
I got a buddy that's got a girl that's fighting some upcoming UFC thing. going on. He coaches a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Okay.
And he's got a girl that's in UFC that he coaches. So
random question for both of you: would you date a woman who's a black belt in
Absolutely.
Jiu-Jitsu? You would.
Beat the crap out of me. Let's go.
You're into that, okay?
Did you say let's go? Like you want it to happen?
Yeah, no, he clearly does.
It's not that I want it to happen. It's just I would have no.
But you're open to it.
I like anybody and everybody. If I like you, I like you. That's what it is.
No, that's not what he asked. You said, please beat the crap out of me.
I just think it would be fun. Not many people can.
Why would a girl beating you up be fun?
I'm a big guy, you know.
Yeah.
So
you're okay with getting your ass kicked?
Well,
depending on who it is.
I don't want any girl to whoop my ass.
That's fair.
I'm good on that.
I want her to know. I just want to know that she can take care of herself.
What if she was a white belt in jiu-jitsu?
See, that's kind of more fun. I can still just kind of like.
I know more about jiu-jitsu than she does.
Let's give her like a brown belt or an orange because she's disciplined, but she hasn't gotten the black belt.
What if she's a blue brown belt is just below black.
Yeah, brown's just below black.
It goes white.
Purple.
No, purple's. It goes white, blue, purple, brown, black.
Cool. We're cutting it off at purple. Purple and below.
What's the one in the middle?
Yeah.
Purple. Yes, it's purple.
Okay.
I think it's purple. I'm 90%.
What's the one where I could probably take a hit to the face, but I could still grab her and
de-escalate?
Probably
hug her.
I mean, again, like this.
Just a quick bear hug.
Are you in a
Calm
gear
down. You don't need to be so angry.
Someone said, I saw a homeless guy in Fort Worth today with a sign that said push-ups for $25 each, and he started doing push-ups for sale.
Oh, wow.
That's worth it.
Like 25, like what, a quarter a push-up?
That's pretty smart if you're a homeless guy. You're getting in shape and making money.
You're going to be jacked when it's all said and done.
And I think, people would look at that person a little bit differently. Like, oh, they're working out. They're not
at some
just,
point, I'm going to say, okay, well, that's cool. You're working out. Well, so why don't you go get a job?
Yeah, that's my thing.
I mean,
that honestly is my thing.
It's 6 to 1, half a dozen to another.
Saw a neighbor knocked and asked for my Wi-Fi password. Not homeless, though. 469.
That's interesting.
Wait a minute. A neighbor?
It's like somebody's trying to use your
knocked on
Wi-Fi.
your door and said, "Kay, can I get your Wi-Fi password?" I mean, is this a joke? It's a joke, right? That can't be serious. That's a ballsy neighbor right there. Hey, let me get your.
Absolutely.
That you have no prior conversation. Y'all haven't chatted in the hallways
or something. Golly.
I haven't even. Look, I
think there should be a whole sitcom on just apartment living, not the actual inside of the actual person's life, but just the half moments you run into people like in the parking lot.
You get a little bit on shows like Big Bang. You see a little itty bitty bit, but like actually interacting and stuff like that.
That'd be so funny. I've told you guys about my neighbor who lives above me and who smokes weed 24/7. Yeah. Okay, like this dude smokes weed. I mean, I put it to you like this: when I get home tonight, even if we go out afterwards for an hour or two, and I come home at 1:30 in the morning, my man will be on his porch chiefing.
He's not worried about that.
I never seen no females over there.
Well,
all right.
But is he happy?
Trevor's like, there's no problem with
I was about to say, maybe. It takes all kinds.
He is a Stars fan, though.
Trevor?
He is a Stars fan.
No. What does that mean?
Oski Woski, y'all can be homies.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'll be homies. You want to watch the,
My man's got this. Look,
I'm about the victory green.
This guy is such a pothead. Okay. He's such a pothead that he has concocted this system that you can see where he's got apparently something that blows the smoke.
Like a filtration type thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's got something that blows the smoke out of his apartment.
I have a buddy that he has you put a fan on it and
Okay.
it pulls it all out and you literally just smoke it out of the bag so that we don't have to worry about
That's
getting any.
absurd.
And I'm like, you are invested.
But I've never, the guy that lives above me, he's clearly a sports fan. I've never told him. And we do the cordial, hey, how you doing?
You've never told him you work here?
Dude, I know there's been a couple times where he's wanted me to say, how you can feel when somebody wants to do.
They want to talk about something.
Nope.
That's a tough
I'm not
sell
doing it.
on me.
I'm not doing it.
Trevor must be protected. Trevor must be protected at all costs. Too wholesome for this world.
Oh. Thanks.
He really is.
940, I was at Windstar, guy walking around asking people, if I send you Venmo, will you give me cash? I would never fall for that prank.
Yeah.
Wow.
No.
That's a pretty obvious. I think anybody under 50 would probably not do that.
Fred, what was the number on the gas tank whenever he was going? I'm genuinely curious, how much
He
gas?
stopped at $3.
At $3.
He stopped at $3. Man, this thing ain't working, bro. This thing ain't working.
That's why.
You probably should just hand me cash just so we can get through all of this.
No, because I told him before, I said, look, bro, I ain't got no cash on me. I said, I can give you a couple dollars. I can put a couple dollars of gas in your car.
Again, I think that one's wild. I just think that's really asking for gas is wild.
Hi, I used to be a urologist. Would you like a prostate exam?
Wow. Yeah, if a homeless person came up to me and told me he used to be a urologist, and first of all, do urologists do prostate exams? I don't think so.
I thought that was.
I would think a proctologist would do a prostate
urologist
exam.
Is the
front,
urinary, right?
is the
That's
front.
what I was about to say.
Proctologist is the back. So the fact that you came to me and said, "Hey, I'm a urologist. Can I check your prostate?" I'd probably say no.
A little bit of sweat coming off.
Would you mind stepping back?
Then he starts asking for them cheeseburgers.
Yeah, before one of these hands comes flying.
He wants a cheeseburger, man.
No, he wants a
McDonald's.
cheeseburger, all right. It ain't gonna be that kind of cheeseburger.
682. What's the update with Yuritsa, Fred?
There is no update.
I'm just reading the text.
No update. She hasn't gotten her back fixed yet, though. And by the way, the last time I saw her, I just asked how her back was, how she's doing. That's all I said. I didn't ask her about bending over or anything of the such.
Someone said the show The Bear sucks, and they worked at a restaurant.
Ooh.
I've seen people at the
Shots
gas
fired.
station carrying gallons, asking the actual gallon, the red container, asking for gas. Someone fills it for them, and then they were dumping it into a bigger container, rinse and repeat.
Beer container?
Like a bigger container, excuse me.
Oh, a bigger. I thought you said
Like,
a beer. I was like,
boom.
hold up.
Yeah.
Glug, 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 glug. That person leaves. They dump it in a bigger container, and then they keep running the same scam to get a bunch of gas free all night.
That's effort right there. Good.
I mean, if that's look, if you're gonna do that, I mean, I don't.
I mean, I would. If somebody had a gas can like that and asked for that, I mean, I'd probably be more inclined to do that. I'd be like, all right, yeah, sure.
I'm just gonna say, God bless you. I'll pray for you.
I'm inclined
after
for
today. I'm over it.
I'm inclined for a Stars W tomorrow.
All right,
Come
real
on.
quick, Stars tomorrow. Give me a score.
I'm gonna say 5-3 again.
5-3.
I think 5-3. I think we're gonna keep. I trust this team. I really do.
Stars lose 4-3, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. So we found the hater. All right, so 5-3. You said what?
Stars lose 4-3.
4-3. What a loser. I say 4-2. Stars win. Everybody, good night. God bless. Stay safe out there. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hope the bosses aren't listening. It's another wheels-off edition of Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Underdog just became one of the best places to make picks during the basketball playoffs with their Extender promo. With the Extender, you can play your way to increasingly bigger boosts in each round of the playoffs. Underdog already the leading place to make all of your sports picks, and you can play now in your state. Millions of fans have already won billions of dollars making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? All right, look. To play, all you got to do, download the app, choose whether a player will go higher or lower on one of their stats. You can choose from points, assists, so much more. You can mix and match with other leagues. And once you feel good with your picks, you can play for as little as $1. If you get everything right, you can win up to 1,000 times your money. Right now, download the Underdog app, sign up with promo code MASTERPIECE to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code MASTERPIECE. Must be 18 or over, 19 or over in Alabama and Nebraska, and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/extend.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
My car!
but what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Here
at the Almond Joy Factory where tropical vibes abound. We use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
The following program is pre-recorded.
You're listening to the KNC